As we take a look at the total standings here, of course, down in the bottom, unfortunately, APF and Roy Hee. This is something very surprising, right? Roy Hee's a player everybody expected to come in out of the group stages and absolutely dominate, but he's had two extremely lackluster days. But he has 6 games to try to make it back up here today in our final day of solo championships. Wang Liang, another contender who came in from the group stages and in from our season 2 with dominating amounts of points, just barely sitting in the bottom 8 here in 9th position. And our EU boy, Zay,
surprising,
not far behind him, sitting in 10th place. Yeah, but hyper surprising to see Wang Liang not in the top 8. As we take a look towards the top 8, here's the 3 players everybody's going to have their eyes on today. WBG Spider, who's sitting in first place with almost a 20-point lead. NA Orion's Tryhard, the hope of the other regions, sitting in second place with 32.1 points. And NPG's Dubai holding on to third with a 30.1 point game score, as well as the other top 8 contenders. All of these players within range to be able to grasp it. There's 6 games. Absolutely anything can happen here. So we take a look, though. Spider still sitting high here with an average points per game of 8.55.
Listen, all I'm going to say is this, and I have about 2 or 3 things that I would like to say here. My first thing is that if Tryhard wins, hey, Tryhard, if you're listening to this, I would like to get, if you can donate me at least like 2K, that'd be fantastic. Anyway, back to Zay. I think Zay, if Zay takes the time, and listen, sometimes you got to shoot your shot. When it comes to Zay has come into this, has such a surprise showman of a solo player. He has come into this tournament. I remember when I first watched him play, and I was very surprised by the confidence that he had, but I wasn't able to really see him shine until it was close to qualifying 2 Worlds. And just out of nowhere, that last game, he absolutely pops off and just disrespects some of the best players in this league. I'm talking, he gets elimination off of Spider. He gets elimination off of Wang Liang. He gets elimination off of Kai Bao. And he just shuts down some of the top players and just does it in style. Ends up getting second place. But he still ends up getting a mass amount of eliminations to the point where I think he ended up snatching that dub. Either that or he was just under. So I want you to pay attention to Zay today, and I want you to pay attention to Kai Bao. I think Kai Bao, I don't know what it is. I think that man might lock it in today. But I will say Spider is ahead of the game here as well, and so is the NA player. Like I said, I've been wanting to talk about this before. If he Tryhard pops off and stays within this top 3, it's going to be massive for the NA scene here for Naraka Blade Point, as we're looking at the most handsome man, a part of this group, as the king. He is titled that amongst many voting polls and the large amounts of women that watch this game. You'd be surprised that Naraka Blade Point could actually be a dating app. Just because of the amount of women that watch as well and show support. Many people that are in chat showing love. But Spider, the #1 player here, who, I mean, look at the average damage, 14K, 185, 4.6 average damage. The participation in the realm, 10 times he has been in there, and he has an 80% win rate. This man is barely lost in the realm of the Yang. That is an absolute dangerous combo here, as we're going to lock in with all of these solo players here. There's still a lot of momentum here, and we have 6 games of madness to come through, but a very surprising performance coming in from Roy Hee. I remember you were talking highly about him, and so is Jake. Jake was talking very, very highly of Roy Hee and how he just absolutely decimated the lobby going into qualifiers to qualify for World Championship, and now 15th place down towards the bottom. Average points of a 6.2 and a 4.3. Roy Hee is struggling. He's got a lot of work to do if he's really going to see himself even in the top 5 here. But let's be honest here. It is the Spider show, and it is the Tryhard show. As of now, it is the NA scene that could take it over and snatch it away from Spider. All Spider has to do is play smart. I mean, look at the stats so far. The average damage has been very high. The average kills has been very low. But he still has been playing it smart. He's been playing to the end game. That has been his goal, and so far, it has cost him second place, which still, that is a lot of money. That is still great, amazing bragging rights, and it doesn't give him a trophy, but it does give him a lot of bread to come home to and say, hey, I put in a lot of work, so y'all can't tell me nothing. As we look back and we lock it in with T225, another surprising player that has been absolutely playing to the best of his ability. Similar stats like a tryhard, that 10k damage, but very low with that 2.6 of his average kills. So he's been kind of playing the late game as well, and I've definitely seen a lot of those small circles, and T225 is in those small circles inside of those rotations. So he's also playing the long game as well, but the long game is not going to be enough. Yes, you do have to end towards end game. You do have to last towards the very end, but you gotta start off banging out these eliminations. You can't let these eliminations go. You can't let them fly, because all you have to do is let someone else snatch those eliminations, and that's a free point for them. That's a free point for Wang. That's a free point for Huang Fly. That's a free point for a Kai Bao or any other player that could be within that rotation at that moment. Tonight is nothing but action-packed drama, and on top of that, it's all about being at the right place at the right time.
All right, we got to talk about these hero picks real quick. First of all, a Z-Ping. Aces Jin, I don't know what you're thinking here. Every single player in the group stages and qualifiers on the way here to the grand finals who's played Zip have had absolutely abysmal games. As we lock in for game one here, the interesting thing about these hero choices is typically what we see coming from the hero selection has been lobbies of almost all the same hero. This lobby is massively diverse in terms of the hero selection, and things are
going to be a little slow.
Very interesting.
It's going to be a little slow.
I don't think it's going to be slow
this
whatsoever.
One, listen, look at the circle and how everybody's landing. A lot of people have a little bit of a distance. Not one person, from what I've seen, maybe 17 Chaya and Kai Bao, but everybody else is within a space where there might be a little bit of some immediate action, but there's going to be players that's going to be playing this out. They're going to be feeding off of each other and seeing where the vibes are. Not everybody is going to be landing so far away, but they're in a vicinity where they can still try to see if they can push into fights. I think we're going to see immediate fights, yes, but I do think this is going to be one of these slower games, but I definitely think it's going to pick up by game 2 or game 3. But you never know, as we're going to lock it in, as Kai Bao is going to be able to, Huang Fly is going to catch Ego on the inside of this, and it's not going to give Ego an opportunity to maneuver at all, as Huang Fly is going to claim the first elimination of tonight's game for our game number 7. Meanwhile, Xin catching Aaron on a different level. F3 comes out dangerously low and decides to pop back. Does the slow walking, is able to get the shield. He has gray shield. Jin has the advantage with that purple. Absolute massive advantage to have, as he ends up getting hit by the longsword, getting him sent back. Jin doesn't actually want to fully fight with much hurt damage here, as he is going to be able to come through. Hits massive damage with the dagger, sending him right towards the boulders right in front, as now we're going to be able to go past towards the rotation. Hits him with the musket. Can he hit him with the second to get the finisher? No. Aaron is able to successfully go inside, go through the maneuvers, get the shield swap, and then get the heal off just in time to get it going. As now Xin is going to be able to come back with the rotation. Massive hits with the long sword to keep the pressure onto Jin, as now Jin is going to be forced back with that as well. Is going to be able to dish that out, but I did just see a third party coming in. That is Wang Liang deciding that he wants to come in on this action with that spear. Could be absolutely dangerous here, and he has vengeance on his name. I feel like Wang Liang's the villain of our Naraka Blade Point story. I'm going to be honest.
Wang Liang coming in here with the spear from the top side onto Xin. This third party looking to be successful. Yiran trying to stop it from happening, and Tryhard going to show up for the fourth party here. All three of these players vying for the elimination on to our boy here, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to make it, as all three of them continue to dog each other down, stopping them from picking up the elimination. And we are going to see Xin able to pick up most of a reset here. Yiran going to catch them from the top side here, as Xin just continues to try to dodge around Wang Liang, Tryhard, Yiran, each interrupting each other, stopping them from being able to successfully pick up the elimination here. Tryhard comes around with the dual blades, is able to catch Xin out, but immediately forced off the top by Wang Liang. Tryhard coming back in, is going to slide off the edge there, the terrain making it impossible for him to find that. Xin is going to find the F again. He's going to find the ultimate out of this fight and immediately push away. Wang Liang continuing the hunt here onto Xin. and Zin just trying it to keep it moving. Yiron, Wang Liang, Tryhard, all still competing to try to pick up this single elimination onto Zin instead of turning on to one another. Now turning the action to WBG Spider, who finds himself going head to head here with Ace's Jin, gonna land a massive headshot onto Jin here and do a ton of damage. Jin gonna immediately opt for the reset and start to back out of this fight, realizing how far behind he is in terms of resources. Over to Master Demo, going head to head here with OUG's Luren King, aka the King. We're gonna see Demo throw the Fs down here, opting for a full reset. Doesn't want to use them for the gold focus, instead just wants to go ahead and get a little bit of armor back into their arsenal. Is going to turn things on to King here. The F3 comes out and going to buy King a little bit of space, a lot of space. Demo tries to use the ultimate here to get the swap into the hit confirm onto the King, but the King's F3 blocks Demo from being able to come in and capitalize on that ult in any way, shape, or form. Demo instantly realizing the mistake he's made here as the King turns around with their own ult, is able to find an armor swap and turns back onto Demo. Demo comes in with a couple hits here from the nunchucks. The F3 comes back out. Demo holds the focus to buy an escape from the F3, is able to find a couple more hits here, but now a grapple coming through from the King is going to set them up for a massive advantage, and there it is. OUG's the King comes out on top.
Meanwhile, Roy Hehe is going to be able to fight this out up top here with Jin. Nice little parry. Going to be able to connect that one as Jin, dangerously low, is going to have to force the pushback as Jin is going to be able to go through with the rotation. Roy Hehe trying to find and intercept whatever place he can. Meanwhile, it's not going to be easy, as Jin is going to be one of the hardest players. You did say, and you were curious too as to why would you lock in a player like this, as well as now that rotation comes in and it looks like it's been a massive advantage for him already here, being dangerously low earlier, now has full heals, almost full shield, is ready to get right back into the fight. Meanwhile, Roy Hehe decides to shut down all of that shield, doesn't want to give him any more opportunity, and now he's right back at it again. Roy Hehe just being absolutely played currently by Jin, making him waste all of his utensils, all of his maneuvers, all of his heals as well here during this fight, just wearing Roy Hehe out here, as now he's going to be able to get popped by the spear. A beautiful parry coming through, catches the Resna. The question is, can he claim the elimination? Yes, he does. A beautiful finish coming in from Roy Hehe. Meanwhile, Spider and Kai Bao are going to be fighting this out as well. The F3 comes out from Spider. Spider's going to be able to hold strong. Meanwhile, Kai Bao is going to be able to throw out their shields protectors, just be able to keep the game out just a little bit longer for them as well. Meanwhile, Spider getting sent right back to the same place that he was earlier, forcing the ulti and then forcing the ulti right back to send him to the switcheroo. Is Spider gonna get eliminated immediately from Kai Bao? Yes, it does. And I said it before, this might be the game where you're gonna have to pay attention to Kai Bao. I really think Kai Bao is going to lock it in tonight. He has to lock it in. I think Kai Bao is one of the most insane players. I think he's just hasn't really had a lot of those opportunities here. He's just been playing this smart and keeping the consistency strong, but I think he's a very dangerous player once he locks in, and I think tonight, I think he's got it. I think he's locked in.
Look, Wolves Kai Bao is a player that I talked about immediately coming into Worlds, even into qualifiers for Worlds, right? Kai Bao and Spider during the regular season too, both of those players come 50-50 out of each of their fights, basically. Neither of them really has dominated the other one, and it just comes down to like this 50-50 split between them. And Kai Bao is a very talented player. The thing with Wolves Kai Bao is he plays even better when his back's against the wall, and that's where he is right now today. He has to perform in all of these games if he has any chance to climb that leaderboard and walk up to even challenge WBG Spider for the World Championship. We're going to turn our attention now, though, to VNGC's Roy Hehe going head-to-head with Wang Liang here in the realm of Yang. Roy trying to lock down on to Wang Liang. Wang Liang trying to come in with the dual blades. Roy not having any of it. We're going to see the ultimate come out here from the Tarka as Wang Liang backs off looking for a heal, knowing that Roy's doing the same inside the F3 here. Wang Liang using that classic Tarka spear, jump right click, trying to set something up here onto Roy's, not able to find it, is going to swap to the greatsword instead. Now just needs to tap dodge these. Actually going to use the F to burn and bait out some of the hits from the ultimate here. Roy's going to end early, not wanting to just sit there in an uncomfortable position. Unfortunately for Roy, we're going to see the spear come back out from Wang Liang, and that's going to be it as Roy gets sent back out into the world with Yang depletion. Wang Liang comes out on top and is going to get themselves that lovely buff as well as some much needed loot, and we're likely going to see the Vermilion Birds might come through there on to Wang Liang here very soon. The same with GD's T225, and we, of course, there it is, Vermilion Birds might coming through there on to Wang Liang. The King outside opting to try to come over here and look for one of those Morse blessings. WBG Spider going to find themselves on the receiving end of T225. T225 here with a legendary dagger as well as that purple armor, going to be giving Spider a run for their money after Spider was just eliminated by Wolves Kaibao. Spider's going to need to give them the slip and opts to come up here into Eventide, and this is where we often see Spider lose players when they are on the chase for Spider. Spider knows Eventide Temple like the back of their hand. The problem is our number 2 contender coming in here is Orion's Tryhard, and they are hungry to eliminate Spider. Every game that they eliminate Spider early is an even bigger chance for them to be able to come out on top and take that championship. Turning our attention now to MPG's Dubai and Wolves Kaibao. Let's see if Kaibao is able to come out on top yet again.
Let's see how they're going to be able to put all of this down fourth with more of this momentum here as Dubai is going to get a nice little switcheroo coming in from Kaibao. As Kaibao is going to be able to send him right on the backside towards the rock as the nunchucks are just going to put absolute damage onto Dubai. Kaibao says, welcome to my clip reel. I appreciate you being a part of my highlight reel. Say hi to YouTube. Click. Meanwhile, Roy Hee is going to be able to catch us in a very interesting situation here. Again, very similar. Roy Hee playing with that aggression, the same aggression that a lot of people have been asking Roy Hee to bring. Meanwhile, Zin is not going to go out without a fight, ends up backing off. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get a quick retreat. Looks like he does find a shield. The question is it enough for the shield to reset? And it looks like it's not going to be enough. Either that or he didn't have enough timing to do it. As Jin, it looks like, oh no, Jin actually did get the shield swap. Okay. Actually ends up getting the shield swap there. Looks like it might have been a little bit of a lag as Zin gonna try to dodge this maneuver. Roy Hee is gonna be able to go for the repair. Then gonna give him the opportunity as he's gonna be able to rotate this around. Tries to see if maybe he can find him on the inside, but sadly isn't able to. Meanwhile, Zin's able to fight this out as Roy Hee is gonna be able to shut him down. Beautiful recovery from Zin, not getting caught by the spear's Reza. Well played coming in from Zin. The fast recovery can be very, very vital in a lot of these situations there, especially after the parries too. The quick recovery is just absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Spider caught in a tough situation here, dangerously low, is gonna have to maneuver around. And I mean, look at the man. The man, there's a reason why we call him Spider though, because he can move and he can get out of many different situations. He can crawl from wall to wall, to roof to statue to statue, like he is an absolute spider. Meanwhile, Roy Hee, what happened? Zin is able to go through with the turnaround here and shut it down right before we came back and was able to claim the elimination onto Roy Hee. Roy Hee gets eliminated with 2 eliminations, 11 points. It's going to be tough for him to try to see if he can get anything even within the top 10 of this. Meanwhile, Spider just trying to hold strong and stay alive. He is in top place. He doesn't necessarily need to force many fights as much as he needs to. He has 1 elimination. That's all he really needs. Meanwhile, Wang Liang has 5 eliminations. Where did he come from? Huh? Meanwhile, Zay has 3 eliminations. Again. Huh?
Look, Wang Liang is one of those players, right? They absolutely have the capability to dominate games. We saw it during the group stages, we saw it during the qualifiers, and we saw it during season 2, and we also saw it during season 1. Season 1, Wang Liang was an absolute menace in the pro league. You gave that man a pair of nunchucks and you watched him go. Speaking of absolute menaces right now, VL Zay here playing edge guard on the edge of the zone here with ASE's Jin. Jin has struggled this game, and I knew they would. You know, you pick Ziping Yang into this current meta. Ziping wants to play slow. Ziping got massive nerfs before the start of the season. That meter dump going to come through. Zay going to find the F3 though, and that's going to be it for Aces Jin, unfortunately. And we saw it, right? We saw players experiment with it during the group stage. We saw players experiment with it during the World's qualifiers, and every single time players picked up Ziping Yang, they absolutely did nothing. They were some of the first players eliminated. They put no points on the board, and I'm not shocked whatsoever to see Aces Jin doing the same thing here on Ziping. And I don't even think it's a skill issue here for Jin. I think the hero just doesn't mesh well with this meta whatsoever. So it's an unfortunate choice on the part of Aces Jin to bring Ziping in to this particular matchup. It will open up some more hero options for them throughout the day, but for this particular game, they're going to walk away with a big fat 0 to start the day off. As we see Wang Liang once again going into a realm of Yang here, getting ready to go head to head here with GBL Xin. Xin on a back foot almost immediately here, and Wang Liang looking to try to shut this down into the uppercut. Can't go for the infinite just yet, because unfortunately Xin did still have one blade left, was able to use that gold to get away from the follow-up. Wang Liang knew it was going to come and didn't even bother to go for the follow-up, just let them waste the blade. But now Wang Liang is kind of in a sticky situation here, where Xin is just being able to use skywalking and extra movement to stay away and burn this Tarka ultimate out. They still have their own ultimate available to them. They've got the Swapperoonie here. They just need to find an advantageous position to use it in and not end up here in the Tarka Infinite. Tarka's still going, still trying to make it happen here. That ult is going to run out, and now they're back to equal footing. Xin going to have that F ability back, not for a hot minute here, but they do have their ultimate available. They need to make something happen quickly, because there's only 9 seconds left in the realm of Yang, and if neither player here pick up the elimination, they're going to time out, and both of them are going to pick up the Yang depletion, and unfortunately, there it is. Both players are going to be sent back into the world with Yang depletion, and Wang Liang and Xin are put on a very short timer, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, to find themselves a Soul Bloom Essence. And there's only 5 players left in this lobby. Dobby, I know you thought this was going to be a much slower paced lobby, but I told you the aggression was going to come out. And surely, as we enter zone 3 with only 5 players left alive, I was not wrong.
Only 5 players left. Could be 7, depending on if they end up getting the resurrections and stuff like that. But obviously, yes, you are right. It was going to be highly aggressive, and honestly, I was just like, hey, I wanted to be the devil's advocate just for this one game, and maybe I was going to be right. But turns out, what? That's fine if I'm wrong. Okay, bro. Because sometimes I can't always be right like you. Okay. As long as I can't always be right, it's okay. I can accept that. Thank you. Meanwhile, going right back into it, we're going to see one of the replays from earlier here in the realm as the King NT225 was fighting this out. I mean, it's been an absolute reset coming in from the Yorihime and the Whoosh, and just being able to send them back all the way towards the other side. And he says, see you later. I'm curious, though. Has anyone ever accidentally run through the ring and then just wasn't able to get the gold loot?
No.
Can you imagine if you ran through it by accident? Meanwhile, Wang Liang is going to be able to fight this out here with APF. I just thought that was just be funny. Like, can you imagine you went through all that work just to win, and then you go through it by accident because you thought it wouldn't appear, and then it did, and you're just like, oh no. Meanwhile, APF is going to try to see maybe he can get a claim off of elimination. No, Wang Liang dangerously low here. APF is also in a lower 10 as T25 doesn't even care that the ulti is going down here. AP just being able to push the force and making it so much harder to try to see if he can claim it. And now here goes the chase between both players here. Wang Liang's going to try to see if he can intercept towards the front side, trying to make it to where he can get a free elimination and a free kill here. But T25 is on the move, but APF is not going to make it easy. Meanwhile, WBG Spider just claimed an elimination here. APF is dangerously low, is going to catch him on the inside of this corner here. The question is, can Wang Liang come through and surprise him? Maybe he can, but no, T25 is able to snatch it in just the nick of time, as Wang Liang actually able to get the Soul Bloom Essence, and now Wang Liang is still back in the game. He literally went to go get exactly what he needed. He just needed the Soul Essence, and now he's back in the game. a lot better. And now we're back at it again, trying to see if maybe you can keep anything up. But he's got the gold katana. He's got blue bow. Spider nearby, just claiming elimination earlier. So Spider, definitely feeling good.
Spider 2 eliminations under his belt here, was eliminated early by Kai Bao and found himself up top in Eventide Temple being chased by Tryhard and a few other players. Actually is able to get Tryhard low as the other players end up fighting each other. Yeah, we're actually going to turn back to that exact fight here. We're going to see the swap come out, and Spider gonna come in. Look at this, that scale rush, able to quite literally sneak the kill out from underneath T225. And this is classic WBG Spider here. And you know, again, Eventide Temple really being Spider's territory. It seems like every time he's on the run, he struggles to escape unless he's in Eventide. If he's in Eventide, he knows Eventide like the back of his hand. He knows all the places he can move. He can scale rush, how to dip in and out and just get players to move away from him in ways that benefit him hugely. As we cut back and see Spider pick up his second elimination of the game there onto WBG's. And Spider in a bit of an interesting situation right now, though. Spider very used to being the person at the head of the lobby in terms of kills coming into these late games. But at the moment, Spider with only 2 eliminations is pretty much in the back of the pack. Him and T225 matched up with 2 each, whereas Kai Bao has 3, Wang Liang has 5, and VLZ still holding on with 4 eliminations of their own as well. This has been a very interesting matchup here, and it's going to be a very interesting final circle. Things are going to slow down dramatically at this point, as there are only 5 players left alive, and nobody wants to get caught out in a third party. That said, WBG Spider, I do believe getting hit by the Bane's Breath is actually going to be eliminated by it. GG's T225 picks up WBG Spider off the back of a Bane's Breath.
All right, first of all, where'd the Bane's Breath come from? Who called it? Huh? What happened? Who do we got to talk to?
T225 called it in.
Did T2? That was rude. No, he didn't.
No, wait,
no,
what?
He didn't. He got hit.
How did he get the elimination?
No, he didn't.
No, this is a natural Bane's Breath. T225 just hit WBG Spider. So even though Spider dies to the Bane's Breath, since
the elimination
T225
is claimed by him.
Yeah, because he had done enough damage. That was actually just a natural Bane's Breath coming down from the Banes running out and nobody having bought them. Wow, what a terrible way for WBG Spider to go. What was he even doing in that Bane's Breath?
He probably just didn't think that Bane's Breath was just going to hit him. The sheer confidence, man. Sometimes you got to have the confidence to be like, it ain't going to hit me. And then it does, and you're like, oh. My bad. Wow, that's unfortunate. You're like, wow, that's not, that's tough. Even with all of that, though, still going to be able to work that in and dial it in. It's been all over the place so far here. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going here. As sadly, Spider's going to be eliminated with those 2 eliminations, but Wang Liang up top with those 5 eliminations. But peep game, though. Zay with those 4 eliminations really holding on for as long as he needs to. And Kai Bao with the 3 eliminations, able to keep the momentum strong here as he ends up getting pushed by T225 here. T225 really trying to switch it up here, wanting to claim some eliminations here of his own. He already has at least a couple, and he's going to corner him on the inside, but Kai Bao ends up getting shut down disrespectfully by T225. T225 eliminated him like he owed him money. He's like, well, my money. Where's the money? Where's the money, Lebowski? Looks like he's going to be able to shut that one down. Absolutely insane coming in from T25. I'm a little scared. I feel like T25 also has something to prove. And clearly, with that elimination, he clearly does with 4 eliminations now, tying up Zay, 1 elimination to tie up Wang Liang. This is going to be a fun little circle here. We have T225, we have Wang Liang, we have Zay, the top 3 players. And I think that they know that they're all close by here. I can't wait to see who's going to be able to hold this down. T225 getting shown on the map because Wang Liang is going to be able to hit the bell. Now T225 is going to find Zay, and Zay gets found. It looks like now they might be able to try to see if they can go for it. The F3 comes in from Yodohime. Yodohime is going to try to see if maybe they can try to get some shield off as well. It doesn't look like they had the time to, as T225 was able to keep the pressure right in front. T225 able to get some massive damage onto the dagger here, keeping it so dangerously close. He's going to be able to go for the reset for the Wushin, and I think he knows that's going to be a gate GG's for Zay. Zay getting shut down with that. Now T25 has eyes on his prize, and that's the #1 spot of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, that's $800 on the line here just for a first place finish, and Wang Liang also wants it for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Wang Liang, T25, both waiting it out here, trying to see if they can connect the daggers. Wang Liang pops open his ulti. Immediately is going to pressure in, hopefully trying to see if maybe he can get some fire hits and those fire ticks to keep the damage very, very low on the T225. Meanwhile, Wang Liang is going to go back on towards the second section of the roof. Immediately goes for the reshield. T225 already up top here, ready to go. Wants to fight this out, trying to see if he can find him. He hears the audio of the grapples, knows that he's up top. He sees the bell gets rung. He knows what's going on here as he does get hit by, it seems like it looks like the pistol. Scale Rush comes in all the way up top here. It's going to put pressure right on the Wang Liang here. And here comes this fight that we've been waiting for. Oh no! Wang Liang's going to drop all the way down towards the bottom. If you hit the bell again, Wang, you know where he is. You don't need to hit the bell again. Meanwhile, T225 gonna try to see if maybe he can dish out any type of damage here with the pistol. T225 playing it's really small and smart towards this one, knowing Wang Liang is a very dangerous player there, but all he has to do is catch him in the wrong combo here. The defense step coming in from Wang Liang, trying to make sure that the hits doesn't hit. Combos waiting it out, and here comes the parries. Also trying to see if they can connect something, but sadly he's not able to. Wang Liang is going to get absolutely paid for it by that. Nice defense coming in on both sides as Wang Liang ends up getting parried immediately towards that, forcing him to pop another ulti. Immediately, T25 is going to go for the chase, immediately not giving him any form of time to try to wait, but oh no, ends up getting hit by the fire trail, and it gives him enough time for Wang Liang to be able to pop a heal, and now he has time to pop a little bit of a shield, trying to see if he can get any type of maneuvering towards this. Meanwhile, it looks like T25 is trying to see if maybe he can get some maneuvering hits, but it's not going to be able to with that bow. He's going to have to come face to face with him. And now, here we go again. A nice little reset. T25 making it a lot harder. Trying to see if he can catch him in the ulti, but sadly is unable to. Wang Liang is able to get away in just in the nick of time, so that way he doesn't get caught between the hour of time. Meanwhile, back at it, Wang Liang trying to show a threatening face with that massive sword here, trying to hold on with the defensiveness. All he needs is one massive hit, is not able to though. T25 keeping the pressure right in front of Wang Liang, not giving him much space to try to see if he can get any form of heals at all. Dangerously low, Wang Liang has got to fight this out, but T25 is going to be able to set the pressure and put it all the way on Wang Liang, and T25 is going to claim our game #1 or 7 of our finals.
T225, this player absolutely huge. Don't get me wrong, I miss seeing GD's Donkwing play both trios and solos, right, for Team GD here, but they made a smart decision by bringing in another solo player so that Donkwing can really focus on the trios for Team GD, which has been working out well for them in the World Championship here. And T225, this is just an absolutely clean player here, and it goes into that fight at a negative with Wang Liang, because when Wang Liang comes in, he had just finished up the fight with Zay, and he had burnt his ultimate to guarantee the elimination onto Zay, whereas when Wang Liang comes in, Wang Liang has gold armor over him, has a gold katana, is playing Tarka, and has ulti available. T225 just plays a much cleaner game, and as good as a player as Wang Liang is, he's just not able to overcome the good, clean mechanics from T225, who just absolutely dominates this final circle, plays one heck of a Wu Chen, and I hope we get to see Wu Chen come out from him again today, because his ability to land those ultis, get the swaps, and put himself in an advantageous position is huge, and man, it's just so much fun to watch. I can't wait to see it happen again.
I think Wang Liang is the villain of our story. I think his frustration is kind of set in a little bit here. It sucks to see, but you can definitely tell that a little bit of the pressure and the frustration of these games are getting to him with every elimination that gets claimed on him, and kind of all over the place here with it. But Wang Liang has been an absolute very powerful character, but sadly it's just he's still been able to kind of put it together here, and he's just been struggling. It's been tough to see, knowing that Wang Liang is one of our most powerful players for our Naraka Blade Point Championship. I mean, obviously he's powerful because he's here, but he's just been struggling in the later games here from a lot of these circles. And I mean, obviously still getting that second place is going to be very, very helpful for him. But sadly, with those lower amounts of eliminations, it's still going to be a little harder for him to climb to the much higher regions the way that we usually see. Now, let's talk about T225. He robbed everybody. It was a massacre. I don't know where T225 came from, but that man became an exterminator. Immediately said,
well, T25, he just played a really clean game, honestly. In the early game, he picks up one elimination. He heads into the realm of Yang the second time around. He's not able to the first time. Somebody else snatches the realm out from underneath of him. The second time around, he goes in, he wins his fight, and it's a super clean fight that he's able to win inside the realm of Yang. Post that, he just plays the end game very, very well. He knows where to position and when to position. He knows when to pop those ultimates on Wu Chen and to make the most of them here. And we're going to see TT25 take that first place with 6 eliminations and a 12.4 game score. Wang Liang, not that far behind with 5 eliminations and a 10 game score. He's climbed all the way from his 10th place position on the leaderboard up to about 5th place. This is a huge game for Wang Liang, and likewise, EU's Zay VL here, able to pick up 4 eliminations and a 7.2 game score, has climbed out of the bottom 8 into the top 8. Huge game for him as well. Wolves Kaibao, a little bit more of a disappointing game here, a 5.4. This is the kind of consistency we see for Kaibao, but he hasn't had the pop-off game. He really, really needs to start making that climb up the leaderboard. WBG Spider picks up 2 eliminations and a 3.9 game score here. But the big thing of note is that WBG Spider has got to be happy about this, because the one of the 2 eliminations he got was Tryhard. He kept Tryhard from putting any more points on the board this round, and that's really the only player that has a great chance of catching up to him. So he's feeling pretty good right now, but we can't take away from GD's T225 here with a 21,000 damage game. And 6 eliminations, 12,000 of that damage coming through from the dagger. Doesn't have a single legendary Soul Jade, just plays good, clean Naraka. Comes out on top here, and man, what a game it is here for T225.
Man, he put in work. That's what I like to see coming out of T225. We haven't really seen a very powerful performance coming out of him, at least within these games, in a minute. Especially a very threatening game, the way that he played it tonight, okay? He eliminated every person that was in his way in these last few games. Absolutely shut it down and was making it a lot harder for everybody else to try to see if they could do anything. T225 played that absolutely incredible, and that's exactly what I need to see out of every other player. I want to see the W key action. I want to see that aggressiveness, and he made it to where he didn't let anyone else let up. He had them all sweating. He had them all dripping with sweat like a Key and Peele meme. Just sweat drip all the way down. And that's how you got to be able to put the pressure on some of these players here. And even with Spider getting eliminated a little bit earlier, surprisingly a lot earlier than expected. Definitely a rough start, but it's okay. But that is a big, big game coming in from Zay with that 3rd place, getting those points the way that he did here. It's a good look for him as well here. So let's see if they're going to be able to hold it all the way towards that end, because like we said, Zay, 7.2, massive points for him. Meanwhile, everybody else that was at the tops ended up getting much lower than him. So as long as he tries to get those points and just keeps climbing little by little by little, he's in that 9th, 10th place slot right here. He really could end up, like we said before, I talked about it before. We get to the point where even with our standings, right? Sometimes, yes, it is about to get that 100 grand, but you can go from getting $5,000, you pop off with that one game, you might walk away with 35. We got another interview to show you guys really quick. So while I go count this cash that I'm gonna be giving to everybody, go ahead and get to your thing. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And Zay is ready there, and let's connect to the Singapore. Hi Zay, nice to meet you. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Zay. So first, let's do a quick self-introduction to our audience.
Hello everyone, I'm Zay from Team Volume.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And because it's the last day of the grand final, it seems like game one. I think you have very good performance. So how's it going? How you think of the game one?
Yeah, the game one went really well. I'm really excited for the next couple of games. If I keep playing like this, I think I can make it to top 5, so that will be my goal for today.
Yeah, I also think you have very good behavior today, and also because in the final circle in the end of the game, it's like you are fighting with a Wu Chen, and the Wu Chen is using the V2 Wu Chen. And for these days, like in the final race, we saw V2 Wu Chen, and also sometimes we saw some player they are using the V3 Wu Chen. So I would like to know how you think about this.
Well, the V2 is basically a more aggressive version. Like if you want to be more aggressive, use the V2. If you want to survive longer, use the V3. And players like T225, like he's a great player. He knows that of himself. So he's using the V2 to secure the kills. And he also knew that like in round 1, a lot of Yotos. People will play a lot of Yoto. And V2 counters that because as you saw, I tried to use my ultimate. But then he swapped me and killed me. So
Yeah, I see. This is really a pity at the last of the game, and also I think maybe it's because the selection of the hero. So I would like to say good luck because we still have the rest of game, and good luck, Zay, and we will see you later. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the interview today for the game one, and we are all looking forward to the rest of game. And let's take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League as we're going to lock it in for our game number 8 for our solos. There has been so much momentum coming into this, and obviously T225 is going to be the victor of our game number 7 for tonight. And obviously moving into the next game, now we're going to be rotating in towards Holoroth, as now Holoroth is going to be our centerpiece for our next game here. And obviously for solos, switches up the format, switches up the playing field, switches up how people play. And I think now we're going to see how people can really utilize a lot of these very powerful characters in a map that so far, I think now people have been really starting to get familiar with. I think now there's a bit of a comfortableness. Now people are starting to get used to it. And I think now is where we're really going to see how people are going to be able to play it at the highest level, knowing that tonight is the night. Y'all got to put it down tonight. There is no other time, there is no other options, there is no backup plan, there is no day 2, day 3. Now or never. And that's exactly what T25 did in our last game. It was definitely a now, and it was never or never, as he was able to lock in a secured amount of eliminations and a first place finish in style. So let's see how we're going to be able to bag this one up heading towards a plumbed castle. But before we do that, which hero does Zay pick in solo game 7? Yodohime, Wushin, Tarka, or Z Ping? Pick your answers now in chat for your chance to win some nice exclusive goodies from Naraka Blade Point.
Yeah, this one's going to be pretty easy for you guys. This is a very highlighted moment towards the end of the game here that happens between Zay and T225. So you should be able to lock in an answer here. Get yourself a Lotus Treasure. Make sure you're watching your Whisper Box, because if you are selected as one of the winners, we're going to send some goodies your way here on Twitch. But as we get ready to lock in for game number 2 here, we're going to talk about the diverse hero picks that we saw in game 1. This is just something very, very different coming out from these players here. Typically, we see lobbies full of very, very similar heroes, maybe 1 or 2 deviations, but everybody here opting to kind of play something a little bit different. And it was a fresh take to get to see that coming through. And I'm curious to see if that trend continues going through the night. Now, that said, here into game number 2 over to Holoroth, I'm expecting to see a lot of Takeda, probably a couple of Tarkas as well. Maybe we'll get some surprises in here, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Takeda heavy lobby here on our first game of Holoroth, and I'm excited to see it play out, because Takeda is always a lot of fun to watch. These players really make great use of that ultimate. They know how to take control of the neutral. They know how to make things happen with Takeda as a hero, and we love to see it. Taking a look here at VL's Zay. Zay off the back of a fairly decent game 1 for himself here. Looking to come in and look at this, has been able to claw his way into the top 8. He wasn't that far from it to begin with. He was in 10th place. So 2 positions moving up is a fairly good start to the day for VL's Zay here, as an EU player breaks in to the top 8 players in the World Championship. I know he's going to be fairly proud of himself, but he needs to stay locked in and to focus. There's still 5 more games to play, and anything can happen in any one of those games. Speaking of which, before we come in and lock in for our second game of the day, we've got a short video for you guys.
Well, the first day I felt quite bad. I was quite disappointed in myself placing that low. I didn't have that much expectations because the scrims weren't also going that well. But one scrim went really well, so I knew I had it in me. And then the second day, a miracle happened. And yeah, I qualified. So I'm really happy. Being a software engineer definitely helped in playing Naraka, because software engineering is all about problem solving, and the same logic-wise thinking you also apply in Naraka. I used to practice Kung Fu a couple of years ago. Sadly, right now I have a knee injury, but I used to practice Kung Fu for like 6 to 7 years, so I learned to do the Kung Fu kick there. Yes, learning Kung Fu definitely helped me as a player, because Kung Fu teaches discipline and focus, which I need during the games. I learned it from a Cantonese Kung Fu school, and the style that we practice is Liu Hanmeng.
We gotta love our boy VLZ here. you know, talking about not only how his job as a software engineer helps him with his decision making here in Naraka, but also the fact that he said you can catch these hands in Naraka or outside of Naraka, because I've been practicing that kung fu and I'm ready to give it to you on the stage and off the stage. Zay, the man of many talents, coming in and having a much better game one today. I'm excited to see his growth as a player over these next 5 games, because one of the beautiful things about getting to cast so much Naraka is watching these players grow right in front of your face. Every single game, you see players who are getting better as games progress. With every single fight, you see them learn more about the game in ways you never thought they would, and we love to see that here. As we lock in for game number 2, we take a look at all of our players. Everybody focused up and ready to lock in here. As no surprises here. Lots of Takeda. We are going to see a Tarka come out from Hongfly, which I expected to see at least 1 to 2 Tarkas here. We're going to see Luren Kinglock and Tarka, a couple more Takedas across the board, including WBG Spider, who's going to be locking in there on the Takeda. Dubai going to be locking in Tarka with 3 Takedas across the board here. It seems like it's 3 Takedas, 1 Tarka every time we come across the board. Again, 3 Takedas, 1 Tarka. It is exactly 4 Tarkas, and the rest of our lobby is going to be Takedas. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Dobby, tell me about what's going on with this map.
Oh, yeah, the map is going to be very, very unforgiving here, as it looks like Spider and Kai Bao might be able to run back their fight. Down at the very bottom, Mir and Matab. Meanwhile, Zin and Yeran is going to be on the top left Spectre here. Looks like Matab is going to be found by a couple other people, and Ego and APF might be fighting it out here at the favorite of Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, Zay, Dubai, Jin, the King, and 2 other players are also going to be landing all the way in Plum Castle. Nobody's going to be near City of Tang. Nobody's going to be near Moonfall Pass. And nobody is going to be, surprisingly, at Infermo Village. Infermo Village has probably been one of the favorite places to land here in Holleroff. So to see nobody landing all the way on that top right section here is honestly very, very surprising. Even the place over at the massive tree nearby, that Okin Chasm is also another place that surprisingly nobody's really been landing there, as well as Spider's going to be able to claim the first elimination of our game number 8. Spider going to be able to lock this down here for our World Championships. It's just making it smooth, and it's not making it easy for everybody else.
I want to talk about this as we watch this fight break out here between Wang Liang and Orion's Tryhard. It's literally been the case since we got to the group stages. It's like game 1, Wolves Kai Bao will start the game out by killing WBG Spider off the rip, which is what we saw last game. And then game 2, we see WBG Spider pick up an elimination off of Wolves Kai Bao, which has just happened yet again. The story between these 2 players and this 50-50 matchup is just such an incredible thing to watch. And I wish that after we crown the world champion and everything, we could just drop them in to some 1v1s and just be like best, you know, whatever, 7 out of 12 or how many ever games it is, just to see if they can go ahead and solve this rivalry that we've seen develop over these games, where it's just like, no, I'm going to take a kill off you first, and then we're going to flip the script and they take a kill off in the next round. I love it. It's just such good storytelling coming from these players. GBL's in here going to pick up an elimination on EWG's Yiran in the early game here. GD's TT25, our MVP from last game, a little on the back foot here. No armor to their name after Spider starts to give chase. They are able to find a little bit of a reset onto the blue armor that they're carrying here, but Spider is going to find himself a fly just finding its way into his web, and is going to be forced to give up the chase onto GD's TT25 here, except GD225 has got his reset and is happy to come back in, and Spider who looks to set the trap, finds himself stuck between a Fly and GD's T225. And Huang Fly coming in here with the Tarka ultimate, trying to lock down Spider. Spider going to return the favor with the Takeda ultimate, and T225 more than happy to give chase to whoever he thinks he can get his hands on here, turning it to Baoda's Huang Fly, who he knows ult is going to run out very soon here. Spider has found his way down below here in Matab and has found himself a reset. All three of these players playing a little bit of the back and forth. Nobody yet able to claim an elimination off of one of the others.
Even with this one as well, T25, our winner from our last game here, trying to push onward towards Spider. T25 claimed the elimination off of Spider just the last game. Like you said, it was that 1v1, and he's absolutely decimating yet again, putting the price onto Spider and putting the head on a spear and shuts it down with the katana, making it so much harder here. T25 on a rip-roaring spree. Is this the pop-off game that we love to see? Is this the time where T25 actually takes this home and shuts everyone down and says, I am better than all of you? Meanwhile, Tryhard is going to be able to push this onto the King. The King trying to hold on together, but a Wang Ling actually is going to claim the elimination onto Tryhard, actually getting a little bit of some payback there, as I know he's gotten eliminations off of Wang Liang many times here, so it's definitely a nice little sigh of relief to claim that elimination. Meanwhile, the King wants to get some payback. You stole my elimination, now it's time for me to take yours. As now Wang Liang is going to try to see if he can back off. The King is going to keep that same pressure, is going to try to keep the burn tick hitting onto Wang Liang. The Takeda is going to come through, but the King is going to dodge it. Being really smooth all the way towards this rotation. Takeda is going to throw out their F. Going to try to see if maybe they can hold on as far as best as they need to here. Meanwhile, Wang Liang dangerously low, trying to dance around this one, being dangerously low here, has the opportunity, but the flames are going to be able to ignite the fire that burns Wang Liang to the ground, as the King is going to claim the elimination onto Wang Liang. Ooh, that was smooth. That was smooth what I just said. That was freestyle, just off the dome. That was so smooth.
We turn our attention now to GBL Zin going head-to-head with OUGs at the King. And, you know, King's got a lot of work to put in here to live up to the name change, right? He changes from Luren King to the King, and he claims that the change is because he's going to be the World Championship champion here. He will be the King of Solos Naraka, and unfortunately, he finds himself in 11th place right now. He's off to a good tear in the early game here for game number 2 for the day. 3 eliminations thus far, but he still has a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to the likes of WBG Spider. Zin gets put into a massive uppercut combo and just completely locked down in the corner, and we're going to see OG's the King gain yet another elimination. 4 eliminations here. King has a lot of work to do, but he is showing us he's not afraid to come in and try to make that work happen.
Absolutely not here, as it looks like we're going to see the rotation of the circle slowly starting to close in. Still got a little bit more time left before the chests start to show up here, as Dubai and Demo is going to be able to fight this out and keep the same aggression pushing in. Meanwhile, Dubai is going to try to see if he can back out of this rotation. He doesn't have the best shield on him. He has great weapons on him. Those dual purple blades, very dangerous, but that gray shield is not going to be too much protection, as Demo is going to use that to his advantage here. Demo is going to be able to push on this. It's the scale rush, is able to get a nice little hit off of this one. Dubai being forced to use their ulti. Trying to see if maybe they can use some burn marks here, but it gives Dubai just enough space to try to see if maybe he can back out of this fight. As Dubai is going to try to see if maybe he can hold on strong. Trying to get away from all of this momentum and madness here. Trying to separate as fast as possible. But Demo playing the long game. Oh no, actually missed out on the tree. Might have been just exactly what he needed to be able to get away here. All he needed is just a little bit of a mistake here. It looks like Demo might have given him the opportunity. Meanwhile, Spider and Yeron inside here, and T25 and Zay are going to be able to fight this out. I need to see this T25 and Zay fight. Here we go. Gale Rush comes through. T25 trying to see if maybe you can get them hits with the cannon. Both of them are going to try to see if they can push towards it. Scale Rush coming in from T25, trying to see if he can get an airborne hit, and he does. is able to capture a nice little hit. The Takeda comes through from Zay, is going to get a nice little slash on the T25. He has the heavy sword. He's going to try to see if he can get some impact right onto T25. T25 not going out without a fight. The beautiful right click connects right to Zay. Zay half heals, gone. The beautiful jump hit as T25 is going to shut down Zay deep in his prime in the realm of Yang.
Oh, the jump parry coming out from GD's TT25 here is just so clean. He lands the grapple and instantaneously as he's in range, jump parries, and Zay just lets it rip in his face. An unfortunate turn of events for Zay, but TT25 continues just to play super clean Rocket, and I love to see it as we see Demo and Huangfly continue to go head to head here. Demo trying to pick up the elimination onto Huangfly, and Huangfly with the ultimate running out here needs to be very careful as he looks for a place to find some sort of a reset. Is going to go up underneath the stairs, give himself a little bit of a Spider-Man hang. Demo very nearby, but isn't quite able to find where Huangfly has gone. OUG's the king going head to head here with BWG's APF. APF gonna pop the ultimate, and King going to be more than happy to follow this up here with the Tarka ultimate, takes the ult there from APF and just turns it around with an elbow, instantly taking control back of the neutral and finding himself yet another elimination. VLZ on that Yang depletion needs to pick up an elimination here. Demo does not want to give it to him. Zay trying to make it happen, but the burn from the elbow is going to eliminate Zay here, and unfortunately that's going to be it for Zay here in game number 2. Now turning our attention back to Battlehouse Huangfly, who's going head to head with EWG's Yiran. Yiran opting to back away here, and Huangfly just trying to stay airborne, get himself some distances. He's running low on resources. He doesn't want to hyper commit to this fight. Now we go back to King yet again, who has 7 eliminations right now. King is on an absolute tear. I said he had work to put in, and he is putting it in as we speak. 17 Jails Ego and the King both back off and opt for a reset here, but King is hungry. He's going to continue to hunt these players down. We're just into zone 2, getting ready to collapse onto zone 3, and we're down to 9 players left alive. Almost half the lobby has been completely eliminated thus far, and it's only going to get more intense as we see that next set of Realms of Yang get ready to spawn here. Many of these players going to go head to head with each other. Yiran here needs to find an elimination as he still has that Yang depletion. He's going to find Rin's Master Demo. Demo going to catch him with the uppercut here. Oh my goodness, Yiran going extremely low. Pops the ultimate, isn't quite able to find an out just yet. Demo pops their ult as well. Goes into Yiran's ultimate though. Demo finds the elbow. Yiran with the dual blades. The burn tick going down. Demo needs a single shot, and Yiran just needs to find an out because he doesn't have an ultimate left, and Demo does. But the problem is Yiran's on that Yang depletion. He has a minute and 36 seconds to find any sort of elimination. He just has to go hard here. He's trying to find it with the scale rushes. Demo doesn't want to let it happen. Demo tries to use that charge left click into the door, tries to bait Yiran into the scale rush. Yiran doesn't fall for it. Demo will find the elimination, and that's going to be it for EWG's Yiran.
Yiran playing the advantage the way that he can here. Meanwhile, Spider going to be able to, that was a long drop. I really thought it was going to end, and it didn't. T25 coming into this, but the King coming in with 7 eliminations. There's 7 players left alive in this circle. T25 playing to the advantage the way that he needs to here. Has been playing an absolute spectacular game here. Do you realize? Look at the overall leaderboard. He is slowly closing in on Spider, 42.8. He's already in second place.
Yeah, T225 has just been playing good, clean Naraka. That last game bought him second place here onto the leaderboard. He wasn't that far behind everybody else. So one good game really brings him back into the position to be able to potentially take the championship here. And he continues to play strong Naraka. And the thing is not only does he have good mechanical knowledge, but his decision making, his macro gameplay is on point. He very rarely makes a mistake, and he's able to capitalize on other players' mistakes massively. And we see here Dubai has found Huang Fly. Huang Fly able to turn it around though, picks up another elimination for themselves, but he needs to be very quick about this reset, because as we saw, Master Demo picks up a bounty onto Huang Fly. And Huang Fly needs to go ahead and get out of here before Demo shows up and is able to start that fight instantly. Now turning here, we're going to see the fight that broke out between WBG Spider and EWG's Yiran in the realm of Yang earlier, and how Spider was able to come out on top of Yiran. And I mean, honestly, it was just a slaughter here. Yiran, I think, got maybe one clank in onto Spider, and that was it. Spider just absolutely decimating him. And unfortunately, we see as well, Yiran goes down to Demo after that, as he's unable to bounce back from the Yang depletion. GD TT25 here with the legendary dual blades and purple armor, looking really good. 4 eliminations under their belt again, but I mean, in the current moment, we gotta give it up to Lurin King. Lurin King, aka the King, with 7 eliminations, has climbed all the way from the bottom 8 into the top 8 off the back of this one game, and it's not even over yet. Here we go, WBG Spider and TT25 going head to head yet again. It's gonna be interesting to see how they clean this up. Spider definitely hungry for a little bit of payback, right? Spider gets hit by the Bane's Breath in last game. Because of that, TT25 sees where he's at, goes in, knocks him across the map and into yet another hit from the Bane's Breath, and you know Spider is reeling from that. He's not happy about being eliminated in that way, and TT25 needs to find any sort of a reset here to keep himself in the game. Both of them have burnt their ultimates here, and they are looking to just go ahead and go for that reset. Spider wasn't quite confident in closing that gap there, as one hit in either direction would have turned that fight on its head for either player. But Demo shows up and is more than happy to pressure onto Spider, and he knows Spider doesn't have his ultimate here. So Demo in a much more advantageous position. He's got these legendary nunchucks, he's on Tarka, he's got his ultimate, and Spider, without their own ultimate, it finds himself in an interesting situation. Spider finds time to not only scale rush, but to pop the bell, so that if he's able to break line of sight here, Demo can't just use the bell to chase him down. That said, Demo does have Mystic Might, so Spider really can't hide here in this given situation. Demo's just going to be able to give chase non-stop. Demo opting to slow down just a little bit to get a pot off will allow Spider to create a huge gap, and it lets Demo decide to back off, do a little bit of shopping, and says, don't worry, Spider, I'm gonna catch you later.
Probably better that way too, knowing that there's still longevity in the rest of this game here with 6 players left. Still have a wide variety of what is going on here. Meanwhile, you still have a very threatening T25 that's been on an absolute assassination spree. Meanwhile, the King looks like we're going to be able to see some of the replays from what happened earlier here as he catches Roy Hee outside of the shield. It gets the fire tick off as well as the other tick as well, and it doesn't even matter because he's going to be able to claim that elimination here. So the King able to claim and do some amazing work here as he has those 7 eliminations to his name in his top 6 overall of these games here. It could be a massive game for him if he ends up getting a couple more eliminations and a dub. It could be a fantastic look for the King. As now we're going to look back at Huang Fly, who's also going to be fighting this out. And it looks like Demo is not going to be able to go for the chase. Waits for the full shield to pop off, but looks like now Demo is just trying to see if maybe he can push forward here. And it looks like he does, as he does not connect with the grapple and just gives him enough of a distance to be able to dip out. So Demo is not going to be able to chase Huang Fly here. A little bit of a lost cause here, as Huang Fly is going to be able to rotate this out, has some good soul jades, and check and make sure you have those Naraka active Steam codes available. If you don't have them, I suggest you link your Naraka account to your Twitch. And also, if you do have it, tell your friends, screenshot this, send them a picture and says, hey, check out one of these codes, check and see if they work. If you don't have the game, get it now. We have been giving away so many active codes. I would only imagine if we had the stats of how many codes we have given out thus far for this game. This is the amazing part of Naraka and showing love to the community. You never really know what you're gonna get out of these codes, but We'd love to be able to give back to the community as much as possible. Thank you guys for making all of this happen and all of it worth it. Demo, all the way on this rotation inside of the cave here. C25 is going to be at the very bottom of this section. Is going to be able to slow down here, and now it's going to be the slow section of this circle so far. Still a lot of momentum here. So, question: do you think Lou the King from OUG has a shot at winning it? What does he need to do? He has the 7 eliminations. He's very high up on the leaderboard. He is currently first place, but he's got to make it all the way towards the end here. What does he got to do?
Look, the King just needs to keep playing the way he's playing, right? He needs to not be over aggressive now that he does have 7 eliminations. Keep in mind, the average number of eliminations in the Pro League and in the World Championship here has been 4 to 5 for a winning player, right? 7 eliminations and a first place finish would be huge. He has to get at least 1 more elimination to get a first place finish. So would be 8 eliminations and a first place finish, right? There's 6 other players left. These zones are getting very, very small. He does not need to force his hand here. He has 7 eliminations. He's put in the work. He just needs to make the most of those eliminations by going as high as he can in the standings. Even if he doesn't take overall first place, it's going to be very hard for any one of these single players to just be able to take it away from him at this point, right? He's so high up in the standings. He's in top 6 with 7 eliminations, and I think the most other eliminations closer to him is 3, right? He has such a huge lead here that he just needs to play safe. He needs to play smart. He needs to look for placement, and he needs to try to pick up the final elimination and get that first place. 8 eliminations in the first place would be a massive start of his climb to be able to try to take back the championship he desperately wants. And I mean, we know he wants it bad. He wants it so bad, he changed his name to The King, because he said he will be the king atop the solo championship here. And we're going to see if that is the case today. There's 4 games after this. This game is his first big pop-off game, and he needs to make some repeats happen if he wants to make that climb happen. But there's no point in making those repeats happen if he doesn't make the most out of this game while he can.
Understandable, as now we're going to look back at the King, who the King is going to be able to hold this out as best as he can here. Wong Fly all the way up top here, trying to hold it together as well here. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can find maybe elimination here with the pistol. Trying to see if he can create any type of damage. Wang Liang is just chilling down below. Hide it out, not really forcing anything. Same thing with Wong Fly. Wong Fly not able to really do too much here, as Wang Liang is going to be able to hit the bow shot. Let's see if he's able to go through with those rotations here and see if he tries to find it. Look at the posters coming in for victory. Well, all the some stuff he did with the map too, absolutely. As we look at the replay here from Ego and Zayd, who are fighting this out here. The daggers coming through. Look at the defense coming in from both sides here, able to play it off. Ego looks like he had the first advantage here coming in from Zay, but Zay was not really able to back it down too much either here. Zay being dangerously low. Oh, the beautiful right click connecting and being able to shut him down. Sends him in a spin whirlwind as Ego claims the elimination off of... I'm going to be honest. I actually thought that... I thought Zay was actually going to win the fight. I'm very surprised. Zay ending that game with 0 eliminations. That's tough coming into our game. Number 8, definitely can't afford a game like that with no eliminations whatsoever, but let's see if we're going to be able to find any more towards this one, as now we're going to be able to push it in and down towards it. See if they can figure that out. As now Spider has a nice little view of Wang Liang. It looks like he had a view of another player here, but he went off screen. Meanwhile, Wong Fly just has a very, very long sight, seeing everybody basically in the section. And look at the King just vibing in a bush. Vibing in a bush. Hey, hey, hey. Vibing in a bush. Hey, 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 hey. Vibing in a bush. Hey, 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 hey.
I mean, King's doing exactly what he needs to be doing here, right?
Exactly.
He's already put in the work. He has the 7 eliminations. There's absolutely no benefit to him to push and try to force a fight here between somebody else. There's too much high ground out here. There's too many players. As soon as he starts a fight, he's going to have to win that fight while 2 or 3 other players take pop shots at him, right? That's not the position he wants to be in. He's in top 6 right now. He wants to be in the top 3 with those 7 eliminations so he can guarantee himself that MVP for the round, to get himself some extra cash, get himself higher up in these rankings. And this has already been a massive game for him. We're talking about a player who was in the bottom 8, right? Now he's in the top 8 by 2 positions. Wolves Kai Bao has been a player who's played extremely consistently. This is the first game we've seen him actually go out with a 0-point game in all of Worlds. Off the back of that, he's been able to maintain the top 8 position. And the King, off the back of having one very, very good game, has actually been able to climb past him. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do to make things happen here. And many of these players are afraid to go out and force a fight here, because look at how open this arena is.
You don't
right?
have to force a fight. You don't have to force a fight. There's no reason for you to realistically force a fight right now, because if you force a fight, everybody is going to jump on the momentum. Everybody is going to jump in on that fight. They're going to try to see if they can claim an elimination. You don't want to get it. You don't want to get claimed this early into the, and then not to say that this is early, but you definitely don't want to get finished the way that they've been getting finished right now. You definitely don't want that.
Yeah, it's for many of these players right now, they are waiting till they are going to be forced by the zone to take fights with each other. The King, unfortunately, right now finds himself going out there in 6th place. He goes out into the open, he gets shot, and unfortunately, as soon as he goes low, too many players taking pop shots. He just wasn't able to find a piece of ground to call his own. He had the tents over here. Huang Fly comes over, forces him out from the tents, and once he goes out in the open, everybody just starts taking shots at him. Still one heck of a game coming out from the King here, with 7 eliminations under his belt. He's got to be extremely proud of his performance here, and he still goes out in top 6. He's likely going to find himself 2nd or 3rd place overall in the lobby anyway. T225 now on a little bit of a back foot here. Everybody looking to take some shots here at him. He's going to find a little bit of a corner down here, but he gets this corner at the expenditure of his ultimate. And while we're talking about this bout, Swangfly finds Rin's demo and puts him into the corner and says, no, you can go to timeout. Okay, this is where the big boys come to play, and Huang Fly shows them how it's done, putting work in with those legendary nunchucks. We're gonna see T225 once again still trying to find space to get resets here as Spider continues to just bow him down. T225 peeks the corner with the pistol. Spider is back behind cover. He's not able to find any sort of shot here, and we are down to our last 4 players. The zone 6 collapses all the way down to zone 7, and this is going to be the last little respite these players get before the zone starts to collapse yet again in the next 60 seconds, and at that point there will be no ground to go to. These players are now in do or die moment, and they've got to figure out who is going to start picking up these eliminations. Huangfly here, not only with those legendary nunchucks, but if you just saw there, he's got Dragon's Roar. He just starts throwing it through the tent, trying to catch other players out, trying to make use of those long range hits there from the nunchucks, and trying to hold on to the space that he's got. WBG Spider up top, Wang Liang down below, and Huangfly, TT25, each of them have claimed their own little hut, their own little house that are somehow inevitably in the middle of this circle. Huangfly in a much better position than T225 though, because the dead middle of this circle is going to end up on that left side of the tent that he's in. So he has the ground he wants here. He's got the ability to hold it. He's got Dragon's Roar on those nunchucks. As long as that first hit isn't parried, he's just going to be able to continue to hold space for himself here. He's going to back out of the hut just a little bit here. He's giving up that space. He wants to be top side. He doesn't want to be caught below where he doesn't have an out from that building. He wants to start putting in work and damage here if he can. He wants to pick up some more eliminations. He's got 4 under his belt. There we go. We are going to see him use that Dragon's Roar just a little bit more. Here comes the ultimate. He goes topside. He's going to catch WBG's Spider. We're going to see the grapples come out. Wang Liang goes extremely low, forced to pop his ultimate. TT25 is going to come in, pick up yet another elimination, going to 5 eliminations. TT25 gets put in the corner by WBG's Spider. Huang Fly catches the parry onto Spider, but the problem is that there's no way for Huang Fly to come out on top of this. They both still have full armor, but Huang Fly is lower in HP. He spent more time in the zone. WBG Spider gets a first place finish, but is it the MVP?
Yes, it is. And you know why? You know why? That first place finish, those extra eliminations, because he just got 2 within that final circle. And on top of that, he had already had at least 2 or 3 eliminations going into it. So those extra points are going to be able to top him off. I think Lu Ren's probably going to end in 3rd. Could be potential 2nd, but I'm assuming it's going to be probably a 3rd place finish. With those 7 eliminations, that's absolutely going to be massive for Lu Ren. But Spider playing it smart all the way towards the very end here. I'm actually looking back at the replay currently here as everybody is just trying to wait it out a little bit longer. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wang Liang got destroyed the moment he walked out of that tent. I don't know what happened. I don't know where the targeting ended up happening towards the very end here, but I will say this though. They came through and was able to shut it down in seconds. Wang Liang trying to see if he can hold on as best as possible here. Spider trying to see if maybe he can get any form of maneuvering the way that they've been wanting to. They've been able to make it work all the way towards the very end here, but sadly, it's just not been able to be enough. But Wang Liang trying to hold on for as long as possible. T25 looking at his next opportunity to try to strike. The circle starts to close in, smaller and smaller. Here's the play that really set the game in motion. Wang Liang ends up getting targeted by T25, pushes him outside of the circle, immediately taking a nice little hit of tick damage. Obviously, T25 comes back, claims the elimination. Spider ends up shutting down T25 in his prime, and Huang Fly, like you said before, he was trying as best he can, ends up getting the parry, but obviously Spider had the better advantage of his heals, and obviously it just was not able to do enough. So Spider does claim those 2 eliminations the way that he needs to, and ends up getting the finish all the way towards the final end. Now, Spider played that the best of his ability. And obviously, he knew that he had enough to be able to do what he needed to. He just needed to win the game. He ends up getting 2 more. It's enough for him to be able to top off all the way at the very end. T25 made it dangerously low, but still had an opportunity to potentially win too. But sadly, he ends up getting claimed by the shutdown of Wang Liang. Crazy.
Like absolutely insane final circle here. I want to talk about Badass Huang Fly. I feel like he makes a massive mistake in these final moments. He's got Dragon's Roar. He has the only tent that is going to be in the final circle. He goes out the backside of the tent as the final circle pushes. He takes Zone Tick, goes around looking to try to find a setup on the side when he could have sat in the tent. And that final fight literally took place in the doorway to the tent on the opposite side. If he just walked out of that tent and let Dragon's Roar rip, he could have caught all 3 of those players, potentially picked up 3 eliminations and a first place finish. But instead, he walks out of the backside of the tent, gives up every advantage that he has, because if they come through that doorway, they have to come through the Dragon's Roar. That Dragon's Roar is constantly giving him meter charge, meaning he can throw that thing almost infinitely at these players. So the last thing you want to be trying to force your way through a tiny gap like the gate to that tent with is through a gold focus, and he can just sit there and throw it all he wants. I have no idea why he gives up the advantage, why he thinks maybe he thinks a player is going to come through the backside of the tent, but if he's watching the backside of the tent, I don't know what the worry is. Nobody wants to eat Zone Tick when it's Zone 7 collapsing. The last thing you want to do is even touch your toe in zone 7 zone tick, because it's going to take at least the 10th of no toe dip at all. We saw that happen. We saw exactly that happen. The last player there was Squonkfly. He was in the air, right? And he toe dipped way too much into the zone. He pops his ult, he grapples up, and he uses C to get to the ground faster, but it stops all of his forward momentum and it leaves him in the zone. And then when him and Spider come face to face in the very end there, he knows there's nothing he can do to kill Spider. He throws the F up and waits for the inevitable, because Spider has full gold armor. There's nothing he can do in the amount of time before the zone tick kills him that is going to get through that gold armor so he can reduce Spider's HP. And they're both very low, don't get me wrong. Spider just has 1, maybe 2 more ticks of HP, so Spider can just play the waiting game. He could have run off into Narnia and it would not have mattered. He would have survived here. Spider comes out on top with a 9.6. OUG is the king, who goes out in 6th place though with 7 eliminations, only 0.2 points behind WBG Spider with a 9.4, and Bao Squonkfly with 4 eliminations and a 2nd place finish takes an 8.6.
Well, I'll tell you, told you it was either going to be a 2nd or 3rd place finish for the king. That 9.4 looking really good for him, as Wang Liang's going to get the 5th place with a 4.1. Obviously a massive difference between 225, who ends up getting the 8.5. 0.1 point difference between 4th and 3rd place. Spider with another $800 in his pocket that he can walk away at home with just like that. And Spider is 4 games closer to being our #1 champion for our Worlds tournament. His 8th MVP, 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations, 5K coming in from the bow, 3,200 coming in from the skill and his ultimates with detonating rounds, burst arrow, target lock, 2 melee resist soul jades, and 1 health soul jade. He put in the work, he put in the time, and clearly it is showing forth as Spider has put in so much time. Now here's the question. The question for you. It's an A question or a B question. Is he the king of spiders or the Spider King?
Here's the thing. At the end, it's who walks away with the crown. No.
Answer the question.
No, it's neither A nor B. All that matters is if you walk away with the crown, you're a king, period. He is WBG Spider. At the end of the day, Spider's just going to be Spider-Man to me, period.
Chad, what do you think? Spider King or the king of spiders? Genuine question. I want to see what people are thinking. Meanwhile, the king slowly closing in as well here. Spider could be more than just a spider. He could also be a king as well. You can dethrone a prince because he, the king looks like one. He looks like a prince. Anyway, we're going to run it back to another interview here as we're going to be able to run it down. And we still have 4 more games left as we're headed back over to yonder. As we're going to lock in for the next game. So do your thing. Take it away. We're going to make it happen. I think it's Spider.
Thank you, Runkeeper and Davi, and hello everyone. I'm Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. I'm very glad to standing here and Demo is ready and let's connect to Singapore. Hi Demo, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you, Jaeger.
Hi. So at first, let's do a quick introduce to your fans and to the audience.
Hello guys, I'm Master Demo. I'm mostly known as a Southeast Asia player, and hello there.
Sounds great. And I would like to know, because today it's the last day, and how's it going right now so far?
I kinda threw the first game, but I believe I can make one of the biggest comebacks for this finals, and I will try my best to surprise everybody.
Yeah, we are really expect to your performance in the rest of the game. And because Demo, you are like the king of the trash talker, and everyone think it's so cool. And every time I saw that you have an action inside, like something like this, and would you please show us again?
Okay, I'll add in some talk with it. Alright guys, for everybody in the finals, I respect everybody in the game, and I may have had a bad performance lately, but don't count me out. I'm still here, and if you let me breathe, I'm coming for you.
Oh my God, strong atmosphere, and I'm also like a cheer, you know, so strong, nice job. And also because in the game too, we saw that at the end of the game, it seems like you're fighting with Huang Fly, and we all know Huang Fly is very famous because he is the championship of the last year Jacob, and also he is famous because he's non-track. So how you think of like the fighting at the end of the game?
I think he's really smart, and I would consider him myself one of my rivals because he's one player that I have trouble fighting with, but I believe that I will be able to be the best in the end.
Yeah, sure. And also because like come to the Jacob from the beginning to now, so it seemed like you prove a lot. So how did you prepare these days for the grand final?
I've been just thinking a lot recently. I've been rethinking my strategies, asking myself what I should do better, and hopefully I come out on top with the strategies on mine.
Sounds great, and I would like to say good luck, Dimo, and good luck, our trash talker, the king of the trash talker. Thank you again for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
The luxury of getting a reshield is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flavor. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. Cornflake able to find 1 kill before he goes through. But Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. He's gonna be there to finally give his championship title, as Spider has been able to take the win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Rune Keeper. Joining me, as always, is my co-host and caster, the official Dobby Air, and we are here locking in to figure out who's going to be our solos world champion for the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. And it has been an interesting first 2 games. A couple of players climbing dramatically up the ranks of the leaderboard, including Wang Liang and OUG's The King, a player who's so confident that they would walk away the solos world champion. They changed their name from Lure and King to The King, having a 7 elimination game, not quite able to make it to the very tippity top of game number 2, but only misses out on being MVP by 0.2 points and has clawed their way up from the bottom 8 back into the top 8.
Looks like there's also another king too. The king of smack talk, Demo, that we just heard an interview from earlier. The king of smack talk is back, as we're gonna look at who won game number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all should get this right. Is it Yeron, Wang Liang, Spider, or T225? We were just talking about, well, the king. Something. I think you guys should be able to know this. Also, one other thing too, I'm just gonna talk this out. Did you see that Nair Automata skin that's gonna be coming out for Naraka Blade Point? I'm just gonna say this right now. I need it. I would like it. I would want to have it in my arsenal to have. And I would like to have it. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. That is absolutely insane coming in to see one of our collaborations shut it down for a Naraka Blade Point. I'm very excited to see how that goes when that fully gets released for everybody to try to see if they can get their hands on such a rare item or Naraka Blade Point. I'm excited. It's a nice skin too.
It is a very, very nice skin. The cosmetics team, first of all, for Naraka just doesn't miss, right? We love to see all the cosmetics coming out. You're excited about the 2B skin for Viper. I'm equally excited for that as somebody who touts themselves as a Viper main. But also, I don't know if you saw during Naraka Fest earlier this week, the new Yodo Hime skin that's coming out, the cyberpunk themed one. Oh my god. I don't even play Yodo, and I'm gonna have to drop some money on that skin because that would be looking
all
fresh.
I'm saying is this. I've been saying it since the beginning of starting since casting. I need a monk skin of him in a suit. I need it. I need a 4-piece suit. The only reason why I say 4 pieces is because he's gonna need 4 sleeves. I just think that would be incredible. To just have extra sleeves on a big, massive monk. That'd be amazing. I need that. That's a freebie for you guys.
Dobby's like, hey, cosmetics team, listen up. I love it. But
it's a good one.
speaking of people who don't miss, unfortunately, APF here has not had the games he has wanted to have here in the World Championship. He has struggled to put even a modicum of points on the board, and almost every single time we turn to APF, he is on the receiving end of some pain from some of these other players. I hate to see it. You know, he's one of our NA boys as well, and we want to see all these regions do very, very well. Unfortunately,
Obviously,
somebody has to be in the bottom. APF is currently that person. Wolves Kai Bao here. This is a very interesting player. I think Wolves has a chance still left. There's 4 games left to play to determine who's going to be the champion. He has played very consistently throughout all of the worlds, through the qualifiers, through the group stages, and through his earlier days here for the grand finals. Problem is he just put up a 0-point game. His first 0-point game of the grand finals. I think everyone's had one, including WBG Spider, but he needs to come back now, and he's got to put that pedal to the metal. He's got to find some gas to fill that tank if he wants to make something happen here, right? Obviously, he's in top 8 right now, and walking away top 8 in the World Championship is a massive feat in itself, right? It's where every player strives to be, but everybody wants to be the champion. So the question is going to be whether he's able to find that momentum he's looking for or not. But we're going to find out as we come back for game number 3 of the day after a short video.
这次单排跟3排成绩都比较好，我们也做了比较充足的准备，所以说大家的压力都不是很大，都是比较有信心的。对于tryhard的这名选手，我觉得他的实力非常的强，跟他打过刀房，也看过他的比赛视频，我觉得他明天可能会对我来说比较有威胁，他的爆发力感觉是比较强的。
very surprising to see that he will be a significant threat to me. You usually don't see that amount of effort really coming through with a lot of that. So let's see if he knows that going into these next couple of games here, because like he said before, all he needs is to hold on for a few more games, and we are crowning Spider as our champion. This feels like a massive deja vu. I'm gonna be honest. This feels like a really big deja vu. Am I wrong? This feels like what we went through the last time when it came to all of this, and now we're gonna be able to come right back towards this one here and be able to shut it down, as now we're gonna be able to put that into it, and let's see how well it plays out all the way towards the very end. I'm very, 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 very excited to be able to lock this in. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to hit our halfway mark for our games. Very, very excited to see how we can lock it in all the way towards the very end here. They got to be able to do so much more towards the very end of this game here, and they've been just putting in so much effort, but there's been a lot of W keying really from all of these players here. So let's see how all of these players are going to be able to work towards this one, as we're going to see the lock-ins here. But Rune, let's see what they're locking in.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Wu Chen come back out yet again. We're seeing a lot of Tarka. We've seen some Justina come in. This is going to be a fairly Tarka and Wu Chen heavy lobby that we're seeing here. Not a ton of diversity, but it's nice to see some extra characters coming through in this way. It's going to be interesting for the Wu Chen players, I think. Yes, the Swaparoo does buy them an opportunity to hit confirm back into another combo onto Tarka, but Tarka just has so much in their arsenal, and then ult lasts for so long. For these Wu Chens, they are going to have to put in a lot of work to burn that ultimate out from the Tarka to be able to flip the script and come out on top of him. And we've seen it happen in a couple of fights, but it is very rare for Wu Chen to make it happen. Dobby, tell me about the map though, as we get ready to lock in.
Maps locking in here as we're going to be looking in towards Celestra. It's going to be a very prime time spot here. Meanwhile, on Zest Winery and Artesian Grove is going to find a fair share of people, and so is Lake Yellowleaf, a very widespread area that a lot of people have been landing in, especially for our solos. So it's going to be a lot of initial fighting, a lot of pressure putting in. Oh, look at the synchronized dance coming in. They came prepared. They know what's going on, as we're going to be able to lock this in for our game number 9. We are at the halfway mark here. All Spider needs to do is hold on for 2 more games and keep the same pressure All he needs to do is get 2 more, and ladies and gentlemen, we will be solidifying Spider as the world's best solo champion for Naraka Blade Point. All he has to do is hold on for at least 2 more games minimum. Meanwhile, Demo, massive shutdown here from Wang Liang, but Wang Liang is going to be able to run it right back, but it's not going to give him the opportunity to try to clutch it up as Demo is going to get shut down by Wang Liang. Wang Liang doing an amazing job here of going to be able to run it back and shut it down here. Is Wang Liang going to be able to surprise everyone and come through with a massive performance to shut it down all the way towards the very end. Oh my goodness, a massive parry coming in, shutting down the King, putting him on the ground. The pressure coming in. Wang Liang does not want to give him the opportunity here to try to re-heal, and sadly he does. He's gonna have to fight him with the heals now. When Wang Liang is gonna be able to call his as well and get the shield off as well. He's gonna be able to pop at least something, but Ren King is not gonna go out without a fight and shuts down Wang Liang in his momentum and prime. Meanwhile, Jin Tryhard and Spider is in a 3v3. It's an absolute massive fight between all 3 of these players here. Spider trying to see if maybe he can find him as well, as Yeron's going to claim the elimination over T25. T25 gets eliminated here in our early game. Meanwhile, he's going to come right back into it. Spider knew that there was somebody still back in there, and it's Tryhard. As Tryhard's going to push in, trying to see if he can find it. Tryhard's not going to get caught inside of the web of the Spider. Definitely does not want to get caught into it. It looks like he might end up getting caught in it anyway, as Tryhard is going to try to see if he can find him here. The Wushin is going to come through, trying to get a little bit of that shield. Very helpful for him, as Spider's going to be dancing around Tryhard, getting hit by the daggers as much as possible. Getting him caught in the inside of the wall here, putting massive damage onto him, but the dagger's going to come through and try to drag him down with the strike. He calls over the teleporter, and Spider is going to be right in front. Tryhard's going to wait it out just to see if maybe he has the guts to be able to push in right towards it, as we're going to be able to run it back right again. The dual blades coming through with the dagger, trying to fight this out. Spider's going to be able to go through with the switcheroo, and it looks like he's going to be able to catch him all the way towards this juggle. Finds him on the other side of it. Oh no, the teleportation was so slow. It's so low. It's not a place where he isn't able to go too far, but Spider ends up getting a nice ends up getting parried by Tryhard. Tryhard able to hold it down as low as possible here and tries to find it, and he ends up getting alley-ooped by the King. The King ends up handing it right back to him, and immediately is going to be able to claim the elimination. And Spider decides, it looks like he might potentially dip out, but no, he wants this fight with the King. He wants to fight this out. He wants to claim the elimination, and he goes, no, you've had his shot. The King shuts him down with a massive parry. Beautiful, powerful hit with a dagger, dangerously low from the Spider. The Spider dangerously maneuvering all the way around each other, trying not to get eliminated here. It's too early for him to be able to call for his resurrection. He needs to be able to hold on for as long as possible, but the King adding to that pressure. The Wushin going to be able to give him enough shield, enough heals to keep the game alive for himself. He's going to need to find a little bit more if he's going to have the opportunity, though. Hits him with a surprise strike, hits him with a second, and it looks like he might try to see if he could do something with it, but no, the shield coming through from Liu Ren the King, trying to hold on for as long as possible here. And let's see what he can do here. Spider's going to be able to hold on towards it. Nice little hits coming in and trying to see if he can get him to hit with the dagger downs. Looks like he's able to do it, but Spider ends up getting parried, immediately returning it back from the King. The back and forth between these two has been absolutely immaculate, but the King is going to be able to put the pressure on to Spider. And just like that, Spider has been crushed, but he still has enough to be able to go back, go for resurrection, and potentially a salty run back.
WBG Spider here going to be eliminated there by the King. He does have the resurrection, like you mentioned. The King picking up their second elimination of the game here is off to a tear yet again in game number 3 here, and just absolutely dominating performance coming out from them. I'm a little sad that we actually had the third party come through there, because that fight between Tryhard and WBG Spider was just a beautiful menagerie, a dance back and forth between two of the best players here in the World Championship. Unfortunately, we do see the King come through, and unfortunately, we do see them pick up the elimination there onto Tryhard. Now, 17JL's Ego going head-to-head here with Rin's Demo. Demo already been eliminated once this game. Demo doesn't have too many opportunities left to put points on the board. He has to go big or go home, and the problem is if he gets eliminated here, this could be it. Demo could lose any chance of making it towards the top of that leaderboard and making that trash talk come through. And the thing is, is I wouldn't want to be Demo right now, because the last thing I would want to do is go out down here in the bottom 8 and then be forever known as just the king of trash talk. But we will see how his game goes out here as he backs out of that fight. We turn attention over to Baodao's Huangfly, looking to go in onto NPG's Dubai, but VNG sees Roy Hee and OUG's the king show up, so you know things are about to get heated and it's about to get a big mix-up going as we see the king go very, very low here. He's trying to get away, actually does find a portal, and what a massive portal that is for the king. He's able to put a huge amount of distance between these players and him. He's able to put massive obstacles between him and all of these players. He's able to just create distance. Unfortunately, he does miss a grapple here, and it's going to allow Huangfly the time he needs to catch up to him. He's finally able to land a grapple. He's going to be forced to turn around and just go ahead and throw those blades to get anything he can back to go into this engagement with Huangfly. Huangfly just going to immediately pop the ultimate, burn it, and say that's it. I do not care. I'm going to just take the elimination where I can get it, and Huangfly finds himself a second point on to the board here in game number 3. As we turn our attention now to our realms of Yang, we are going to see NPG's Dubai going head to head here with Orion's Tryhard, and I know everybody's very interested in this matchup. Tryhard here on the Wu Chen in Tatarka matchup, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see. Tryhard needs to try to burn that ultimate out from Dubai as soon as possible. There it is. We're going to see the parry that he needs to get him to go ahead and burn the ultimate. And now he has to try to win the fight while Dubai has the ultimate up, because if he waits to burn it out, we'll see exactly what happened before with Wang Liang and T225, where they just burnt each other's abilities out and waited so long playing this waiting game that they just lose to time here in these realms of Yang, and both of them end up with Yang depletion. Now we're going to see Dubai able to catch an uppercut there with the spear, going to find another one and the overhead left click there, but Tryhard playing very well around the V3 version of the Wu Chen ult, using it to go back and forth away from Dubai here. Unfortunately, he is stuck in this song and dance now, where he has to just try to play the waiting game. He's not able to wait it out. A massive scale rush comes through from Dubai, and Dubai is able to pick up the elimination. He's going to come in here, get some much needed upgrades for himself, including a legendary longsword, and he's probably going to pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might.
I mean, if he's smart, gotta be able to pick up that Vermilion's Bird Light if you have the opportunity to, and I definitely would if I was in the middle of playing this, but I'm a caster. I am not a pro player. As we're gonna be able to push this in towards it. Let's see how much fun we can be able to work towards this one here and still see how we can maneuver towards everything here. Still in a whole lot of momentum, gonna be able to push in towards the same amount of pressure. Still a whole lot of pressure to be able to try to see if they can find it here towards the very end here. Yeah, like I said before, and we talk about it all the time here, you'd love to see how they can be able to work towards what's next. Meanwhile, Dubai, right in between DAY3, and it looks like another player here, so it looks like they were also able to back out of this. Wang Liang and Spider back at it, fighting it out. It looks like a parry happening between Wang Liang, and it looks like he gets caught inside of the absolute blender of madness as APF claims the elimination of a Wang Liang. Oh, so unfortunate coming in from Wang, getting caught inside of a tough space and ends up getting finished all throughout all of the spaces here, and there's no time to be able to maneuver through everything here. See if maybe they can rock towards this one and see if they can do a much more with the space the way that they've been doing it thus far here. It hasn't been that easy. And now going into it, gonna be able to find a time to maneuver and get a little bit more of their shield. See if they can rotate in and make it a lot harder for the rest of them to be able to realistically do anything here. Now we're going to be able to rotate this in. Dubai getting caught inside of the corner here, and the Reza comes in with a nice little reset, though, from the ulti comes through, but Spider ends up getting claimed here as APF is going to be able to continue the madness as well, but still has another opportunity as Dubai ends up getting eliminated, though, by DAY3. DAY3 trying to see if he can get a little bit of some action and momentum, a little bit of madness coming through as Wang Liang, Spider, the King, Kai Bao, Demo, and Roy Hee all are currently eliminated. A lot of the top players are gone right now, which means a lot of these players, if they play their cards right, could be an absolutely massive game as Tryhard trying to see if maybe he can stay alive a little while longer here. Maybe even claim an elimination for himself here if he plays his cards right, putting so much pressure onto Jhin. Is Jhin able to do enough? Oh no! Does he catch him? And yes, he does. The fireball does just enough tick damage to claim the elimination off of Tryhard, and Tryhard ends up getting eliminated. Wow.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Tryhard there. After the fireball landed and the tick was on, there was nothing he could do. There was no way he could even get a pot off fast enough to buy out of that situation. He just steps back. He accepts its fate. And it's well played from T225, who finds himself picking up his first elimination of the game, as we now turn back our attention to 17JL's Ego. Ego, a player that I know many fans are hoping performs well today. He's been able to claw his way into this top 8 here, but he's struggled to perform very well today. He has one elimination under his belt, looking to find something and make anything happen. GBL Xin on the move here, still rocking a blue dagger, blue armor, needs to find some upgrades for himself. And as we are zone 2 collapsing onto zone 3, it's very likely that he's going to be able to find himself a Realm of Yang. And if he can win a fight there, he can find those upgrades that he's desperately looking for. Ace's Jhin here going head-to-head with a BWG's APF. APF with the ult popped is going to go ahead and take the time to pop some pots here, and then he's going to back out of this fight. He just doesn't want to take that fight with Ace's Jhin here. Ace's Jhin coming over the top here is going to start looking for him in the bush and going to force it anyway. APF is going to find a parry into the Nezha's might. Jhin going to use that ability there on Wu Chen to get the gold frames to back out of. He's going to find a parry of his own, and EWG's Yiran shows up and yet again takes another elimination away from APF, and not only this time, he takes it off of APF. EWG's Yiran not quite able to find the follow-up elimination onto ASE's Jhin. Just trying to get this portal away so he can safely loot that body there and guarantee that Jhin has no ground to go back to. As we do see the Realms of Yang start to come through, we are going to see GBL Xin and GD's TT25 getting ready to go head-to-head inside the Realm of Yang. And the question is, who's going to come out on top?
I'm calling it. T25 is going to... Never mind. Nice little parry comes in. Beautiful reset, though, coming in from the ulti of T25. Xin gonna be able to pop his ulti as well. We have two massive ulti Tarkas trying to see if they can go forth with the rotations here, trying to see if they can catch the fireball flames either on the trails or the fireballs. You know how much of a big fan I am when it comes to the fireballs here, as we're all gonna be able to rotate towards it. It's getting hot in here. Meanwhile, T25 trying to see maybe he can find any type of momentum here, and he ends up catching him in the jungle. Does he catch him in the infinite jungle? Oh no, Xin able to get caught in a bad situation here. T25 trying to dish it out here, ends up getting caught by his own flame, but it looks like he's gonna be able to push it and keep the same momentum. Xin dangerously low as well. And it looks like T25 might be able to try to find him all the way toward the very end here. He's not gonna give up without a fight though. T25 trying to hold on for as long as possible. Xin dangerously low, and it looks like T25 is gonna catch him in the nick of time. Look at the faces coming in from that. Did you see the faces?
We got to talk about this. T225 catches the infinite, lets him drop down because he sees that he's in kill range. Instead of infiniting him to death, goes, okay, I can just charge right click and end this fight. Doesn't know that he has Mortal Defiance, and he almost is able to come back and win the fight. GBL Xin pops the Mortal Defiance as he goes into lethal, and it takes that fight to a sliver where it's anybody's fight. Whoever gets the last hit in wins. Man, what a comeback that would have been for GBL Xin to be bounced in the infinite and to come back off of a Mortal Defiance. TT25 would have been so mad if he let himself lose to that. Speaking of losing, we turn back to GBL Xin, who has that Yang depletion and needs to win a fight here, but is currently being chased by not one, but three separate players. Xin, really no opportunity to do anything here. He's on a timer. He has to win a fight, and he's not even going to be given a chance to take a reset much less turn this fight and try to pick up that Soul Bloom essence that he so desperately needs here. He's just popped the ult and running. It's absolutely all he can do just to stay alive here, as it looks like the entire lobby descends. He's got 25% of his ult left. He's able to find an armor swap, thinks about turning back into the fight, and then realizes there's nothing I can do here. The whole lobby is here. All 7 players have their eyes on GBL Xin. They want to pick up this elimination, and they are trying so hard. Xin, even though he's able to get the full reset here, is still the center of attention as everybody continues to hunt down GBL Xin. He's trying to make something happen. No ult available. He does have a fireball. He's trying to stay alive. The big problem here is we're going to see an armor swap come out as well for Xin, is that he has that timer looming over his head. He needs to get a Soul Bloom essence from somewhere. Either he needs to lure 2 players into each other and let them kill each other and steal the Soul Bloom essence out from underneath one of them, or he needs to just go ahead, turn around and say the heck with it, take a fight, pick up the elimination and get back into the game. But it does not look good for Xin, as he's now down to 2 minutes and he has not had a moment to breathe since coming out the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Yang comes out being an absolute Victorian here, as Xin is going to be able to shut down DAY3 here as the fireball comes out from T25, getting some beautiful tick damage coming in from a couple players here. Meanwhile, Zay able to claim an elimination with the bow onto GBL Xin on the halfway mark of these games. So much momentum coming into this. It looks like Ego is going to be able to run it down, trying to see if he can get away from T25, but T25 is not going to let him go without a fight. Ends up hitting him with the cannon, and then ends up getting that burn tick damage. Hits him with a massive hit from it. Is it enough, though, to claim the elimination? It might just do it, as Yeron is able to claim the elimination onto 17JL's Ego. T25, sadly, will not be able to claim the elimination, but Yeron steals it from him. Let's see how we're going to be able to put that one together. It looks like T25 is going to be able to catch Dubai coming right outside of the circle here. T25 wants to try to see if he can claim another elimination. He has 2 eliminations already here. It's the burn tick. Look at the follow through of the bow coming through, trying to connect it as he's jumping forward. Is going to be able to maximize that distance, trying to see if he can anticipate when the cannon shots are going to connect. Oh, what a beautiful cannon hit. Coming in towards a Dubai here, catching him inside this corner here. This could be absolutely dangerous for Dubai. Dubai needs to back out of this, ends up getting in, but it looks like the burn tick might actually eliminate him. No, it's just not enough. Dubai able to run and get out of here by just the skin of his teeth, but it looks like Wong Fly is going to claim the elimination with the solo all the way up from the top. He's going to be able to claim it and dip out and says, hee hee, thank you. Nice.
T25 here gonna find a little bit of a bush, get himself just some space, let himself catch his breath. Things have been going absolutely crazy for a while here. There were 8 players. We are now down to 5 in the blink of an eye, as we see Huang Fly, Ace's Jin. Jin here has been able to find himself in the late game. The problem is Jin, no eliminations under his belt. He has really struggled to actively pick up eliminations and put points on the board today for some reason. And it's really weird because we're not typical of seeing that sort of gameplay coming out from Ace's Jin. We usually see the aggression come through as he picks up early eliminations, and it's just not been there for him today. So maybe he's a little bit in his head, or maybe he's just struggling to make it happen today. Either way, Jin needs to pick up the pace if he doesn't want to drop into the bottom 8.
Definitely do not want to drop in the bottom 8 here. Not looking good towards this rotation. He definitely does not want to be looking bad in this space here. Because now let's see if maybe we can run towards this rotation here. You definitely do not want to get caught in a bad situation here. Now, we're going to be able to run it all the way towards the right rotation as T25 and a APF. Trying to fight this out here. And this is the replay actually from earlier here, as look at the movement coming in from both sides here. T25 just dancing around in the air like an airbender. Meanwhile, he is on fire like a firebender. T25 able to claim the elimination, gets the gold katana. as we're going to be able to lead into what we have today here. I've been playing it out for as best as he can. Been doing a fantastic job of it thus far here. Let's see if he's going to keep that same momentum going into it. Like I said, you love to see it.
Yeah, these gold dual blades going to put in absolute work for TT25, and then of course he's got that gold katana in the back pocket as well. So if he sees an opportunity to infinite one of these players where he can catch an uppercut, he's going to take it. TT25 has played really good clean Naraka today. Just strong mechanics across the board and very strong decision making. It's why he's in second place overall in the standings right now with over a 10-point lead over third place. Baudos Wongfly here, the only Justina in the lobby, going to be forced to use that Frost Core to buy themselves a little bit of a gap. T225 going to take a musket shot there from ASE's Jin, looking to just back out of the fight because they know Huang Wai has gotten away and they don't want to pressure into a fight and make a mistake. And this is classic TT25. This is what we've seen them do all day. And this could be a very strong game for them. WBG Spider is already gone in this game. If they can clutch out this lobby like they did in game one, they are going to significantly shorten the gap between themselves and WBG Spider. It's a race between these two players right now to decide who's going to walk away the champion. It looks like, not that we can count other players out, but T225 off the back of his performance in game one certainly has bought himself the respect and bought himself the gap he needed to be the one closest to overcoming WBG Spider.
Like I said before, WBG Spider just needs to play smart for the next couple of games here. He has to play it off to the best of his ability, but like I said, he has to be smart. His maneuvers have to play all the way towards the end. He can't get desperate. He can't go for a lot of the craziest fights if he needs to here. As long as he keeps his lead very, very far here, it's going to be easy. Meanwhile, T225 is still alive in this game and slowly closing the gap between him and the eliminations. And sadly, Zay is going to be able to shut down any more of those dreams closing in on Spider, as Zay is going to make it a little bit harder for T25 to try to catch up to WBG Spider, which makes it easier for Spider to now go, okay, now I have the opportunity. I have the upper advantage. This is exactly what I needed in this situation. Now he can go forth and keep that same momentum pushing in. He still has 3 more games left, so he has to have at least 2 more solid games to really certify himself within the tops, because T25 is playing his mind off right now. If he keeps the same momentum and ends up landing at least 2 more top 3s with a couple of eliminations, he could really close the gap between him and Spider.
Yeah, absolutely. T225 really coming out and surprising me today. You know, it's been interesting. Again, I still miss Dongqing as a player in solos. Happy to see that he's turned his attention and is really focusing on trios for the sake of his team, right? You know, he had that kind of solo players mentality, and it actually bought them some wins in trios as well, where he was just able to go out and make some things happen for the team almost by himself. But he needs to, as the shot caller, really be focusing on trios. And this new player that they've brought in, TT25, is so good at the core mechanics of Naraka, and then on top of that, he just has excellent decision making in solos. And off the back of that, he's really impressed me, especially here today in game one, where he just played quite literally what you would define as a textbook game of Naraka, where he comes out on top, he picks up 6 eliminations, he gets himself a first place finish, you know, the perfect ults against Yodohime ultimates, using the Swapperoonie to just completely shut down Yodos in the face of everything as he plays Wu Chen, using the F skills, getting those gold focuses off in a micro fraction of a second to buy himself out of bad situations, capitalizing on poor decision making from other players, capitalizing on mistakes when they come through. Really, he has put himself together at the forefront of these CN Pro players as a player who, hey, I might be new to the scene here for Team GD, but you have to respect the level of skill that I bring here. And there's a reason GD picked me up as a player.
Not only that, too, there's a reason why I belong here with all of the best players here. been able to play it off, like we said, to the best of his momentum here as there's 4 players alive here within this rotation circle. Jin, Yeron, oh, wow, Yeron gets sent all the way outside off the cliffside. The question is, does he have enough time to be able to get back into the circle here? Yes, he does. Half heals, actually very surprised as they able to come back into this and immediately gets eliminated by Huang Fly. Huang Fly able to claim that next elimination here with making it 4 eliminations for himself, 27.9 in total of his points here. He's going to see if maybe he can capture another one as well. Ends up getting hit by a massive hit coming in from Jin. Jin is going to try to see if maybe he can close up a gap as well here. He's down in the 14th place here. So any other placements that he gets a little bit higher up in these games here, it's only going to be get better for him though. As now he's going to be able to rotate this in, almost catches it, but misses the opportunity to get the strike. As now Huang Fly is able to catch it, but now the recovery coming in from Jin has been really good. Ends up getting absolutely, oh man, absolutely gets melted by the ice core. Huang Fly dangerously low, but Jin has so much heals, so much shield, so much of a basis to do what he needs to, that he's going to claim that last elimination. He's going to claim the potentially the win. Actually,
no, there's no way he claims the win.
Claims the win.
There's absolutely no way Aces Jin claims the win there. That's that elimination, the final elimination of the game, was his first elimination all game. I think it's his first or second elimination all day. Like I said earlier, I don't know what's going on with Aces Jin. This is not the Jin we're used to seeing. We're talking about a player who has been able to come in, be hyper aggressive, comes into final circles with 5 to 6 kills, who just hasn't put points on the board today. I don't know what's going on with Ace Jin. I don't know if he's in his head, if he's just not able to find the momentum he's looking for. Like, he goes into that final circle and he goes in with gold armor, and he's not confidently taking fights. He's sitting on the edge. He walks into the zone and takes zone tick damage to avoid fights that are breaking out. He does finally come in. He catches, a huge hit onto Yeron. Yeron finds his way back into the circle, and then Jin just kind of dancing around. I don't know where his confidence has gone since earlier in the World Championship and earlier in Season 2, but he needs to find it. Now is not the time for him to be losing that level of confidence that he's brought all season.
He's been able to put it together all the way here as Huang Fly is able to at least get something. But obviously Huang Fly is going to be able to get the game winner, the MVP, and the extra cash prize is going to be that's going to be available to him. Bauda showing off very, very strong. Huang Fly trying to hold it together here. Very great performance coming in from Huang Fly here. He played it off to the best of his ability all the way towards the very end here. Even with Jin coming through with that finish, though, Huang Fly was able to have enough there, but very surprising, though. But like we said before, I'm going to go back to the top of the order, though. Zay claiming the elimination on T25 was huge for Spider. Spider still ahead of the game, has the same amount of eliminations as T25, but the placement store is still going to put him up a little bit higher. Now, why is it so significant? It's because T25 could have really kept his reign of terror going, making Spider sweat, slowly closing the gap every single game away. Meanwhile, Spider is eliminated and not having any opportunity to claim any more placement points and any more eliminations. So with that coming into it, now it's all about a chase. It's cat and mouse. This is Tom and Jerry. We're back in 1995. How do we go back to the top of the order where a mouse is getting chased by a cat? Or is it the cat chasing the mouse? You actually don't know until the very end of this show.
T225, no matter what, he's got to be happy about his performance today. He's currently in second place. Anybody would be happy about that in the World Championship. He's in range and still has an opportunity to overcome WBG Spider. Yes, if he had a pop-off game this game, WBG Spider was watching this game while T225 was still alive, and he was sweating. Because if T225 had done what he had done at the end of game number 1, he would have been within 5 or 6 points of WBG Spider. And WBG Spider came in with a very comfortable, almost 20-point lead today and has been able to maintain around that range. Right now, I do believe he's sitting at an 18-point lead, if I'm not mistaken, something in that range. So T225 not quite able to close the gap as much as he wanted to this game, but there's still 3 games to play. It is absolutely anybody's game to still take here. It is not a done deal. WBG Spider could crack under the pressure, and T225 has shown that pressure or not, he's going to come out and perform.
And perform he did, as we look at Wong Fly here with those 5 eliminations, tying it up with Ye Ron with 5 as well, making it a 10-point game score for Wong Fly. 8.5 coming in from Ye Ron. Zay getting 2 eliminations, making it a 4.1 game as well. And as we look all the way down towards down to the bottom lever here, the halfway mark, try hard with that 2.7, tying it up with APF with the same amount. But look at this, 2.2, 2.2, 2.2, all the way from 7th to 11th place. Sadly, the King with 2 eliminations here, not able to do a little bit too much here, but Spider also with that same 2.2 as well. But with that and all of it coming into it, T225 with that 3.9, just a little bit more ahead of the game, but he's still able to capture some points, just enough to be able to get a little bit ahead of the game here and start to run right across it. As now we're going to look at our MVP, his second MVP, about as Wong Fly with 14k damage, 5 eliminations, 10k healing, and how many damage to melee weapons?
There's a little bit of it's 9,000. It's about 10,000 damage overall with the melee weapons.
9,932,000. No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be dramatic as possible. I just wanted to be dramatic. 9 million damage with melee weapons. Oh my goodness gracious! You know, Fly, what are you doing?
You know what we can be dramatic about though? How long has it been? I think it's been since season 1 that we've seen a Justina MVP. Justina has not been very favored in the recent metas. And not only does Justina come out on top here in this particular game, but we almost never see somebody running a solo hero, the only person running that hero coming out as the MVP, because typically if somebody locks onto you in the game, you're the only version of that hero. Nobody's losing track of you, right? It's not like you're a Wu Chen and half the lobby is a Wu Chen and you can just run past 6 other Wu Chens and confuse everybody. Nobody's losing sight of the only Justina that exists in the lobby. So Wong Fly, well-deserved MVP for themselves. And we have another well-deserved interview coming to you guys. So we're going to throw things over to Jaeger before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Halftime, baby.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And our interviewee is ready and let's connect to Singapore. Hi, the last light of the Europe region, and hi Zay. Nice to see you again.
Hello everyone. Hey Jaeger, nice to see you again as well.
Nice to see you. And it seems like you really changed a lot in your style and like your operate in solo game. So please tell us, what part did you adjust in the grand final?
Right now I see that a lot of people are picking Tarka in the early games instead of like the late games, which was the scenario before. And you don't want to fight Tarka if you're not playing Tarka yourself. So I'm just playing a bit passively, and yeah, that's working out. And then the second half I will play more aggressively because I still have my Tarka picks. So yeah.
Yeah, I see. So it seems like you don't want to fight in the last game, really likes to operate to the final circle. So I have a question that maybe because it's too long, very long time for you, you need to survive and like avoid fighting with Taka. So how these times you try to survive, just avoid the fighting, and how to plan the escape way?
Actually, I'm not trying to avoid fighting. I'm trying to keep track of everyone, and if they are fighting, I just keep track of the fight. Just do a little bit of hits from the outside, but like stay at the outside of the fight. So I'm like not purely red, but stay at the outside of the fight and just shoot there at range. And
Okay, I
sometimes
see.
melee,
Really
if like
good
someone is zoned
plan.
out and healing up, you just put pressure on him.
Okay, good. Really good plan, and I think it's works. So you have very high like the ranking score in the game. Congratulations! And because we know we are going to very soon, we are going to have a new hero in our Naraka. And did you see the video of our new hero yet?
Yes, I did. She looks very interesting, especially in trios. Maybe finally something against the monk meta that has been meta for a long time. So yeah, she looks very interesting.
So how you think about this hero in the solo game?
I don't know yet. I need to see more of her to like see if she's viable in solo, but I don't think she'll be that good in solos, but we will have to see.
Okay, so, sounds great. So it's your understanding of our new hero, and thank you. And also because we know Zay, you're really like have a long time learning Chinese Kung Fu, and if you have changed, like because in the Naraka we have a lot of melee weapon, and if you have changed to learn these melee weapons, so which one you want to learn, like in our real life?
Back when I did Kung Fu, I actually did learn a bit of the spear. So definitely more of the spear because I really like that weapon.
Does it like help you to using the spears in game? Because
yes,
you
yes,
know,
it does.
yeah, you know a lot of action for the spears in the daily life, and I think you're really familiar to this weapon. And I'm looking forward that maybe if you have chance, we are using it in the solo game, okay? But it's just like a little bit wish. Sorry.
No, if I get the proper Jades for the spear, I will definitely use the spear.
Okay, let's looking forward to the rest of game and just say good luck to Zay and thank you for interview today. Thank you. Okay, and now we still have the rest of 3 games, and I think everyone is back to the rest of game. And so let's take a break and be right back later.
Who's the best player in terms of combat in your region?
I think like a pure 1v1, probably Yak.
I think try hard.
I think I'm the best player.
Me.
Yeah.
I'm the best player.
And who do you think overall did best during the group stage?
Well, at the start, I did really bad, but in the second half, I did so good that I did the best.
For me, I think it's Luren. Quite good.
As the last hope of EU, can you say something to your region?
I will try to not disappoint you guys, and I will show what EU is made of.
Jacob, let's go! Go, Jacob!
Ôi, nó bỏ luôn kìa.
How's the food?
Mọi người cảm thấy trong team mình ai là người đánh giỏi nhất, bắt đầu từ unit trả lời vòng vòng như vừa nãy. Ibin tiếp em Ibin Simpson ạ. Rất là lâu ạ. Giết tổ chứ. Em giành quán quân giải này thì em sẽ dùng tiền làm gì? Mua nhà. Buy for house. Đấy, tổng hợp những người Việt Nam đi ăn. Dạ.
Really?
Which team overall do you think performed the best in group stage?
Đâu mà luôn chị em mà. Là em.
2, 1.
Let's go! Final!
2, 1.
Việt Nam number one!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League as we're going to be looking at the standings overall as we're halfway through our final day of grand finals for our solos. In 3 games, we are going to be showing who is going to be the greatest player of our solos. And as of now, look at this. GD slowly trying to close the gap as much as possible. But I feel like this is a deja vu, Rune. I'm going to be honest. We felt this same vibe from WBG Spider earlier when he qualified and he was number one, to the fact that he had a 20-30 point difference between the rest of the pack. And ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing it yet again for our grand finals. 67 points all the way at the very top, making it a 20+ point difference between first and second place, let alone the king in 8th place with a 25.7. EWGZA Ron with a 26.9. Literally every single point matters, because listen, you can walk away with a couple thousand, or you can walk away with a couple hundred. You can walk away with a couple more thousand in your pocket, and you have to be able to think about that towards the end of this. This is going to be a fight for survival. This is a fight for the bread, and this is a fight for a lot of bragging rights here as well here. So obviously a lot of people are going to be fighting for it as much as possible here. Is now we're going to be able to dish this out very, very soon here. But before we do that, we have one question and one question only. Which hero won our solo games number 9? Justina, Wushin, Yodohime, and Tarka. Pick your answers for your chance to win some really, really nice, good loot from Naraka Blade Point.
I mean, this one, I made a big point of mentioning this one when we were on the MVP screen. So I hope everybody gets this one right. Yeah, like, cause come on, this is it was kind of a big deal as to which hero walked away our MVP from the last game here. But you know, I want to talk about WBG Spider just a little bit here. And the thing is he had a dominant day 1, right? He put 30 points up on the board. He had a dominant day 2, but he only put up 20 points on the board. And here we are, day 1 and day 2 were 3 games and 3 games. We're 3 games deep today. And in these 3 games, he's put up about 14 points. There is definitely a trend here with WBG Spider, where he is continuing to put less and less points on the board, and he cannot rest on his laurels, because there is a player, and it is GD's T2225, who is hot on WBG Spider's heel. And T2225 didn't have a great first day. He puts up a 4.9. Day 2, he puts up 19.7 points, almost the exact same amount of points as WBG Spider. And in these first 3 games, he puts 10 points more on the board than WBG Spider does overall. Spider needs to come back in, and to be fair, I don't think Spider is playing worse, and that's why he's putting less points on the board each stack of 3 games back to back. I think after how dominant his first day was, he wanted to kind of back off and play a little more safe and just kind of hold on to that lead that he has, instead of having coin flippy games where, you know, he goes out early and he doesn't get any points on the board. 0-point games, very bad. They've hurt WBG Spider in the past. So it's nice to see that adjustment coming out from WBG Spider, realizing, oh, hey, I played the high risk games and I've already put points on the board. Now I can just I can take my foot off the gas pedal just a little bit. I can flip my blinker on when I make this right turn. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to just grab the e-brake because I'm going so fast and pull it and hope we make something happen. And it's a great adjustment. The thing is now he has to readjust and go, oh, hey, maybe I've backed up a little too much off of that gas pedal because these players are closing in on me. We need to do something about TT25, and the only thing Spider can do is he can come in and have another dominant big game, widen that gap to the point that TT25 can't do anything, and then he can breathe comfortably and take his foot back off the gas pedal. The problem is there's only 3 games left to do that, so he needs to figure out how fast he can do that, make it happen in this game or make it happen in the next game, where it's going to come down to the absolute wire.
In these world championships here, it's very vital that you really keep the same momentum throughout the rest of these games here. I did say that he could afford 1 or 2 mishap games. Now, obviously, if we count this as a technical mishap game, he really only has 1 game left to really have any more mishaps in or early eliminations. He needs to be able to pop off with a massive score. He needs to pop off with a massive dub here to really certify the fact that if he does end up getting another one, it's still going to be a little bit of a lackluster to where he goes, hey, I still have a lot more room to really give anybody a shot at coming close. But at that point, it's just not going to work out. But before we continue on talking about how amazing Spider is and how big the cap is, I got another video to show you guys.
前几个小伙伴发挥比较好的，这次决赛发挥不好的原因，我觉得是，这次作为1年的洁杯总决赛来说吧，就是所有人都会紧张，然后线下来了一些粉丝朋友，他们，然后粉丝朋友对他们呐喊都听得到的在台上，然后，对自己的压力太大了，然后，如果没打好的话，有可能会导致连锁反应继续崩盘，所以说保持自己心态挺重要的。他小蜘蛛如果稳定发挥的话，挺难的，说实话，因为已经拉了20分了，好像，就说后面我就是尽全力了，就追分，开始猛追，就回阳镜100%要进的。
NPG's Dubai here giving us a really, really good insight and talking about something very important, and it's the mental game that comes with playing on a stage like this. And we've talked a lot about WBG Spider and T2225, and here is where WBG Spider kind of has a massive advantage over T2225, and that is that WBG Spider had an entire season, all of season 2, to adjust to playing on stage, to hearing fans in the venue cheering at a LAN event. T225 has only had qualifiers and of course the group stages to make that adjustment. So another thing is WBG Spider also talked about towards the end of season 2 when he was finally able to become rock steady and start really locking in those wins. Interesting choices coming out here. I still do not agree with these Z-Ping picks coming through. Every single Z-Ping we have seen has done terribly bad. Sorry to jump off my point from before, but I love to see the Wu Chens and the Justinas coming through. I love to see that we're getting some diversity in heroes. There's some Takeda, some Tarka, some Wu Chen, some Justina. But I'm kind of disappointed to see Z-Ping in here. And not just because I really didn't enjoy the Z-Ping meta when we had it, but because of how poorly Z-Ping has been doing. We haven't seen a Z-Ping put up more than a single point since the nerfs to Z-Ping. And that's a problem, because if you're a pro player, almost regardless of what hero you're playing, because even when Tarka wasn't meta, right? We still had Tarkas who came into the lobby and were able to put points on the board, right? Z-Ping's so not meta right now that these pro players have not been able to put points up with her. I don't understand the decision making for anyone to be playing Z-Ping right now. There's other options. Play Temi, for God's sake. It just does not make sense. She doesn't bring anything to the table in the current meta. The current meta does the exact opposite of what she wants to do. Xin, here we go. Xin might pick up an elimination here on Z-Ping, surely for the fact that Ego doesn't have a weapon. Right? I think if Ego's able to get a melee weapon in his hand, Xin goes down. Xin taking a huge kick to the face here, actually, from 17 Jails Ego. But, Xin, oh no. Xin keeping Ego from being able to pick up that spear. Ego knows they need to go back and get a weapon in hand here, but they're so low. There we go. We finally see Z-Ping pick up a kill, and it's only off the back of a player not being able to find a weapon to put into hand.
But listen, at the end of the day, elimination is elimination.
An
Regardless of where
elimination.
you catch them, though, in those situations, you know, we talk about that all the time here, and I've said it before. There has been these moments where these players have come out and surprisingly in these moments where they should be focusing on prioritizing getting a weapon, but they end up in these very open places, which I'm very surprised that they're forcing these fights and not actually prioritizing getting the weapons, which obviously is kind of one of those things where you go, what are you doing? Why are you allowing yourself to get to a point where that is actually happening? Meanwhile, even with all of that going down here, it still is one of those things where it's like, hey, that should not be something you should be doing. You should be prioritizing making sure that when it's time for you to get to a fight, you are ready with at least a weapon at hand. And seeing them force themselves into these fights, not being able to have anything, is still very, very surprising, even for myself. As we look back here.
Here's a huge thing with that, though, is they didn't force themselves into that fight, right? They spawned in, they opened a loot pile, and it dropped 2 ranged weapons for them. They didn't have the option to get a melee weapon. They get grappled onto by the Z-Ping there. They have no grapples. There's no out for them there. They're forced to take that fight. Right? It's not a situation of a player making a mistake. Sometimes you just come into the map, and this is the nature of BR, right? There is some RNG elements. You open a loot pile, you get ranged weapons, they open a loot pile, they get a melee weapon. It instantaneously puts you at a massive disadvantage. The first 30 seconds of any BR game, RNG plays a huge factor into. So unfortunately, it's just, I wish we could say it was a player mistake. It's just not.
RNG is your best friend and your hater. That's pretty much what it is, though, as it looks like we still are going to be able to go through with this fight, though, as WBG Spider gets eliminated by Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to see if he can connect and get a little bit of some payback here, as exactly what he needed to, as Wang Liang is going to keep the pressure onto Wang Fly. Wang Fly, he was going to do the ulti, trying to see if maybe he could do the nice switcheroo here, maybe trying to do some type of maneuver, but sadly, it's not going to be enough, as he does end up getting finished and or claimed in the final of that one here. Meanwhile, GV's T225, all eyes are on this man. T225 could be our deciding factor in who's going to take the win. Could be absolutely massive depending on how you play it. You just have to make sure that they play it smart, and they are playing it smart towards the end. Let's see how this goes all the way towards the very end. Meanwhile, Ego trying to fight this out here with Zin. Zin trying to see if he can find any type of momentum here. Ego able to do so much amount of damage here. Zin able to try to play it as best as he can, trying to back off, not getting caught in a bad situation, getting dealt more damage than he needs to. As it looks like 17JL is going to go through with the Ice Core. He's going to be able to crop through with it. Zin with that Z-Ping with the heals is going to be very helpful. The bubble, trying not to contest with the bubble, knowing how low Ego is here. Zin's going to take that as a massive advantage here. He's going to be able to take them on the outskirts of the circle. Ego, dangerously low, is going to have to push out in towards it, and it looks like he will be able to find the elimination, as Zin is going to be able to shut them down with the katana. Ego officially out of the game, and so is Wang Fly. That won our last game. Goodness gracious, this is definitely an interesting turnaround right now.
Yeah, game's coming out very interesting already with a couple of early eliminations. WBG Spider chilling in the zone here, taking a lot of zone tick. Not a lot of resources, though. Going to do a little shopping while he tries to get a heal off here. Zay wants to come in and play gatekeeper here, capitalize on the situation WBG Spider has found themselves into. They're going to be forced to go ahead and burn all of those pots as well. So if Zay comes in, it could be very bad. T225 here on the Z-Ping. And, you know, the Z-Ping players here trying to prove me wrong. As, you know, the statistics showed that they have not done well. Also, here we go. This is currently the worst matchup for Z-Ping, unfortunately. Tarka into Z-Ping is really strong. That bubble instantaneously gone, already forced to burn the ultimate there, doesn't have shields, and Wang Liang still has ult and can just continue to pressure this fight here. T25 trying to turn around with the pistol, find something, gets the bubble back up after it comes off of cooldown, but Wang Liang just literally running circles around T25, waiting for the bubble to go away, doesn't even want to expend the effort, just says, yeah, you have the heal, I don't care. I'm in a much better situation. The ult is going to burn out here on the Tarka, so now it is going to be a much more even fight. T225, this is the opportunity they need to find something here. We're going to see Wolves Kai Bao go down in the feed, unfortunately. And Kai Bao, also playing Z-Ping, had picked up 2 eliminations already, but unfortunately, there they go down early. T225 going to go down, and the trend is going to continue as these Z-Ping players, even though they were able to put up some eliminations, and I'm quite proud of them for doing it, are finding themselves eliminated fairly quickly here in the beginning of Zone 2. WBG Spider here on Justina, has been eliminated once, has been able to find purple armor, but they are very lackluster in terms of resources right now. We just watched WBG Spider pass a bounty. Spider doesn't even want to take a bounty. They're so low on resources right now. Hopefully Spider can find the resources that they need, but we're heading into the realm of Yang, and it's a VLZ here going head to head with, I do believe, EWG's Yiran. Zay going to take a bow shot almost immediately off the rip, and it is Wu Chen versus Wu Chen. Zay going to lose all of their shield almost instantly. Yiran trying to find them in with the uppercut from the dagger as they come out. And Zay, sorry, I said Wu Chen, but it's Tarka. Ooh, a nice ult here from Yiran. This is actually a huge ultimate for Yiran. Zay, already having burnt the ultimate, actually can't use the ultimate to get himself out of the hit guarantee from the swapperoo there from Yiran, and Yiran is able to pick up the elimination. That was such a smart play from Yiran. And Zay burns the ultimate early there, doesn't have too much of a choice because Yiran forces him into that situation. Well played by Yiran. Hopefully Zay will be able to come out and find that soul bloom he needs so he can get back from that Yang depletion.
Is going to be able to play that well here, has to play that to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, Spider is able to get the parry off of Roy Hehe. Massive damage coming through. Roy Hehe able to hit his ice core here. Is going to try to see if maybe he can get a little bit of shield off, and he does. Spider's going to be able to repeat and do the exact same thing. Hits the Arctic Wraith. Sadly, does not actually get the flames, not the flames, but the ice, but he does get it the second time, and he does claim the elimination off of Roy Hehe. Now, Spider, ladies and gentlemen, is cooking as now T25 struggling to get his third elimination. Still trying to hold on here and trying to play it smart. Meanwhile, Tryhard all the way up top, dangerously low. Looks like he's going to have the space and the tendency to get the heal off, both for his shield and his heals. As of now, Tryhard playing this game to the best of his ability here. APF really holding on here, trying to see if he can get a little bit of some damage. Gets a little bit, very minor, not enough. Gonna be able to pop that shield. APF doesn't really want to force anything if he doesn't have to. Same with Tryhard. Tryhard's not really trying to force a fight, knowing that there's a lot of people nearby. They hear the fights, and it comes a third party. They're gonna want to claim those fights, and they're gonna want to claim those eliminations. So you have to play smart, knowing that people are around, knowing that a lot of stuff is going down. You got to play to the best of your ability. Meanwhile, going forth with this rotation, there's still a lot to be had here in these final sections. As it looks like now, we're going to be able to find it as Jin is going to be able to find Wang Liang here. Oh! Gets turned on by both players as Wang Liang is going to successfully get the elimination with the time and the finish. You love to see it. Very helpful, though, in those moments here. Sometimes you get caught in these bad situations here, and you're really trying to figure out how you can put it all together. And it looks like just like that, he's able to claim it the way that he needs to. And the finish. Exactly in the time that needs to be. Now, back towards this space, and the Roaming Thunder coming in as T25, trying to see if he can find any type of elimination, any type of damage that he needs to do for these players, but sadly he's not able to do too much here. Kind of all over the place here as he's still trying to scramble to see if he can find anything here, and this is exactly what Spider needs. Spider just needs to stall T25 as much as possible. If T25 doesn't claim enough eliminations, all Spider has to do is just stay alive throughout these games, and it'll be a lot harder for T25 to really claim any extra points that's going to get him closer and closer. As long as Spider doesn't get eliminated, he has a big opportunity here, and like I said, he really can't risk one more game. Now, as of right now, we're on game number 10, so gonna be able to close this gap in a little by little here as EWG's Aaron and OUG's The King is gonna try to see if they can fight this out here. Zay's trying to find any type of momentum here with the grapples, trying to see if maybe he can capture a third party in the middle of this fight. The Justina ult comes in. Meanwhile, the Z-Ping Q and the bubble starts to come through. Demo caught in the middle of two parties. Wang Liang fighting this out. Wang Liang, a massive parry coming through as Wang Liang is going to shut him down. Immediately catching Dubai, getting a nice hit with the massive damage coming through with the dagger. Arctic Wraith comes through from Dubai, making it harder for him to try to see if he can dip out as best as possible. Absolutely insane maneuvering coming in from Wang Liang. Wang Liang trying to keep the pressure, making it a lot harder for him to really try to capture it as best as possible. Meanwhile, Zay on fire, running a full speed trail like a Sonic character.
Zay here, unfortunately, is probably going to be eliminated. He's got 12 seconds to pick up a Soul Bloom Essence, and nobody's giving him an opportunity. Justine is going to stall out here. Zay in a really bad situation. This is the other half of this lobby is stall characters, and when you're on that timer, sure enough, there it is. There's no place to go, and Tryhard more than happy to capitalize off of his EU brother losing to that Yang depletion, gets a hit in, backs off, lets the Yang depletion do the work. Tryhard picks up his first elimination of the game. WBG Spider here on a bit of a back foot, has been able to find the resources he was looking for, but just took a ton of damage, gonna be forced to take a reset. And luckily, everybody trying to scramble to not get caught out in the zone here buys him the time to get that reset he needs, but he's gonna struggle to get over this wall as many people trying to play Gatekeeper here. And it looks like we hear that Realm of Yang coming through, as it is the second set of Realm of Yang. These are gonna be the last realms, and many players trying to get to them so that they can go in and contest and pick up those coveted buffs and weapons as well. Spider on the backside here. GBL's in, putting in work with the dagger. WBG Spider, though, with a massive parry. The instant freeze out into the meter dump. There's nothing Xin can do. The bubble comes through just in time to buy Xin a little bit of a respite. The ult is forced to be popped. Xin burns everything, and Spider still almost picks up the elimination. Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be it for WBG Spider, but he almost turns that around and quickly tries to pick up the elimination. Xin burns everything and lives to fight another day.
Absolutely insane, surviving this by the skin of their teeth here as Xin gonna be able to try to rotate this. Looks like he was ready for the grapple to try to see if he can push on a WBG Spider, but misses it and decides not to. Meanwhile, T225 able to hold it together here, surrounded really close by. This Bane's Breath here is going to be able to get out of the circle. Meanwhile, Jin, and I can't tell who that was nearby here, as Yeron is going to be right near Jin during this next fight here, as Yeron's going to be up top here. It looks like the chase has been happening, though. It looks like he finds his next opponent here, as Jin is going to be able to push this in, trying to see if they can find some connectivity on both sides here, creating some damage from the melee ranged weapon. Yeron trying to dip out, creating that gap as much as possible to try to get away from him. That pressure coming in from Jin, impeccable.
Yeah, Yeron pushing off here, trying to find some space as we get ready to see Zone 3 collapse onto Zone 4. We're going to pop back to a replay here between GD's TT25 and VL's Zay. Zay getting parried here, takes a ton of damage, and then we're going to see the bubble come through early on. These are the couple of kills that TT25 was able to get early off the back of coming in here before they got eliminated there. And now we're going to see coming in Roy Hee in the corner. It's been an unfortunate turn of events for Roy, and man, it's just been a rough day in general. We would love to see Roy come back to the level of skill we saw earlier, especially during the group stages where he just was absolutely explosive. Not sure what's happened to him, but hopefully he can find a little bit of momentum and at least find some good clips for his clip reel. I don't think there's any way he can come back and take the world championship at this point, but at least he can have a couple of good games and make some noise here before he exits the world stage. T225 here, still on the move. Lots of sustain coming in from the Zips here. WBG Spider also on the move as Wang Liang gives a chase. Spider with only one elimination under their belt, but at the point they're at right now, they just need to hold on. They need to stay alive and get as much placement as humanly possible. This has been a much slower game, and that has served Spider fairly well, as he has enough of a point lead right now. As long as he doesn't have terribly bad games, he stands a massive chance of being the world champion here. And I think everybody knows that. I think everybody knew that coming into the day. T225 has closed that gap significantly, and WBG Spider just doesn't want to give him any sort of opportunity to close the gap even further. He wants this so bad he can taste it.
I mean, wouldn't you? I wouldn't want for the gap to close in more and more. I think I think even with this one, we've been able to kind of solidify it more and more here. And like I said, all it takes is for him to just stay alive and keep the same momentum and rotation going in, making it realistically harder for him to try to close the gap in more and more. As long as you stay alive during these fights here, it's going to be harder for T25 to try to really close the gap in as much as possible. Obviously, it does take that one massive game to pop off, but it's a lot harder in these moments here to try to do that. It's not that easy. Meanwhile, back at it again. Jin looks like he's in the middle of trying to see if they can find something as the King and Wang Liang trying to get this fight happening as he ends up getting hit by a massive bow. He gets hit by another massive damage headshot coming in as Wang Liang is now going to get chased by everybody. Wang Liang trying to hold on as long as possible. The frustration on his face, you can tell he's literally going to claim it. The frustration coming through from Wang Liang as he ends up getting finished here by the disgusting headshot. If you would have saw the face, can we get a screenshot of that? I need a screenshot of Rune's face because his face, oh, that's Pog 3.0 right there.
Look, Wang Liang was in such a terrible situation there. The last place you want to be as a Tarko when you're low and you pop your ult and you're running is where you're forced to take verticality. Because as soon as your feet come off the ground or you tap dodge, you're vulnerable to being hit by those range shots, right? He's in a situation where the only place he can run is into the zone. And if he runs into the zone, he's going to die to zone tick. And if he goes to jump vertical, which is the only other direction he can go, he knows one of those players is going to hit him with a range shot. There's just no way 4 pro players aiming down sights at you are going to all miss in a crucial moment like that. Wang Liang knows he's done. He tries to buy as much time as possible. You know, it's one of those moments that you're just hoping somebody else gets eliminated while you're buying time so that you buy yourself a slightly higher placement. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. And like you said, you can see the look of disappointment on Wang Liang's face. And if the chat could have seen my face, like you said, it was just a face of sad. It was just, like I feel so bad for Wang Liang, but unfortunately, somebody's got to get eliminated, and it was just his time at this time around. The King here on Justina, rocking. Look at these Soul Jades. I think, is that Earthshaker he has? I'm not quite sure if that's Earthshaker, but 3 legendary Soul Jades here, rocking the legendary armor and the legendary greatsword. The King looking to make some noise happen here. And I've got to say, it's some of the biggest pop-off games the King has ever had during the Pro League were when he had greatsword in hand. So hopefully we'll see something crazy come out of him coming forward here. Yiran on the back foot here, bow shots ringing out left and right, but he's able to find this house to buy himself some space to get a reset. He wants to go topside here. He's going to risk going around this side of the zone so he can go ahead and get those repairs. He can get those heals off and also get to the high ground without being contested from a bad angle where multiple players have angles on him with those ranged weapons. T225 here with 2 eliminations under his belt, more than happy to just move to the side and play the waiting game, and looks for a more opportune moment to jump into some of these fights. Spider still holding on here despite an early elimination and then finding himself in a bad situation in the middle of the game where he had no resources and the zone was collapsing on him while he was fairly low and multiple players around. He's more than happy with this situation in life right now, as he is just trying to maintain that massive lead he was able to create for himself on day 1.
And he has to be able to keep that for 2 more games. The expectancy, just trying to hold on for as long as possible just so he can go, can we go home? I finally earned enough. It's time for me to get in my home and everything I ever want. Meanwhile, we're going to look at the replay here coming in from Yeron and Dubai as the chase comes through. Look at the maneuvering coming through from all of the little nooks and crannies in the place. Meanwhile, Dubai ends up getting absolutely shredded through this. Yeron catches him inside of the corner, then absolutely decimates him within a seconds. Absolutely amazing play coming through from that one as well. Able to do so much more from what we have noticed here. So let's see if they're going to keep that same energy going as WBG Spider, caught in a bad situation, gets hit for all of his shield, and now he's going to have to back out. Definitely does not want to get caught and gets eliminated. You definitely do not want that at a time like this.
And Spider's burnt through a lot of the resources he has. He's holding on to 3 shield pots after this last reset. When we looked into him earlier, when he was finally able to do some shopping, he was holding on to like 10. He's not been able to put any points on the board. There's no place for him to get pots anymore either. And he's already burnt through 7 of those armor pots for himself here. He's going to need to find a place to call his own where he's not on the receiving end of so many range shots if he wants to stay alive and put some more points on the board. Ace's Jin over here having probably the best game he's had all day with 2 eliminations under his belt on target here. He's got himself a set of purple armor and those purple nunchucks, which have been serving him fairly well. OUG's the king here with that legendary dagger soul jade, just literally threatening space, going no. If you want to come near me, you gotta walk through the blender that is this dagger. GD's TT25 still happy with his situation in life right now. One of the few Z-Pings still left alive here in the lobby. I say that is GBL Zen still alive? No, Zen's gone. Sorry. The only Z-Ping still left alive in the lobby. I apologize. Yeah, and Z-Pings, I will say this. This has been a much better game for Z-Pings than we have seen literally at all since the nerfs. Typically, they don't even put points on the board. So the fact that TT25 here has 2 eliminations and is in top 7 right now and is still alive after zone 3 says spades about them as a player, given the statistics of this particular hero. So hopefully TT25 can make something happen here. I would love to be proved wrong about Zeeping, right? I hate to see when heroes are just unviable in the pro league, because it means less interactions for us. It means less diverse lobbies for us, and that's always a bad thing in my opinion. I love to see when we've got lobbies full of these different heroes and how their different abilities and stuff interact and how these players master those particular interactions. It's part of what makes Naraka what it is. So big ups to T225, not only for having a good day, but hopefully proving me wrong on the whole Z-Ping thing here. WBG's APF. This is a rare sight. We don't typically see APF still alive here towards the end of these lobbies, but unfortunately no eliminations under their belt. I know APF desperately wants to put some points on the board. He's not even broken the double digits left, and after this there's only 2 games left to play. So hopefully he can stay alive long enough, get himself at least an extra placement point here, get himself into that 10-point range. So he's at least rocking the double digits. APF looking to move up the tree here. The king still just using that dagger. More than happy to hold on to the space of these guys here. Oh, there we go. Yep, we're going to see the great sword come out as well. Just spinning around like a top over here. APF down on the bot side here. Going to lose a lot of shield. Going to be forced to go and pop his F already. That Wuchen F with a massive cooldown. He does not want to expend that. And the king, I was right. He does have Earthshaker. Okay. Now this is really interesting watching the king let this rip time and time again, because unlike the dagger here, the startup for that legendary dagger Soul Jade is parryable. The rest of it you can only clank with the blue because it is technically a purple focus, right?
Right.
That great sword Soul Jade, every single stage of it is parryable, right? If you catch somebody with it, they can't parry it because they're locked in the spinning top of doom. But once you let it rip, yeah, you see how quick he's canceling it now? Yeah. He does not want to find himself stuck in that animation when he hasn't caught anybody out in it. APF here trying to make it. The teleport comes out, but it's not enough. The zone check picks him up. Tryhard picks up Jin here and is still alive, keeping the dream alive here for NA as he, with that elimination, puts himself back into the top 3. Tryhard trying to find a space to get a reset here, sees that Earthshaker coming from up above, cancels the pot, goes for the charge, left click on the dagger, and we are down to the top 5 left alive here in our game number 4 of the day, game 10 of the series here in the World Championship. Tryhard able to finally find that pot that he's been looking for this entire time. WBG Spider looking for a reset as well, but TT25 going to get a hit on him here. Oh my god, he catches him out with Pride's Foe, and in comes the RKO. WBG Spider 4 forced to expend the ultimate to go topside here just to escape the onslaught from T225. He's now trying to use those grapples to stay alive. Spider trying to play the waiting game, goes invisible in the bush, but the zone pushes in onto him. He's trying to just keep it there. Tryhard picks up another elimination on a Yiron. Spider comes in with the meter nunchuck dub, is able to find an elimination onto Tryhard. Spider, though, no ultimate, gets caught out, gets frozen here by T225, the worst possible player who could have picked up the elimination. T25 picks up the elimination onto Lurin King, goes to 4 eliminations, and will be walking away your MVP for game number 10.
Oh boy, T25 slowly but surely closing in the gap more and more, making Spider sweat as T25 is going to claim his second elimination. This is actually going to be a very interesting ending towards it. With all of this madness that's been happening, though, he's done a fantastic job so far here. But now I'm really excited to see how we end this. It's been all over the place thus far. And now, honestly, like I said, it's only going to get better. But now let's see how they're going to be able to push this together. T25 with a massive ending score. Honestly, exactly what he needed, though. That nice little smile and that sigh of relief here as it rains gold for GD for the second time tonight. Very excited to see his MVPs and his score as well here. This is going to be interesting. This is the final I wanted to see right here. I like this.
Pass me a spoon, Dobby. I am more than happy to eat my words about Zping. We're going to see a Zping MVP off the back of the skill of T225, and I am more than happy to see it come through. I love when we get more hero diversity against all odds, against the statistics. Thank you. Hand it right here. I'm going to eat that Zping pudding right now. Against all odds and against the statistics, T225 survives to the end circle. His game knowledge able to buy him a strong positioning in these final circles. He's able to pick up the double eliminations and able to use the healing just to get enough of a lead where he's able to pick up the elimination off of Yiron and then pick up the elimination off of WBG Spider. Give me my Zping pudding. Thank you, T225, for putting on another great show, another MVP. That's some extra dollar bills going into his bank account, and we love to see that the threat is still there. And WBG Spider, we might see a god bleed tonight.
Gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna hold it off all the way towards the very end. They've been doing an amazing job of it thus far here. I'm very excited at how we're gonna be able to see this, but I'm gonna give him his putting. Say I
hear Dobby. I'll take it. Oh yeah, sorry. Give it.
There you go.
I'm gonna eat my Zping pudding.
There you go.
It's disgusting, but I'm gonna eat it, and I'm happy to eat it, Dobby.
Good time to be able to do that, though. Even with all of that, they still were able to make the gap smaller and smaller. I'm very excited to see what the overall point system is for our finals here for the World Championship between Spider and T25. Obviously, the gap has definitely been a lot closer, and I think now it's going to be very interesting once we lock this in. I'm very excited to see how this ends. Oh, this is gonna be good. These next two games are so vital.
Yeah, it's
vital.
It's critical for Spider and T225 here. Spider and T25 both make it to the final circle here. T225 obviously comes out on top, picks up an MVP. There's still a gap between T225 and Spider, but the gap is closing. Yeah, that gap is closing. Spider doesn't have enough eliminations. He's going to go out in 7th place here with a 4.6. T225 off the back of 4 eliminations in first place finish walks away with a 9.6 game score, continuing to close the gap over Spider. The pressure is on. I think this might be one of Spider's lowest scoring games, and he was in top 4, right? that says a whole lot about what's coming down. I love to see it. The King, once again, with the second place finish here with the 7.2, and XCG's a Wang Liang with a 5.4. And of course, Orion's Tryhard tying it up for third place here with a 5.4 as well. NA's Hope and Dreams, they're shining light. And I mean, look, if I'm Tryhard, I'm super happy about where I'm sitting right now. There's 2 games left to play, and I'm in top 3 in the World Championship. A lot of people said that these other regions could not compete, and if anything, Tryhard has come in here and proved them wrong, but we got to give credit where credit is due, and right now we're giving credit to GD's T225, making me eat my Z-Ping pudding here with a 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations, gonna be walking away with his 5th MVP of the series, and gonna be picking up some of that nice extra cheddar for getting that MVP, Davi.
Absolutely insane. And coming into this, though, 5th MVP for GD. I know T25 is feeling real good, though. And obviously, once we come from the break, we're going to be able to see how much of a difference it's going to be between first place and second place here. But like we said, this is where things get good. This is where the anticipation and the hype gets better. I'm very, very excited to see how it's going to be. And obviously, we love these good rivalries. Obviously, this starts something new going into season 3. Can we see another rivalry between T25 and a Spider? I would love to see that, because either Spider's going to be able to hold this all the way towards the end and says, back off, this is my trophy, or T25 is going to snatch it away from him and be like, better luck next year. But even with that, though, we have another interview. And we have somebody that y'all probably would like to talk to. So, do your thing. Take it away. We'll see you back here in a second.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And Tryhard is ready now, and let's connect to Singapore. Hi Tryhard, hello. So first, let's say hello and do a quick introduce to our audience.
Hi guys, I'm Tryhard from Team Orion.
Hi, nice to see you here. And because you know now you're in your total point is in the top 3 now, so I would like to know how's your feeling right now.
I'm feeling good. You know, today has been a little bit slow for me. You know, everyone has their bad games, and today unfortunately was mine. But I'm starting to pick it a little bit up. Going to game 4, I'm happy with my current placement.
Yeah, and I'm also very happy now I can see you in the interview, and I think you're having a good status now, and I think we are looking forward to the rest of the game. And also because it seems like we know that you keep very good balance just between the learning and also the esport. So how you can keep the balance for these 2 things and make you can go to a very good university, and at the same times you're now like you're having very good ability in the esport?
I think it just takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. You know, things won't really take as much time if you're really good at it or if you put a lot of effort into it. And I think that's what's helped me keep a good balance between school and esports.
Yeah, it seems like you made much effort. And I would like to know, so maybe tell us like how many times every day you were like training on the Naraka?
I try and play as much as I can whenever I have time. Obviously, there are some days where I have a little bit too much homework or something I have to study for where I don't get to play, but I always try and play as much as I can.
Sounds good. I think I have to learn from you and like try more and like to train more, and I can also have higher ability. Also, we are glad that you can be here, and I would like to know, because you know it's like we still have the rest of the 2 games, and it seems like from the top 1 and 2, they are all from the NBPL. So how you comment on these 2 players?
You know, they're playing extremely well and extremely consistent. I think T225 has played, you know, excellent today. But I think I can still catch up. I'm just going to need a good last 2 games.
Excellent performance, and we are looking forward to the rest of the game. And thank you Tryhard for today's interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, guys, we still have rest of the 2 solo games, and we are going to have our champion of the J Cup. And we will take a break. Don't be too late. We will back later.
狼，
小伟呢？
狼，然后基地吧。
也是最希望狼队进了。
我比较希望狼队进吧。
不要把自己信心打没了，我们现在有点没信心。吃一把鸡，我们就
吃把鸡就有了，没事。
这个鸡我们这把还有15个人呢。
无敌的这位置，这把人机啊！
对，这把人机。
谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？
下来一个大佛，
不倒，我死了。
杀一个，杀一个，
杀一个。这边到了。
我杀一个，杀一个，杀2个。
排名，你这保排名，好吧？
我被抓走了，我被抓走了。
我变了，我变了，我变了。
一定要保住。
我往我这打好了。打这个5田也行，我把你逼了。我抓他，好，好杀。我回到他了，死了。
好杀，好杀。
自欢。逼到了，逼到了，好了。
小心，还有一个挺大。抓抓，好抓。
我变小了，我变小了，保我一下这块。
再跑，别急。
让我吃个大出来，等会儿。
报告，夺火，好震。不急，我还有大。
OK。我要抢这个花，我抢到花了，我抢到花了，
死了！
给我吃，我的。
你吃，
他血没你多。nice。哇！最后结束。哇！
真的想哭，没想到我们会打得这么艰难，说实话。
我们刚刚收到消息，狼队总分来到了104.9。我们刚刚说及格线是多少
？100。
我们猜测100，但是导播给的是
94.9。
We need to go to Shanghai.
Next
See
year,
how beautiful that was. We need to go to Shanghai. That was amazing. I need to see that. But before that, I need to see the standings here of our solo grand finals, day 3 for the World Championship of Naraka Blade Point here. We've been having so much excitement throughout today, and now we have slowly started to see a shake in the leaderboards here as Spider is still in the lead with a 20-ish point lead, 71.6 coming into this, and he's still losing a little bit of points more and more, but we still have 2 more games left. This could be massive for T25 if he knows how to be able to handle it. And it could also be just as big for Tryhard. Tryhard is a little bit lower in the standings, but he's still in 3rd place. It could be absolutely massive if he plays his cards right. It could be just as incredible if he does it and hold strong towards the very end. But for now, we just have to keep watching all the way towards the end here. And I'm very excited to see how we're going to be able to land this towards the very end. It's going to get good.
Okay, so I have one correction. Everything you said, absolutely true. Only correction is they say casters should never do math on stream, and it's absolutely true because it's not a 20-point lead, it's an 11-point lead, and there's a massive difference between an 11-point lead and a 20-point lead with only 2 games left to play.
Really? And this is
no!
Wow.
Oops.
Wow. Nah, I'm gonna let you do it.
How big is the gap between number 1 and number 2 in total standings now? Actually, I'm not. There's a number. There's a number that's going to be right here. I said almost a number. So there's a decimal here. We know what this is. There's no taking it back.
Do we?
I already said it. We do. Yeah.
Go ahead and explain it more. Do we? I don't remember. Why don't you go ask it? Huh? Why don't you go answer it? Huh?
The timing of that was beautiful. Could not have asked.
I don't know
for better timing on that. I love it. It is now that the question's gone, I'll say it. It is exactly 12.6. I said almost 11. 12.6 is the number, but it's still huge difference between 20 and 12.6, right? Because we've seen games where people don't even put up 10 points on the board. So massive difference between I say massive difference. Now it's within 1 game, right? It's within 1 game. If Spider has a bad game and T225 continues to have good games, it could be all over for Spider. The God King himself, WBG Spider-Man, might bleed.
Quick match. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here to give you guys the entertainment, not be the stats guy. That's not my area of expertise.
Look, it's okay. It's a caster's curse.
They feel so dumb.
No, look, they say caster. I've done it too. I've absolutely been off by like 30 points before. It happens. They say casters shouldn't do maths on stream, and that's exactly why they should not.
Still trying to put it together here as now T25 with the average kills of a 3.1. He needs to put the average kills up a little bit higher if he has the opportunity to really lock it down. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold it together, though. This is his shot, but also this is Tryhard's shot. I think Tryhard has a massive opportunity too if he plays his cards right in the next 2 games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, it's Tryhard has a massive gap to close here, but it's not undoable. The thing is that if Tryhard doesn't pop off and take MVP in the next game, then it's pretty undoable for him, and he's fighting for 2nd place at that point, which is not a bad place to be. You can't undersell the achievement just because somebody doesn't walk away the champion, right? The story that is Tryhard coming into the World Championship is massive. You're talking about a player coming from a region that everybody counted out, right? And look, don't get me wrong, I know the NA fanboys, myself included, never want to believe that, these other regions can't keep up with each other, right? But many players, many people who watch these, especially people who watch it in other regions, counted out NA, and now they're in the top 3. But before we come back and lock in for our last game of Hollow Roth, not our last game of the day, last game of Hollow Roth, we've got a short video for you guys.
I'm a very hard worker. I was a very hard worker in high school. And it was always a dream of mine to get into Cornell. I was early decision, which is like kind of a binding agreement that I have to join Cornell if I get accepted. And luckily, I did. And I'm just glad that all of my hard work paid off throughout my high school years. Sometimes it's very hard balancing both real life and gaming. High school is not easy at times, especially when I'm trying to take the hardest classes as possible. There are a lot of nights where, you don't get much sleep, or some days where you can't play at all because you have to do your work, and, it's just a sacrifice that I had to make. I'd say I probably have maybe around a 65 to 70% chance that I win the whole thing.
Gotta give it up a big applause for Tryhard getting accepted into a good college here. You love to see it, being able to push further past not only just life, but also in gaming as well. Being able to get so big congratulations to Tryhard here, getting accepted, and we hope that everything goes well in the future. And obviously some of that money is definitely going to be going towards tuition, because oh boy. As we're going to be locked this in for our game number 5, we're headed to Holleroff and dusk. That is morning. And we're going to be able to patch this in together. Let's have some fun, ladies and gentlemen, for our 11th game. Locking this in, we are 2 games away from deciding a winner. As of right now, Spider would be our winner for our solos. As the main champion, all he has to do is hold his top slot for 2 more games. As we're going to look in for game start. Looking at some of the big locks here. So, Rune, tell me what's going on.
I mean, what's going on here is they want me to eat a double dose of pudding right now, because we're seeing 3 Z pings getting locked in here, 4 Z pings, some Justinas. Very interesting to get. See, if we were going to see Z ping, this is the lobby where I would have wanted to see it. We're going to see a Matari being locked in by APF as well. Love to see that. The backstab actually kind of bringing Matari back into the meta in NA. So interesting to see APF trying to bring that in here. But if I was going to see Z-Ping, historically, Z-Ping has thrived on Hollow as a map. Even though the nerfs are through now, and I still think she's not as great a hero, if somebody were to pick Z-Ping, this would be the map I would want them to do it on, because statistics show that she just plays better here.
Absolutely, towards this one here is now going to be able to lock this one in, as Plum to Castle is going to see a whole lot of players. So is, surprisingly, even the puzzle place of Salvation Podium is going to find a decent amount of people here, as we're going to be able to lock it in. We got a stacked crowd outside here. Spider's gonna, oh my goodness, absolutely just send him flying here. Double nunchucks coming in on both sides here. Let's see who's gonna be the one that claims the first elimination. That's gonna be Ego. Claims elimination onto Dubai here. Meanwhile, Spider trying to double dance with Yeron here. Yeron trying to keep the same pressure onto Spider, and oh no! Yeron is gonna ruin Spider's pockets. This is going to be an interesting switch here if Spider ends up falling apart towards the end of these games here. Meanwhile, T25, all eyes is on the man himself, as Debo is going to claim 1 elimination here in the middle of his fight. Wang Liang is going to come through with the third party. He's going to absolutely decimate Demo out of nowhere. Oh my goodness. Doesn't even give it an opportunity to try to get away in any which way, shape, or form here, and decides to call it and claim it and says, see you later, buddy. Go back to the resurrection and run it back for a salty run back, so that way I can send you back to the lobby yet again. Meanwhile, T25 ends up getting frozen in time here, as Kaibao is going to try to see if he can claim it, but he ends up getting pushed and smushed by T25. T25 is going to decimate him with a massive parry onto this one. Look at the face. No, you can't see me. I'm disgusting with it.
Yeron coming in, looking to run it back onto WBG Spider here. Spider luckily opens a random blue trove and goes from white armor to purple. That's a huge pickup for WBG Spider here. And I want to talk about this first fight that breaks out between Spider and Yeron earlier on here. Huge mistake by WBG Spider, and it's actually just a decision-making process on Spider. And he knows better. I know he knows better because both of them were running nunchucks, and nunchucks was the weapon he excelled at and dominated with for most of season 2. He hits the trigger and instead of tap dodging forward towards Iran, tap dodges away, knowing full well that the tech chase on the nunchucks can catch him. He's been there. He did that to so many players in season 2. Why he made the same mistake, I have no idea. He does have a resurrection, luckily. He's still in the game, but just massively interesting to see it coming out of WBG Spider, and it makes me question whether the pressure's getting to him or not. Roy Hee here for VNGC going toe-to-toe with Wang Liang. We saw Wang Liang earlier in Plumed Castle absolutely decimate the likes of Demo. Demo had just picked up an elimination, and Wang Liang just comes in and third parties and just absolutely just says, hey Demo, you don't get to play the game for the next 15 seconds. And sure enough does the same thing here to Roy Hee. Wang Liang picking up his second elimination of the game.
Absolutely able to, though, as Demo is going to be able to try to get caught out, as Jin is going to absolutely send him off, but he sends him off so far that he ends up landing on top of his roof here. He ends up not getting claimed here, as he ends up trying to do what he needs to, as Demo is going to be able to just shut him down as well. Demo coming through with the Arts and Wraith here, trying to keep the game alive for himself here, playing it off to the best of his ability. Makes it look good all the way towards this rotation. Let's see if he's going to be able to find it, as Demo ends up using his Arctic Wraith to dip out as fast as he can. Does a pretty good job of saying, see you later. Not about to get caught by this one. Meanwhile, Spider back at it again. Second chance. Definitely does not want to get caught up in something bad here. You have to be very, very careful in this one. Now he has to play this for his life. Don't want to get caught playing for your life, but sadly, he's going to have to, though, as he's going to be able to rotate this in. Ego and the King are going at it. So much defense coming in on this one. Ego having the advantage just a little bit, but not any longer, though, as now he doesn't have his bubble nor his shield. Oh, he was able to pop his shield just in the nick of time, as now the King was able to hit a massive one. Oh, my goodness, Ego able to hit a massive hit with his longsword onto the King and claims the elimination with just 20 to 30 HP left. Meanwhile, T225 is going to be able to try to get some fighting in with Dubai. Dubai ends up getting hit in the head by a massive bow from Ye Ron. Meanwhile, Spider outside of circle here. I don't know exactly why he is outside of circle here, but he needs to not be out here. Meanwhile, Demo is dangerously low here. This could be a great elimination for him. He's going to need to do something. Demo finally gets the rotation outside of the circle here. Is he going to be able to do it? No. Jin is going to be able to slam the elimination and snatch it away, potentially. The only reason why I say potentially is because I don't know if Spider had started that fight initially, or did Jin come through as the third party. Meanwhile, the fight coming in as the nunchucks and the dagger both go at it on each side here, and it looks like Spider might be able to close the gap in and claims the elimination with the burn tick coming through. And he gets his first elimination on the board for this game.
Yeah, huge there for WBG Spider. He just immediately pops the ult. He knows if he doesn't, that combo sending him into the zone could spell disaster for him there. Says the heck with it. It's just a resource. I'm going to burn it, get it out of the way, get my elimination, and stay alive in this game. And he needs to. He desperately needs to, because he's not off to a good start here. And of course, our boy T225 is having a good game thus far. Spider on the back foot here. This could be an absolute disaster for him if Wang Liang can lock onto him. Wang Liang has been on a huge tear here and has been picking up eliminations left, right, and center. 3 eliminations under his belt. For whatever reason, Wang Liang so afraid of that ultimate here from the Tarka. Even though Spider was so low, he was just not willing to risk it whatsoever. And I mean, I get it. This is why we talked about why Z-Ping has traditionally not been great into the new meta, especially with Tarka coming in. Tarka and Takeda absolutely tear Z-Ping apart. And because of that, he was afraid to pressure in and take that fight. 17 Jail's ego here, able to find a bit of a reset as Dubai comes in. And the third party from Huangfly comes in and buys them a little bit of a gap here, some breathing room. We're going to see T225 going head-to-head with Wolves Kaibao and GBL Zin going head-to-head with EWG's Yiran here inside these first gates of Yang. And the question is, who comes out on top? T225 here with like a 79% win rate in Gates of Yang, but it's Justina versus Tarka. It's not a great matchup in terms of the hero pick, but again, T225, just a very strong mechanical player. Great decision making coming out from them. They've got the ult burnt up. They're looking for an opportunity to be able to lock down onto Kai Bao. They use the ult so they're not sitting above their head. Very smart play. T225 is just so clean today. That scale rush, not quite the one they were looking for there, unfortunately. The angle ever so slightly off. Kai Bao still looking to give chase. Unfortunately, we do see Zay die in the feed, and T225 once again comes out on top here inside the realm of Yang, picking up, I do believe, their second or third elimination here in this game, as we turn our attention to GBL Xin and the fight with EWG's Yiran. Xin actually able to get a little bit of a reset here on the zip, able to get a parry, flips the fight on its head, and GBL Xin picks up their fourth elimination here in the Gates of Yang and are going to get some much needed upgrades.
Absolutely important, especially in a game that's this deep right now. As Xin is going to be able to back out of this and go for the resurrection. It looks like Yeron's also going to do the exact same thing as well here. Could find his elimination the way that he needs to here. If he's going to be able to push in, he needs to push in now and keep the same aggression. He's got to find it. Looks like he's going to find the first one that's coming in from Wong Fly here, waiting for it as the defense comes through and connects with Kai Bao here. Looks like he's going to find the burn tick coming in from a T25, but that might be a tough fight to be able to handle here. Kai Bao's going to have to rotate this out, trying to see if he can find a little bit more pressure on someone else. Meanwhile, he needs to be able to pop that shield and gets up top. Meanwhile, Yangrong's going to pop that hell, trying to see if there's anybody that's going to be nearby. T25 fighting this out with Kai Bao back at the top of the order. Looks like he's going to be rotating this all the way around here, trying not to get caught within this fight. T25 is definitely the player you definitely do not want to get caught up in. Meanwhile, Longfly ends up getting caught in the crossfire in collateral damage. As it looks like T25 is still focused on Kai Bao here. But he has to be careful. He got caught in it once. He definitely does not want to get caught in the crossfire again.
Yeah, T225. Yeah, T225, they're still giving chase. And this is a bad situation for the likes of Kai Bao to be in, because Kai Bao currently sitting in Yang depletion. He needs to win a fight. Every second he takes running away from a fight is another second ticking away where he's not aggressively trying to solve the problem that is that Yang depletion. WBG Spider here, holding on with their one elimination, able to find some much needed resources. We turn back to T225, still trying to give chase here to Kai Bao. And Kai Bao, again, less than 2 minutes left from that Yang depletion. He's going to find a white armor to hot swap into here. Going to be forced to burn the F immediately here. Kai Bao just trying to wait, maybe hoping he can get his ultimate back here and flip the script on somebody. Oh no, he picked up a Soul Bloom Essence from some, no he didn't. The scoreboard's hiding it. His Yang depletion is still there. He's got 1 minute and 45 seconds before he is going to eliminate himself just to the Yang depletion. He's able to get a reset here, but he is running away. I have to question what Kai Bao's doing here, because yes, he got away from this fight, but after you get a full reset, you've got ultimate, you have 1 minute and 45 seconds to pick up an elimination. You need to turn back into that fight. You just don't have the choice. You're literally a ticking time bomb ready to go off. You have to make something happen here, and Kai Bao just backs away, decides he doesn't want to take that fight. He's going to find himself with Huang Fly here. Well, Huang Fly giving chase to Kai Bao when he run away here, so Kai Bao not having much of a choice in the matter, but he desperately needs it now. He needs to stay on. He's committed to the fight. He's burned his ultimate. Huang Fly going to take arrow pop shots at him here. Kai Bao actually takes the damage from it because he goes airborne and is just trying so hard. 45 seconds here, and this is the worst situation he can be in, because Huang Fly can just bait this fight out. He knows that Kai Bao is on Yang depletion. He doesn't know quite how long it's left there, but he knows he doesn't want to die to that Yang depletion. Kai Bao trying to make it happen, is going to find it. He needs to get that Soul Bloom Essence and stat. He's waiting for the spawn. There it is. Kai Bao is back in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about that all the time. You got to be able to hold a strong for as best as you need to here. And it looks like he's able to and make it look good towards the end. And now T25 back at it again here. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold it down all the way towards the very end. T25 has a massive opportunity here. The win rate for Spider is 90%. T25 is 8.8. Wow. That is a massive margin for error. I really just say massive margin for ever? Oh my goodness. It is getting too late for me. Meanwhile, Ego fighting this out with Yeron. Yeron going back and forth here, trying not to get caught. It looks like Yeron's gonna be able to get this fight going. Meanwhile, Ego's gonna hit a massive hit. Yeron forcing the shield as Ego actually ends up getting hit by Tryhard's bow. Not giving him much of a chance here. Having to force to pop the F here. Ego trying to see if he can not get caught in the crossfire, as he does end up getting hit with Tryhard. Trying to see if he can claim an elimination here. This could be massive for him though, as he's still within that third place spot. But look at Wang Liang. Wang Liang also in that 40.2. Meanwhile, Spider about to fight this out here inside of the realm with Jin, the run back that we've talked about. The defense coming in on both sides here. Meanwhile, Jin is going to be able to connect. The parry coming through. Massive hits coming through. Going to be able to get him out of Dodge's way here, getting him high up in the air. But now here comes the heels. Going to be able to rotate this around. Let's see if he's going to be able to find him. He does, and hits him with the katana up in the air. Trying not to get him caught within the podium. Absolutely flying all the way towards the other side here. Spider is holding the aggression far and wide. He is trying to make it hard. And Zin is not making it easy for Spider to try to claim this elimination here. He is trying to play the long game here for this one, but they don't have enough time. They're going to need to fight this out, and they're going to need to start getting some damage happening, or else they're both going to be getting caught and eliminated into the resurrection here. They can't lag off too much time here, as Jin is going to be able to fight this out. It looks like Jin might have more of the advantage here. I think that's why he might be stalling. He's willing to risk it for the biscuit. Meanwhile, Spider and them fighting this out, trying to hold it together. Zayna dangerously low here, could be massive. Here comes another heal for Justina. Is going to be able to run this around. Doesn't have enough time, and they both end up getting eliminated from this one. Zin was playing the long game. Zin was playing the long game.
Well, here's the thing. This is exactly what we talked about as Ziping Yang, and one of the reasons why Ziping historically hasn't done well here since the nerfs is she brings nothing to the realm of Yang except the ability to stall. And if you stall out in the realm of Yang, exactly what we saw happen is going to happen. You are going to find yourself getting just booted out of the realm of Yang due to time, and then both of you are on Yang depletion. Not only that, Ziping, there's some really bad matchups for them. One of them being Tarka, and the last thing you want to do is end up in a realm of Yang on Ziping face to face with the Tarka, which is exactly what we just saw happen with WBG Spider and GBL Zin. Zin able to stall it out. They don't just die straight away. Now both of them are on Yang depletion though. So both of them out here hunting up for soul blooms, and it's been a very low kill game for WBG Spider. Zin has already picked up 4 eliminations. There's not a lot of players left, so we're gonna see these players going head to head. Here we go. Spider trying to turn on to Kai Bao, and who's gonna come out on top this time? Historically, these two 50-50 into each other. Spider's gonna have their ult as well. Who is the better Tarka player here? We've heard Spider talk about it before, that Tarka is typically not one of their better heroes, but in this particular moment, he absolutely dumpsters Kai Bao. He's able to find one elbow into 2 to 3 hits to the greatsword, and all of a sudden Kai Bao disappears from this lobby here in game number 11.
If he's going to be able to find it here within this game. Both of the top players are tied here for number 11. Trying to put it all the way within it. Let's see if they can rotate towards this one. Trying to put it together. Damage coming in between Zin and the King. Absolutely lethal here, as the King is going to catch him inside of the corner here. Zin's going to be able to get away from it. Meanwhile, Zin trying to hold it together. They're both on the equal side of the podium and cannot connect any damage here, because it's not going to be able to work through this one here. It definitely doesn't want to get double yanked in this game here. Meanwhile, the King and Jin holding this together all the way towards the very base that needs to be connected here for each of them. And though Zin is going to be able to catch her the parry onto it, as the King is going to try to see if maybe he can pick up his stuff, and he does. Try to see if he can maneuver it. Pops the ulti. has the time to try to stall. Catches him inside of the small little tornado with the F key. And now here comes the reset. Reset's going to be very helpful as well towards this one. It looks like the king is just deciding to back off. Probably the smartest move currently, I think. But it doesn't look like Zin's gonna give up without a fight, though. He is going to chase that. He is going to keep the aggression nice and high towards this. He's going to connect all of his hits for the grapples, keeping the speed and the momentum just as high. But he's going to be able to find this out and see if he can catch up towards the king here. The king is not making it easy for him as well. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can hit him with the bell, but he finds the next opponent, and that is DAY3. DAY3 trying to see if he can get any form of shield off from his Arctic core. Meanwhile, Zin is trying to see if maybe he can claim the elimination here. And it looks like he's going to wipe out as much of his shield as possible here, not making it easy for DAY3 to try to back out of a situation here. Almost cornered him. Nice hits on each side. It looks like the king ends up coming back, hitting them with the bow. And Jin says, thank you for making it easy for me to claim this elimination here. And he backs off, and he's gone like the Dark Knight.
The king here looking to do just a little bit of shopping off this body here, where he was able to pick up that elimination. Now we're going to see WBG Spider here, 2 eliminations under their belt. Spider sees the king in the distance here and wants to reposition. We are zone 4 currently, 1 minute and 20 seconds until we collapse onto zone 5. We're going to see those Morris blessings start to come through, and these are going to be highly coveted. There's no more realms of Yang here. It is just Morris blessings. It is Spider trying to come in and get himself that gold armor. Can't quite lock it down. He's forced to pop his F there. Multiple players keeping him off the box. The king, Jin, trying to come in. Spider sees that the arm hasn't been taken. There it is. It's gone now, though. So Spider just going to back out of this fight. The smartest decision that he can possibly make. The king here moving away, looking to go topside and just get out with that gold armor. He risked it for the biscuit, and the biscuit is his.
The big fluffy one, too. Meanwhile, back at it again. Let's see how they're going to be able to rotate this in here. Still been a lot of madness coming down. As Spider, the pressure onto the man that could walk away a champion. Threatened by T225. Meanwhile, Zin caught in his own struggles currently as well. Struggling to try to put this one together. Let's see if he's going to be able to make the maneuvers happen. He's dangerously low on his heels, though. Not looking good. Oh, ends up going inside of the bush here. The question is, are they going to find him? Doesn't look like they did, though. There's no elimination claimed for him, though. Absolutely really could have been finished here in this light and was not able to, though. It does a fantastic job, as meanwhile the king is able to get a gold shield. Oh, the advantage coming in is going to be absolutely amazing for him. If he's going to be able to hold forth towards it all the way. He's got to be able to play it smart.
Yeah, all of these players looking to rotate. There's a lot of verticality here because we are at Plumed Castle. So there's going to be plenty of ground for these players to go to. We are down to 7 players left alive, but this is likely going to come down to the very final zone, right? We have at least 1 Z-Ping left, 2 Z-Pings left in the lobby who are going to be the kings of stalling. There's 2 Justinas who can also stall this gameplay out as well. And there's so much verticality, so much ground where these players can just kind of take whatever they want. There's a couple of invisibility bushes around as well that it's likely it's going to come down to the very final moments to determine who walks out on top. And we once again are coming down to a final circle where T225, WBG Spider tied for placement right now. Both of them with 2 eliminations each. Spider still has a lead here. So he needs this, right? He can't afford to go out early. He lost his initial fight. And I'm going to say there was some RNG involved in WBG Spider still being alive here for this final circle, because you're talking about a mortal war where loot is extremely difficult to come by, right? You typically have to go fight for purples. How many times have we seen end zones where players are still on blues because they just haven't been able to find loot that they want? Spider spawns back from his original death. The first loot pile he opens purple armor, and the player chasing him decides to stop fighting because they're like, or decides to stop chasing because they're like, oh yeah, I don't want anything to do with that now because they have a massive advantage over me. That said, Spider, obviously, a little bit of RNG goes a little way, and a lot of skill goes a very long way, and that's why Spider is currently in first place. That said, he just lost all of that armor and is not in a great position, been forced to pop his ultimate as well as his F just to find a reset here. So Spider, yeah, gonna go for the invisibility bush, but here comes GBL Zin, says, I'm not gonna give you a moment to get a rest. We're gonna see some musket shots coming out from TT25 as well, and all of that reset that Spider was just able to get back is gone. He does have his F ability back up, 50% away from his ultimate. Spider is the one currently being hunted by the rest of the lobby. T225 here, huge opportunity for him. If he can get Spider eliminated, he's able to pick up some more kills and take an MVP. He's going to close that gap even tighter. Spider forced to go into the zone, able to find a scale rush topside. They continue to go in for the hunt. Spider goes for the charge, right click on the dagger, steps into the zone, is able to step back out before the tick comes in, and we are going to see a cannon shot come down from GBL Zin, and that's going to be it for WBG Spider.
Absolutely tough coming in, getting that elimination claimed here. Now he has to look at this game with a lot of stress and a little bit of fear, as now he's got to be able to find, hopefully, the motivation to be able to pop off with this last game here. As long as he holds strong here, this is one of the games, if he is able to hold on, he should be okay. Meanwhile, T25 still in this game. If he ends up having a pop-off game, then this last game is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, looking back at the replays here between Yeron and Jin, I don't think this is what we saw from earlier here, so we're getting a nice little bit of a replay coming through. So he's going to be able to rotate this one around Zin dangerously low. Yeron basically trying to hold strong, and looks like he does end up claiming that elimination onto... No, Zin actually switches the game around and actually claims the elimination off of Yeron. That's actually really impressive here.
Six players. Yeah, I was gonna say 6 players left alive here. Zone 6 starts to collapse onto Zone 7. We're coming down to the final zone here as many of these stall players try to keep things alive here. And look at that. There are no Tarkas left alive in the lobby. There's 1 Tumulk, and the rest is Justina's and Zeeping. And this is typical of what we used to see Season 2 on Holoroth during the stall meta, where many of these heroes were just able to keep themselves alive on this particular map due to all of the different types of terrain and things that just make that playstyle so much more viable. We're going to see TT25 here, holding on for dear life. GBL Zin with 6 eliminations in their belt. I don't think anybody can take MVP away from Zin here. They would need to pick up every other elimination in the lobby to keep Zin from being the MVP at this point. They are in top 6 eliminations, and they are having a huge game. We're gonna see Orion's tryhard put some absolute hurt onto GD's TT225, and this is a bad situation for TT225 to be in, because this is the game, now that WBG Spider's gone, they need to pop off and close that gap even further, or they are just going to have the most massive game that's ever existed in game 6, or sorry, yeah, in the final game of the day, to be able to pick it up. Yeah. Oh, that universe slash comes out. T25 almost picks up the elimination. Unfortunately, they are going to die at the hands of Orion's tryhard trying to make this their lobby. They want to pick up an MVP. They want to fight for that second place. Now turning their attention onto Ace's Jin. They've got the Phoenix Blast on the longsword, and they are looking to put in the work. They're going to catch Luren King out, do a ton of damage there. Sorry, OUG's the king, no longer Luren King. Tryhard is able to catch the king out. Now trying to catch on to GBL Zin. Zin gonna pop the bubble, but it does not matter in the face of the Phoenix Blast. The Phoenix Blast being that blue state charge that just eats through the bubble. It's going to do the damage. It's going to do the knockback. Xin still tap dodging away here. No armor. Aces Jin with the armor still left to speak. Tryhard needs one more elimination and a first place finish to be able to score above GBL Xin. Xin fighting for placement, trying to make the most of those 6 points as humanly possible. Tryhard doesn't look like they're gonna find the elimination that they need. Zin's gonna go down, Tryhard goes down as well, and I'm not sure who's gonna come away the MVP, but I think it's GBL Xin.
I feel like it has to be GBL Xin, the way that Xin was able to play that. He had those massive amounts of eliminations here, and he made it look good all the way towards the very end here. He was able to put that consistency into his games. We've seen Xin be very consistent throughout the majority of his season. It was really only a matter of time until he ended up getting a dub, and he needed one. This is one for the books. Xin needed this. He has been putting in work. He has definitely been one of our consistent players throughout the year, but he definitely needed to make that happen, and I'm very happy to see that he finally was able to do it.
Yeah, Xin coming through here, able to put in a huge MVP for himself. He's got to be patting himself on the back right now. And off the back of Zping, if there was a map for Zping to excel at, it was definitely this one. And Xin is somebody who, if he's able to get a dagger in his hand, he almost doesn't really care what hero he's playing, right? We've seen Xin absolutely off the back of a white dagger wipe lobbies. Like, we're talking last circle with a white dagger, killing pro players and not even caring. We've also seen Xin, one of the favorite clips from season 2, where it comes down to the end, his weapon gets parried out of his hand and he turns around and picks up the elimination with his fists. Xin is one of those players you just can never count out, Dobby.
Well, absolutely. You can't in a space like this. You really need to be able to play this smart all the way towards the very end here, and obviously he was able to do that the way that he needed to the best of his ability. And obviously he was able to rock it all the way down to exactly what he needed. And obviously it made it look good. It's what you need in a very deep moment like this, knowing that there's still so much in store and there's so much on the line. You cannot hold back. You cannot play towards the very end. You have to be able to go, hey, we're going into this game. We're coming into this strong. And we can't let these moments slide. We can't let these moments pass because, like I said, there is no day 2. There is no day 3. There is no day after tomorrow. This is it. Our last game happens in the next couple of minutes here. So the nerves are crackling for everybody. The statement has to be made in this final game. The desperation starts to come through with a lot of these players because now it's not about who's going to get first, second, and third. I mean, yes, it is, but also it's about who's going to walk away with $5,000 versus $30,000. That's a massive difference in money. You know how many chicken nuggets I can get with $30,000?
Look, it's a lot on the line, and you know what? The money's great, but I know many of these players are strictly here fighting for the prestige. Don't get me wrong; they're gonna be happy to walk away with them bands. They're gonna go get themselves some niceness. They're gonna go buy them, you know, that 100-piece chicken nugget you're talking about. But at the end of the day, many of these players are here to prove that they are the best in the world. This is it. This is the last day of solos, period, for the year. Like, don't get me wrong. There's going to be games. People are going to go play ranked. There might be community level tournaments. You know, there might be collegiate level stuff. But this is in terms of the big scene, the big competitive. This is it. Somebody is going to walk away, and for the next year, they get to look at every other player and go, I am the best. And nobody can argue it when you're sitting there with the World Cup trophy sitting on your shelf behind you. No, ain't nobody coming into your stream and gonna be like, yeah, you're not the best player in the world, come 1v1 me. You know why? You ain't even got to. You just turn the camera on and point to the trophy. That's it. That's the only argument you need. As we take a look here, GBL Xin with 7 eliminations walks away with an 11.1 game score. But we got to talk about T225 and WBG Spider, a 3.9 versus a 3.4. There's still a 12-point gap between T225 and WBG Spider here, right? A 12.1 point gap. T225 needs to come into this next game. He needs to have another MVP, and WBG Spider needs to be eliminated off the rip. That said, the cracks are starting to show in WBG Spider, right? We watched him in this game make a massive mistake at the beginning of the game on a weapon that he knows like the back of his hands, and then almost gets eliminated again, but a shining light of luck comes through where he opens that pile and finds a purple armor off the rip. WBG Spider has got to be sweating just a little bit, but we can't take it away from here. GBL Zen walking away with his second MVP of the series, 24,000 damage, 7 eliminations, and I want you to look at this. This might be the most counters, aka parries, we have seen during the World Championship come out from a solo player. 6 parries, Dobby.
Wow. Absolutely insane. Really being able to rock towards this with 6 parries. Wow. He made sure nobody hit him at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, no, cling. No, cling. Cling, cling, cling. I let none of y'all get this. Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
This is what GBL Zin does, right? It's been really interesting that we haven't seen him pop off coming in to the World Series here in both the group stages and here in the grand finals for the World Championship. I heavily expected GBL Zin to be a massive contender, and he's been pretty quiet up to this point. So it's nice to see that he still has it. And you know who else has it? Jaeger has it, because they're going to take it away for yet another interview before we come back, lock in for our last game, and determine who is going to be the World Championship for 2022.
Hi everyone, this is Igor and welcome to post-game interview. And now Tryhard is already ready there and just connect to Singapore. Hi Tryhard, nice to see you again. Hello
guys.
Tryhard. Yeah, so I'm very excited because you have excellent performance like in the end of the game in the final circle, and I would like to know because it's like you lose all the endurance of your weapon at the end of the game, and I would like to know how like what the mind just suddenly into your brain at that time, and how can you keep the psychology that you can be so calm down at the like dangerous moment.
So even though my weapon was broken, I was more using it to try and control the space in the end zone so I could be safe. And I think it's just all about knowing that it doesn't really matter, like especially when the zone is closing in, you just need that one final hit and then the zone will kill them and you'll get the kill anyways. So I wasn't really too worried about my weapon being broken.
Oh, I see. Just really good status and really good psychology. And also because I know it's the second time you used Justina, so why you choose this hero in this game? Why you choose Justina?
I knew it was going to be a Tarka heavy lobby, so I decided... Yeah, I chose Justina this game because I knew it was going to be a lobby that had a majority of Tarkas in it, and I know Justina is a good counter for Tarka, so I knew I would be in a good spot if I picked Justina twice.
Yeah, good. Very good plan. And also because we know that you guys have long time in Singapore, and I think being an esport player is very special for you and also in your life. So I would like to know how's your feeling for this journey?
You know, it's been great, you know, win or lose, it's been a learning experience. I've had a great time playing with, you know, some of the best players from all the regions, and it's been a really good time.
Sounds great. Sounds very nice. And also because we know yesterday you just got the offer, and now just to double check, you are learning like psychology. And I would like to know too, so which part of the thinking, I think the way of your thinking in your mind so can make you like so excellent, not only in the esport and also in your daily life and like learning and also like being an actor. I think it must be a special way of thinking. So what's the part, what's the key you can be so successful?
I think it's just the key to being successful in those things is just trying to be the best version of yourself, you know? There's always going to be someone better than you at something, but it's important that you try and challenge yourself and try and be a better you every day.
Really good sharing. Thank you, Tryhard, for today's interview. Thank you, and good luck. We still have the rest of the game, and we are looking forward to who will be the championship of the J Cup. And we will take a break and be right back later.
YCG 打 call YCG 世界赛加油我为 YCG 打 call YCG
那年我双手插兜，不知道什么叫做对手。
我为 YGG 打 call YGG 世界赛加油我为 YGG 打 call YGG 世界赛加油我为 YGG 世界赛加油！
我为 YZG 大 call YZG 世界赛加油！
这缘分像一道桥，山河烧啊烧，留下诗人我来熬。而你断断续续唱着歌，假装没爱了。同时也逆下青春我来啊！
我进来吗？我躲了！我进来逼了！可以，开腰刀！我看着红叶，这道发给我东西，你吃！保我！上篮，好踢了！在哪？还给我！你吃！上面两个人在打架，两个人，我来，就这两个了。OK。搭配踢了，另外一个躲一下，另外一个往毒里飞了，我进毒躲了，他死了，他被毒死了，别被毒死 ，A 他一下，我不进去了，没事，我被毒死的，头死我们的就 OK。哎呀，总算吃了一把呀，没什么疼，吃烂了，可以，吃了一把就笑，稀了。
可以不用买票了。
等我推一下就不行了。
哎，
等我推一下呀。
我说可以，你不用提前买票了。
把票退一退啊！我说什么呢？我都买好了。我都买好了，等我推一下。
退一下，得退。
把按摩钱给我退回来。
真的退呀，票钱呀。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world to the Rocket Blade Point World Championship as we take a look at the final standings before the last game, and we see everybody's positioning. Unfortunately, Wolves Kai Bao here has dropped from the top 8 off the back of some very poor performing games here today, all the way to 13th position. VLZ has dropped 2 positions today. Unfortunately, he had a really good game 1 and has struggled to find his footing ever since. WBG Spider here, holding on to that first place position still. 8 points put together in the last 2 games. GD's T225 closing the gap slowly but surely here with a 13.5 game score thus far from the first 2 games. It is still doable. It is still conceivable for T225 to take away the first place finish. And then we take a look at Orion's Tryhard, our player from NA. Huge accomplishment for them, holding on to 3rd place here in the World Championship with a 47.4 total points. They put up 12.6 points in the last 2 games. The question is will it be T225 or WBG Spider who walk away the champion? It's all going to be determined here in the final game of Naraka Blade Point.
And also, for myself, which is a little my last cast of tonight for Naraka. We've been around for a while, obviously, until hopefully season 3. We've put a lot of time and effort into our casting, and we've put a lot of energy in these last couple of months here. And the fact that we're on our final game, it's a little surreal, not gonna lie. But which hero did Tryhard use twice? Don't look at me. Yoda Hime, Wushin, Justina, and or Tarka. Make sure to push your last make sure to put your answer in chat for your chance to win, because we still got some goodies to give out. And boy, oh boy, has it been good all the way throughout this throughout the entirety of the season, man. It's been a lot of fun. I've appreciated every last one of you guys. People have been showing support here in chat, not only in chat, but also in the Discords, showing love throughout this entire season. We've been putting in a lot of work. We've been putting in a lot of effort, and it just feels surreal to still be here after all this time. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for showing nothing but love and support throughout all this time. And now it's time to lock it in. T25 versus Spider, the rivalry that we did not expect at the end of this season. Is Spider going to be able to hold it just long enough to be able to crown himself a champion? Or is T25 going to be able to snatch it away from him, from the grasp, all of the time, all of the effort to finish it all the way to the very, very end? Can he do it? We're all going to find out right now.
It's going to be very interesting as we lock in for the final game. We see here T225 is 12.1 points away from being tied with WBG's Spider. Realistically, Spider needs to come in, needs to be eliminated early, have a 0-point game, and T225 needs to have another 6 to 7 elimination game with a first place finish. But it's absolutely doable. We've seen T225 do it today, and we've started to see the cracks in WBG Spider's armor, right? The last couple of games, he's been eliminated off rip. He has not won these fights. And you've seen in the very last game, he makes a huge mistake. He gets the trigger off of the nunchucks, and instead of tap dodging forward into the controlled neutral where he can win the space, he tap dodges backwards, opening himself up to the tech chase from his opponent's nunchucks, and just gets eliminated off of it, right? That's not the level of play we're used to seeing from WBG Spider. He doesn't make mistakes in his skill-based matchups like that when it's nunchucks versus nunchucks. He typically doesn't. So Spider, as we've seen, has been on a downward trend since day one. Every day since then, every group of 3 games, he has put up less and less points. The stress is getting to WBG Spider, The big question on everybody's mind, though, is will he be able to hold out for one final game? This is going to come down to the absolute wire, and I don't think there's any way we would rather have it. T225 coming in here, taking over for Don Quing on Team GD. This player had a lot, and I do mean a lot, to prove slotting into the roster, just going into the World Cup. You know, you're talking about Team GD gets the qualification off the back of the hard work that Don Quing does, right? So they get to have a solos player here, but T225 has to come in and prove that, hey, you know, Don Quing paved the way for Team GD to be here, paved the way for me to be here. I deserve to be here, and no matter what happens in this final game, I think he has shown that while Don Quing paved his way to be here, he 100% deserves to be here on the world stage.
Oh yeah, he earned his slot. He earned his slot. He worked hard for it. He got to a point where it really was a part of all of the hard work that he has put in within this space, and now he's at a point where he deserves to be here, and he's already solidified his spot, and especially within this top 3. But now the question is can he win it? If he wins it, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal, because this will be one of the biggest surprises of Naraka Blade Point history, to be quite honest with you. So after all of that madness here, Rune, our final lock-in. After all of this has been going down here, let's see what we have in store and what they're going to give us for the final map of our solos here for night. As Roy He is going to be landing in Celestra by himself. Demo is going to be heading towards the right side, inside of those small huts. Meanwhile, T25 is going to be heading towards Icelet Crater for the final showdown. Wang Liang all the way in Stillside Temple. Meanwhile, 17JL's Ego and Orion's Tryhard is going to be right in front of the passageway to Stillside Temple. Meanwhile, at least 2 players are going to be heading towards Wayne Shrine. One is headed towards Zest Winery, and there's other players all around that surrounding bridge area right near Lake Yellow Leaf. Ladies and gentlemen, our final game starts right now. Game 12. Is Spider going to be able to hold his lead long enough to be able to call himself the greatest immortal player for our solos for a world championship, or is T25 going to be able to snatch it from his grasp? Meanwhile, here we go. King pushing in all the way. APF gonna make it a little bit harder here, as the King is gonna be able to absolutely start with a juggle. Nice little amazing piece here. Is not able to hold it all the way towards the very end here. Starts to get the burn 6 happening with AP, forcing him to try to start to either maneuver and dip out, or starts to fight this out. Meanwhile, waiting for the impact to come. The nice dodges connecting as the King is gonna be able to claim the first elimination of our final game. Meanwhile, Ego, it's the elimination onto Tryhard. Wow, coming through very surprising with this one. A Spider looks like he's gonna just start and play this game slow. All Spider has to do is stall. He doesn't have to fight. He doesn't have to contest. He doesn't have to realistically do anything. All Spider has to do at this moment is stall, whereas GD has to fight. He has to get these eliminations. He has to claim more kills than he's ever had in some of his games. And on top of that, he has to get a high placement in order to knock out Spider. So that's the whole difference in what first place and second place has to do. I mean, look at the percentage of the win rate, 0.7. Even for Spider here, trying to hold this together, waiting for the defensiveness to be able to come through. Demo, and able to hit that F3, able to hit a little bit of some damage. Meanwhile, Spider is going to be able to keep the same momentum, pushing in on Demo. Demo is going to be able to return fire right in towards. Meanwhile, the Demo is going to be able to hit the Yorihime ulti. He's going to put the pressure right in front of Spider here. And it looks like Demo is going to claim the elimination onto Spider. Spider is like, okay, don't worry. Mental reset. It is all right. Run it back, reset. Demo is gonna hit the no ult zone. They know better. Meanwhile, T25, like I said, in the exact opposite direction, has to try to see if he can claim some eliminations here. This is down to the wire. I know chat is just as excited as I am. Meanwhile, Kaibao is going to be able to find the King on the right side. Both ults get popped immediately here. Both flames shooting on each side here as T25 is going to try to see if maybe he can head toward the chase. So many fire lines. Looks like a Corvette going through a burnout. Meanwhile, Kybao trying to go through the rotation as much as possible here. T25 just trying to keep up with everyone. Meanwhile, it's just a bunch of fire rats just trying to survive the fire of a Tom and Jerry cartoon. Got to be able to hold it all the way together here and to be able to keep it together. T25 not really able to gas at anything, not able to clasp at any type of damage at all whatsoever, not able to glance any of it. I don't think anybody's really able to try to fight this as T25 is finally able to connect on a fight, and that's Kybao. Kybao trying to connect with even more damage here, but decides to keep running. It looks like he doesn't really want to fight this out, but T25 wants to. He needs to get some fights in. He needs to get some eliminations here, and that's why the desperate push is happening so much.
Well, T25 is also at a massive advantage. He knows at least one of these Tarkas have burnt their ultimates already. He's not sure which Tarka he's fighting because, again, for us here spectating, we can see all the lovely cosmetics. For the players, it's all just base skin Tarka, right? So he's not sure which Tarka he's locked on, but he thinks he has an advantage in the fact that he thinks he's probably locked onto the Tarka who's already burnt through so much of that ultimate. And Kybao going to be locked down here again. Now, as we see the likes of this fight continuing between Luren King and TT25 and Kybao. Kybao just trying to keep things moving here. He's expending a lot of time, but he needs to find an out here at some point. He can't afford to just sit here while the zone collapses, not be able to loot and not be able to pick anything up. But it's going to be the King who is able to find that elimination finally, as Kybao finds himself in that desperate corner, nowhere to go. The King now on the outside trying to stay away, but the scale rush coming in from T225 is going to do a lot of damage. The King going to pop an ult of his own, and it's going to be ult for ult here as T225 goes head to head with a Luren King. This great sword looking to put in work. We're going to see that spear come in from Luren King here. We're going to see the elbow come through. It doesn't quite connect onto T225. T225 just guarding there with that charged blue, looking for the hyper armor frames to buy him some space. Comes in, the King turns around with a musket shot, lands that off. T225 wants to keep going, knows his ult's gonna run out soon. The King popped his ult second, knows he needs to wait for it to go away, goes for the reset, able to get some of that back. We're gonna see the King come in a little eager there on the spear, not quite getting the damage he wants, doesn't have his ultimate anymore. There it is. T225 is gonna find his first elimination of the game, and WBG Spider goes out with 0 eliminations, 0 points. The game opens up. T225 needs to walk away with at least 6 eliminations in a first place finish to have any chance of walking away the champion, but he absolutely can do it. The cracks were there. We watched it. WBG Spider, a god can bleed, and TT25 now has an open racetrack to the finish line for the World Championship.
This is a lot at stake here, is now all eyes are on T25. He has to play smart here. He knows he has to land, and he knows he has to last all the way towards the end here. Now, on top of this, he knows that he has to go forth with this one and say, hey, I have to be able to claim some eliminations here. He already has one, at least from what I remember. Now, as we're going to be able to go with the rotations towards the rest of it, there is still so much more that needs to be done. And T25 has to play this smart here. If he ends up getting eliminated, that's game over. And ladies and gentlemen, Spider will be the champion for our solos for Naraka Blade Point for our World Championship. There's still so much going on the line here that it's only going to be interesting here. Meanwhile, oh boy. Here we go. APF versus T25. And looks like there's another fight that's also happening too as well. So you have to be careful here, and let's see how this one goes here. It's still a whole lot of momentum coming in. Meanwhile, T25 is going to be able to push in on APF. APF with the dual blades. Our T25 with the dual blades here. The spear coming in from APF here immediately pops the ulti. Both gonna go into a heal off here. APF has a little bit more of an advantage. Dodges the musket shots here, as now APF is gonna be ending up getting chased here. Immediately pops his ulti, goes for the defense stance from T25, and now trying to see if they can connect anything towards each hit. T25 trying to hold on, but getting lower and lower in each of his hits. He has to play this smart here. Might have to try to back this off and maybe try to go for the heals here, but no, decides to push in and keep the aggression. Good call, though, and able to get some hits onto APF. Now, T25 dangerously going to be able to possibly claim the elimination, though, and yes, he does, as T25 is going to be able to claim the flames of AP and get what he needs to out of a gold chest. Gets a gold dagger. Good source of what he needs with purple shield, and he's going to dip out victorious, ready for his next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. T225 now with that legendary dagger, and we've seen him put in absolute work with the dagger. He also has that Vermilion Bird's Might, which means he can go out and just be on the hunt and be comfortable, knowing that if he gets eliminated, it's not a big deal. Spider can't pick up any more points, can't pick up the points from the elimination. If he gets eliminated, he gets to keep all of his gear. He's still in the game. He's a happy boy. GD's TT25 right now is on the path to victory. Here's WBG Spider. The second fight of his game here. Zay comes in with the parry and absolutely dominates Spider here and is just able to find a Clank with a follow-up tech chase. The tech chase from the nunchucks doing in WBG Spider again. And if TT25 wins this tournament and walks away the world champion, I think he needs to send a thank you card to VL Zay. Speaking of sending... I was going to say, speaking of sending that thank you card, what he's about to do right now is send that dagger into the chest of VL Zay as he looks to continue to pick up points and eliminations here, because this is it. This is T225's chance. Everything is riding on him now. It's his game. He just has to win it. Now we're going to see he is coming in onto Zay, looks for the elbow, doesn't quite find it, does find some hits. Zay turns around, finds the charge left click on the katana onto T225. It's going to find the scale rush as well. Goes for the potential uppercut here. Now T225 needs to be very careful. It's targeting the target. Oh, there it goes. But he's got the Vermilion Bird's Might. He's not out yet. He just doesn't win this particular fight, but he has earned the right to continue to play. The race is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, the race is not over. Let's see if he's going to be able to put that one together here and still be able to rock towards it. He has to play this smart. Like we said before, we still said, even with all of this, even with the momentum that they have, you still have to be able to play this smart here. And let's see if he's going to be able to catch it within this rotation here. T25, like we said, all eyes are on this man. This could be absolutely the biggest opportunity for him to really be able to shut this down here. And let's see how he's going to be able to find it and plot it all the way down here. It's like we said before, we'd love to see it. We'd love to see how you could be able to put this one down. T25 decides to back out of this one, decides he doesn't really want to get caught into this next space there. Let's see where the next space is, though, as APF is going to chase him. He's going to keep the same energy towards him, and let's see how it's going to be beneficial towards him, though. T25 trying to balance it off with the gold dagger and the pistol at hand, trying to see if he can get a little bit of damage here, as Roy he is also dangerously nearby, and it looks like they're both going to connect and fight this out. T25 is going to be able to go for the full shield here. Let's see how he's going to be able to hold down all the way towards it. AP keeping the same energy onto Roy. T25 just trying to do a cheeky pistol kill, trying to see if maybe he can get a free elimination, but it's not going to be that easy.
T225 looking to come in here, needs to be careful though. APF with the ultimate, looking to try to turn things around and get revenge for their fight there. The parry comes through. T225 though, gonna be the one who gets to walk away there, as we do see Kai Bao also coming in with the ultimate, and it is a Tarka bonanza as everybody goes crazy right now, looking for this elimination onto Kai Bao. T225 catching some huge hits onto Kai Bao. APF gonna go down to Kai Bao. T225 forced to go into the zone. He's got his own ultimate here. He's just playing very safe, and I really enjoy seeing T225 right now. He's playing super calculated. He's trying to capitalize on other players' mistakes, and that's what he's been doing all day, and that's why he's in range and stands a chance to be the world champion right now. And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You have to play that smart, though, and absolutely, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. You were absolutely right. Sometimes you have to be able to realize that as well going into this space. So now, even with all of the rotations happening, though, it's going to get tighter and tighter here. Xin with 4 eliminations as well. Tryhard has to try to see if he can claim some eliminations here, because he might actually end up taking his 3rd place slot stolen, literally stolen from Xin from under his teeth if he's not paying attention here. And meanwhile, T25 is gonna risk it for the biscuit again. Try to see if maybe he can claim this elimination onto Roy Hee. This could be a massive elimination for him, though. Roy GT225 playing this to the best of his ability, though. Let's see how he's going to be able to do it. T25 able to hold it all the way towards it. A massive parry onto Roy Hee to start this off. Immediately getting a massive amounts of damage. Does another parry right towards him. Doesn't give him a much of a space to try to maneuver it all here. And immediately he's going to try to see if he can get any type of fire grab here. All he needs is one hit. And yes, he does. T25 starting that game so strong in the realm of Yang. Doesn't give him much of a chance to recover and claims his next elimination. T25, his percentage of winning is only getting higher and higher as he leaves the ring with another kill under his belt.
T225 here, absolutely playing out of his mind. Those 2 jump cancels into parries, absolutely insane. On the prediction, no less, not even the react. It's just massive coming out from T225. This dude is a huge contender, and there's no question why he's in second place right now. And there's no question why he's in the running to be the world champion as he picks up another fight there. That's huge for him. Not only that, he gets a buff. He's going to be able to hunt down some of these players. As we turn our attention back to Roy Hee, who's looking to get rid of that Yang depletion. He finds himself going head-to-head here with Tryhard. Tryhard looking to lock him down. Nice bait from Tryhard there as we see ult for ult here. Unfortunately, Tryhard's going to find himself on the back foot as Roy Hee is able to pick up the elimination. He's going to get the Soul Bloom essence that he needs, and that Yang depletion is going to go away. Unfortunately, that is it for Tryhard here in the World Championship, but he currently still holds on to third place. And even though GBL Zin has picked up 4 eliminations this game, he is still 5 points or more behind Tryhard. Tryhard likely will be walking away, our third place player here in the Naraka Blade Point World Championship from NA. Massively proud of this player. He came here, he wanted to prove that other regions could compete on this level, and he has certainly done that and more. T225 here, finding himself engaged with Kai Bao here, looking to pick up an elimination, pops the poison shroom onto Kai Bao and himself. Unfortunately, he's going to get a couple of shots there. T225 trying to keep Kai Bao on the back foot here. He wants to go ahead and get a heal off from that poison shroom, wants to pick up the elimination. Needs to be careful though. Ace's Jin waiting in the wings nearby. He does have Mystic Might, though, for another 50 seconds, so he knows where these players are. He can just continue to push in and play well. Yiran, extremely low. Wolves, Kai Bao going to find a Wang Liang out here in the wilderness, and Kai Bao still low from his engagement with T225. And this is anybody's game still. 9 players still left alive. Kai Bao looking to pick up anything he can, trying to escape here while he's on the back foot. No ultimate, and Wang Liang doesn't want to let it go. Popping the no ult zone. Very smart. It's going to keep Wang Liang from being able to use that Justina ult to chase in or freeze him out. But the problem is there's no place for him to run here. T225 also showing back up, and we know exactly how hungry he is for this. Oh, the parry comes through, and T225, even though he doesn't get parried, is the one who gets punished for it. Takes a ton of damage. Quickly finds a reset, though. Looks for the kill onto Kai Bao, but it's Ace's Jin who's able to pick it up as he body blocks the shots from T225. Now, it is anybody's game here in this no ult zone as these players continue to go toe to toe. Every elimination that runs away here from T225 is further and further away he is from being able to land in that championship position. He needs to pick up some of these eliminations. If there is a time to turn the aggression on, if there is a time to put your foot to the gas pedal, it is now. I know he wants to play safe. He doesn't want to go out to some risky maneuver, but now is the time to risk it. If you're ever going to risk it, there's no more Naraka to be played after this game. T225, it is time to put your foot to the floorboard.
Foot to the floorboard here. He's going to have to put his foot on the gas pedal as he's going to need to claim a little bit more if he's going to need to do what he needs to. Has 3 eliminations, but he's going to need to claim a little bit more here, and he doesn't want to miss out on that win. If he's taking his time, obviously he doesn't need to necessarily rush either here, but knowing that there's 8 players alive here, he needs to at least get 3 more. If he gets 4, then that's pretty much going to be his as well here. So he's got to be able to put that 4th as well here. So let's see how we're going to be able to dish this together. Oh, it's only going to get crazier. It's actually only going to get a little bit more scary, to be honest. Let's see how he's going to be able to move this around. Meanwhile, Zay, another interesting situation that he's in currently. And back on T25 here, which T25 has been playing this to the best of his ability, but now he still has more work to do. He's got to be able to do it well here. But he's really going to see himself. He's really going to see himself in the best position to win. And now here we go, T25 all the way around this rotation. Let's see if maybe he's going to be able to clap onto something here. He's going to need to do it soon. And it looks like Jin might possibly be able to reach forward towards this and like, oh no, immediately gets hit by a massive headshot of a bow and says, no, not today. You thought you were going to get it, but that's not going to be yours there. That's going to be mine. Thank you very much. I appreciate you and hope you have a good day.
Yiran able to pick up the elimination there. It looked like T225's bow shot was going to take it there, but Yiran's hit just a little sooner and is able to pick up the elimination. T225 still a lot of work to put in here. He needs to start picking up some of these eliminations. Doesn't want to let anybody get anything from that box. It looks like the gold is going to go to Yiran now, who just slides in as all these players back out. GBL's in, trying to push in as well. Yiran more than happy with what he's got. Still trying to run back in. He sees the gold on the body over there and he's like, look, I'm in position, I want it. I want to have a gold weapon here to go with this gold armor or whatever the gold is on that body. He's just trying to cover the box and keep these other players away from it. T225 trying to play a little more passively here, knows that the armor's gone. There's no real point in him going in and risking it on the box, but he wants to stay close in case somebody does and they get low, because it's a potential opportunity for him to put points on the board, and that's exactly what he needs to do right now to walk away the champion here. Yiran still just hyper guarding that box. He never comes quite out the door, but he gets in position so that he'll dash forward from the door with that charged left click from the dagger so he can just threaten the space. Roy Hee coming in from behind as well here, looking to do the same with the cannon. Bow shots coming up at Roy from T225, who's sitting from behind here, waiting for an opportunity, knows that the zone's going to push them in. And here it is. Yiran's going to start taking some shots here, and many of these players are going to start looking to dog him down, not only because he's got that legendary armor, but because he is going low here. He's been able to get a little bit of a heal back off. Looks like he's going to be able to get the full reset before these players can get over the hill and collapse onto him. Roy still looking to throw some damage at him. Zay caught out in the zone now, though, becomes the target, and here it is. We're off to the races as Zay, now being targeted out by the lobby, pushes himself up the tree here, is able to get away, it looks like, but many of these players still trying to gatekeep, keep Zay in the zone if they can. Yiran over here with the legendary armor, continuing to pressure, push onto these players. T225 just looking for eliminations. He's got to find them somewhere, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. It's only going to get tighter, though, as well, as there's just 7 players alive here. T25. Oh, this is going to be going all the way down towards the wire here. Still going to get very, very close here. Could get a little bit threatening, though, as now we're still going to be able to rotate all the way around this bend. Still got to figure out how we're going to be able to work towards this one here. Man, oh man, this is going to get good. Zin all the way with this rotation here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do what he needs to, though, and play it off to the best of their abilities here, as Spider is just sitting by watching as T25 is just letting the time go. 3 eliminations under his belt here. This could be it. And also, it looks like the way things are going, it looks like Tryhard is going to lose his 3rd place slot. It looks like Zin is probably going to take that slot away from Tryhard with his 4 eliminations. And if he places anything higher than the 7th that he's in currently here, I think he's going to take the 3rd place spot away from Tryhard. So Tryhard probably is going to end in 4th place. Very unfortunate coming in, but I did say as long as he reaches top 5, I think he's in a good place for the NA region. So congratulations being one of the only NA players here to make the top 5 in the world. Which is highly, highly impressive here. Meanwhile, Zay, T25, Roy, Huang, Yeron, Xin, Wang Liang, the final 7 for our games. With everything happening, with everything has been putting down so far. Roy Hehe with 3 eliminations, Zay with 3 eliminations, 1 elimination coming in from Huang Fly, Yeron coming in from 2, Wang Liang with sadly 0 eliminations, Xin with 4 eliminations, and T25, the top eye that's watching this right now, 3 eliminations. And here we go, T25 trying to maneuver this all the way around, trying to see if he can claim anything towards this space here, as it looks like T25 is going to be able to pop his shield off just in the nick of time. Circle's going to start closing here in about 45 seconds. Zay might be finding this out with Wang Fly, Wang Liang, and Xin nearby, dangerously throwing their cannons all the way on each side here, trying to see which ones are going to connect to where. T45 playing this all the way within this Roy Hehe, trying not to get caught. Yeron all the way on the edges, just waiting for it. It's going to be that small little downtime before things start to get very, very hectic. 15 seconds left on the clock here. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have been enjoying the show. This is going to be one of our final circles for our solos. This has been a fun ride for everybody here, but it all comes down to this. Circle starts to close in. Circle 6 starts to push them forward here, as we should start to see hopefully some connectivity here very, very soon. A circle is still decently wide here, as it's only going to get closer and closer to who is going to be crowned a champion. Is it going to be Spider? Is T25 going to be able to claim these next eliminations and get a dub and take over for WBG Spider? Only time will tell, as now Zay has popped his ulti, trying to see if he can stay alive here. Is going to be able to pop at least some form of shield here, as he does. And he ends up maneuvering towards the other only tree that's within the circle. Wang Fly trying to see if he can fight this out here as the ulti comes in. Wang Fly getting possibly juggled here, and it looks like Wang Liang is going to snatch the elimination away from T25 here. T25 needs to be able to go for the heals here. Oh! Ends up getting hit with a massive dagger, but it looks like he's going to be able to go through with the shields. It looks like he should be okay here, trying to maneuver it around. Great recovery from T25 here, even with all of the pressure. Having the ulti around, waiting for the opportunity as he does able to get the shield off. And now he's back at it again. He's going to be able to hold forward all the way towards the end. T25 holding it. T225. It looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can get some impact towards the tree here, as nobody really wants to connect onto him at all here. Waiting for the strikes here. Almost gets a parry, but Wang Liang actually goes for the Arctic Eyes. Good call on that one. Trying to find if he can get any form of shield here. Gets hit on the back, but he ends up getting a nice little hit here. Nice little burn onto the next player here. The question is it enough to claim the elimination? I don't think so. T225 scrambling, trying to see if he can find anything that could be helpful for him to claim another elimination here. He needs to do something. He can't just stand idly by here, trying to play this smart here, not trying to get eliminated here as it starts to close in. Yeron with no shield, waiting for, has the stance out, waiting for it as he ends up getting grappled to the ground. Wang Liang all the way up towards the very top space. Meanwhile, Arctic Wraith all the way up top here is Roy, trying not to get caught in. Zay all the way on the inside. T25 ends up getting shielded away, ends up getting hit all the way within this space, trying to hold it together. Nobody wants to be able to do it, and T25 ends up getting eliminated and dusted towards the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned a champion. Spider has held it together all the way, and ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned a winner. Spider held it together all the way to the very end, and we have been caught in his web. Ladies and gentlemen, Spider has done the impossible.
WBG Spider will be walking away, your Rocket Blade Point World Champion for solos. ET25 so close to glory, but we're gonna throw things over to Leah so we can hear from WBG Spider.
千锤百炼终成钢，精雕细琢方为趣。一战封神，天选之人。
Okay,
让我们恭
finally,
喜
we would like to say congratulations to 2022 Solo Game Championship of the J Cup, which is from Team WBG Spider. And now you can hold your trophy.
这就是属于冠军的泪水。
I know now you have tears is here. It's because you have do so much effort for this championship. And now standing here is also our coach of the WBG. And it's the honor for the whole WBG. And also we would like to invite our special guest. Please. President of Naraka Esports, Mr. Ho.
我们本次2022永劫无间世界冠军赛的单排总冠军就是大家非常喜欢
So
的
now
微博
our championship of the J Cup is our player who we are very familiar with, which is the Spider.
一起看一下前面，让我们用镜头
And Spider and also our special guest just take the photo together and look at the screen.
再次感谢侯爵先生，请入席观礼，谢谢。
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ho.
非常难得啊！我第一次在
I think it's a really hard chance. I can stand in here, like Spider. You are like crying here, and it's very hard for me. I can see the tears in your eyes. I know it's a very excited time, and you just match your ambition, and I would like to know how you're feeling now. Who you want to appreciate? I would like to appreciate for my coach for the whole season. He gave me so much support in the whole season.
一战封神，经过了无数的试炼，无数的挑战，他兑现了自己的承诺。刚才他也说过了。
So finally, you just did your ambition and too much effort and so long journey in the J Cup. I would like to know at the last moment when you don't have chance like to play in the solo game in the last game. I would like to know how's your feeling at that time. I feel so painful. It's the most painful time in the whole season. Yes, because it's so painful, and now it's so happy and so much joy for this championship. So there's a question also I would like to ask the coach. So I know Spider like come here very as a new player in the solo game to like so long journey and get the championship in the season 2. So I would like to know now what you want to say to him. Yeah. I think it's like a very big step for you in this journey in the J Cup and in Naraka. But I think it's still a little step in your life. So for me, my ambition for you is like you have to get the championship for 2 years. I know this journey is really hard, not only for you and also so much fans. They are sitting just near the screen and shouting loud for you. I would like to know, so what you want to say to your fans? I'm very appreciative for all my fans, your support. I would like to say thank you. And I know after you get the championship of season 2 of MVP, and this time you get the championship of the solo game of the J Cup, I would like to know what's your next ambition. Actually, I didn't think about this yet. Maybe later. It seems like our coach still have something to say.
传统的一个惯例了，小蜘蛛夺冠。
Yeah, so I would like to say in the Trolls game team WBG, cheer up in the Trolls game tomorrow, cheer up.
那么同样的话，舞台属于你们，让我们再次恭喜2022永劫无间世界冠军赛。
Okay, at last, I would like to say this honor belongs to you, belongs to the team WBG. So just leave our honor time and our stage to WBG. You can get your trophy and congratulations.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to WBG's Spider, who is our world champion here in the Naraka Blade Point World Championship for 2022. And you know, I love to tell a good story, Dobby, and it's one of the reasons that I'm a caster. And you know, I give WBG Spider a lot of crap sometimes on cast because I always want to root for the underdogs, but we can't take away from this moment for Spider. And we talked tonight about how his cracks started to show through. You know, every game he was putting less points on the board. But as we take a look at the stage that Spider stands on, hoisting this trophy high, the stage glittering in gold, you know, he's gonna walk away with a gold bullion amount of prize money as well, and a gold wealth of pride for himself and the team WBG. Spider might have shown some cracks tonight, but there's a concept that's near and dear to my heart called kintsugi, which is a Japanese practice of taking pottery that's been broken and repairing the cracks and filling them with gold, not to hide the cracks that something that's broken has had, but to accentuate them and show them, to tell the story. And I like to think that WBG Spider might have shown his cracks tonight, but after walking away the World Championship, when we see him come back for season 3 of the Naraka Blade Point Pro League, he will have filled those cracks with gold because he is the world champion.
I think, I talk about it before. I agree with you on the fact of being the underdog, but I ain't gonna lie. I was rooting for Spider. You know, I said that he was the underdog going into this. He was the guy that, you know, he had the massive pop off games, and people was like, you know, is he gonna repeat the same thing? And he did. He repeated the exact same thing, but his first 2 days were so commanding that those next 2 just it didn't matter. It didn't matter. He was able to play, and obviously it was a little scary because GDT 225 was still creeping up slowly but surely. But it just sadly just was not enough. I gotta give it up to T225, who put in so much effort on those last couple of games. You could tell that he put his heart and soul into every last game, and I think that's what Naraka is. Those moments where you put your all into those games, regardless of the result. You just try, you put in the effort, you grind it out, and even in all of the moments of, you know, we talk about rank and scrims and all the practice, it all comes down to these moments. It all comes down to those plays that we haven't seen, and those moments where people are willing to take those risks. I mean, got me tearing up over here, man. Got me tearing up for the fact that WBG Spider worked hard, and you could tell when he he started to cry, and you could see it. You could see that he earned it. He felt like he earned it. And even with that, Spider is going to also take the kill leaderboard as well for this, as even with all of this, T25 in second, Zin in third with 28 eliminations here. I mean, the kills coming through was absolutely phenomenal as well here as well. And I mean, we say it before here, they put so much time and so much of that effort. I mean, look at the total damage, 144,000 damage out of 43 eliminations. That is a lot of work. That is a lot of patience. That is a lot of strength. That is a lot of utility. That is a lot of losing those games. That is a lot of learning from those mistakes. That is a lot of bot reviews. That is a lot of being at the computer day in and day out, waiting for the chance and your opportunity. And Wang, and not only that, he has earned his spot as we look at T25 here, and he has 111,000 points here. Spear had 13,000 damage. Dual Blades had 22,000 and 49,000 damage coming in from the dagger. I would love to see the graph coming in from Spider, to be honest. I would actually love to see what Spider's graph looks like for this one as well, because I'd be curious to see what was, with all of this as well. And I mean, I think it's a lot of emotions. A lot of emotions in the sense that, he ends up taking it. He's the young gun. He's the young blood. I've said it before. He's the young bull. He watched how everything was going. He waited for his pace. He knew what pace it was, and eventually he was able to follow suit. And he ran that all the way to the end.
Absolutely.
Also, this is our last cast of this. I mean, at least for me, it is. You still have one more tomorrow, but this is my last time casting with you, at least for the season, at least for 2022. Lord knows what 2023 is going to bring for Naraka Blade Point and the rest of everything else coming into it. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be ending the cast with you, my boy, my longtime homie, everybody in chat. It's just, it's a surreal moment. I'm not gonna lie. It's a real moment.
Absolutely. It's been insane here, and I think every single player should 100% be proud of themselves. Ooh, excuse me. From first to 16th place. Every
too.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. From first to 16th place, every single one of these players, regardless of how they ended out, the fact that they qualified to be here in the grand finals of the world stage speaks volumes about them. It takes determination, it takes grit, and it takes hard work to reach this level of competitiveness in any sort of sport, including esports. And you know what? Every one of these players had something to prove, and I think they all proved it, right? WBG Spider wanted to prove that he could be the world champion as the youngest player, and he proved that. TT25 had to prove to his team and the world that he wasn't just here off the back of Don Quing, that he was an established, strong player, and coming out in second place, literally inches away from being the world champion. He has proven that. Tryhard from NA came here to prove that other regions could compete at this level, that they deserved to be here, that they weren't just coming in off the back of an easier region and then getting dumpstered in the pro league. Almost walks away in third place and should be absolutely proud of his achievements here. And I'm sure he's feeling down right now. I know he wanted to hold on to that top 3 spot, but regardless of the fact that he didn't take top 3, he has opened up doors for every single player in regions outside of CN moving forward for Naraka Esports. I've said it before, as huge as this tournament is, as big as an honor as it is to be here casting the World Cup, Naraka Esports is still in its infancy and is only going to continue to grow. And it's off the back of players like Tryhard, Demo, VLZ, all these players coming in from other regions, putting in work here on these big stages that is going to open up those opportunities for the esports to grow. And that means that everybody at home will get to enjoy more Naraka in the future. It means, Dobby, that you and me will have the absolute honor and pleasure to get to cast more Naraka in the future. And it means that these players will have the opportunity to continue to compete on such big stages. And for that, I want to say thank you to all the viewers and to every single player who's come in and helped this scene grow. And of course, congratulations to WBG Spider, because he stands our world champion for the 2022 season for solos. And, you know, he gave a big heartfelt shout out to the rest of WBG. And you know, tomorrow, Dobby, that I am going to be handing Jake a big fat spoon, because coming into the group stages, he had a whole lot to say about WBG as a trios group and whether they were going to do anything. And WBG has absolutely been slaying it. Spider has set the stage for them to come in tomorrow, continue to do so. And I think WBG could even create a dynasty here tomorrow. I think they stand a chance to walk away the world championship.
Massive.
And if they do it,
that's massive.
Man, Jake, I'm telling you right now, I hope you're watching. You're gonna have to record a whole kind of apology video for WBG if they walk away the champions in both solos and trios, because man, I love it. I would love to see that video. Right, I love it. I love to be here. I love that we get to make these predictions and everything, and I love that I get to come back tomorrow and cast more of the World Cup. Dobby, it's been such a pleasure being here with you and going through this journey, and I hope we get to continue together in the future. You never know what the future holds, but I hope it holds us continuing to be the absolute goats of Naraka casters from the very beginning, and hopefully, you know what next year holds? I hope next year holds Shanghai for both of us.
I hope so too. As hold on here, I'm putting 2022 J Cup in the chat here. I want to see if maybe I can get a chance to win that that one thing that's in the chat here. 2022 J Cup. Okay, cool. Now that I have submitted my chance, because I still want to get a nice banner as well. You know, just because I'm the caster doesn't mean that I can't participate as well. You know,
Dobby always worried about his fit, ladies and gentlemen. Always, he's got to look fly.
I got to look proper. It's my thing. Okay, so that's important to me. I got to be able to shine bright, and I got to be able to look bright. Okay, my thing. Okay, what I like. Anyway, man, absolutely. Shout out to Tryhard, our only NA player that put up such a fight, almost a top 3, ends up top 5. That's still massive for the NA scene. Big congrats, big shout out to Tryhard. Shout out to a lot of the NA boys that gave their shot and gave their all into trying to make it to the World Championships. Shout out to the whole CN region that we have been casting throughout this entire season. Shout out to Panda Man. We didn't forget about you, homie.
No.
Shout out to Lang Lang, who put in time and effort. I could tell the frustration really started to set in the closer and closer we got to the World Championships. Reset. Come back stronger than ever. I want to see a villain arc come out of you next season. I want to see a whole villain arc. Just trash talk everybody. Y'all going down. I want to see it. Get nasty with it. If you got to get dirty, play unfair. I like to see it. I want to see it. And to everybody else that has been putting in the time and the effort that have grinded throughout this entire season, thank you guys for giving us one heck of a show. I got to give it up to still one of my favorite plays. Zhang Yu still with that 1 HP clutch from so long ago. I think this was like early in the year.
And the season 1 clutch.
There's still so much we have gotten a chance to be a part of, and to everybody that's in chat that is spamming the 2022 J Cup, thank you guys for showing much love. And Rune, I think it's time.
Yep. The only other thing I've got to say is I just want to say thank you to Broadcast, and thank you to our counterparts over in CN, Leah and Jaeger, and all the lovely hosts and casters on that side. It's been a pleasure to work with you guys from across the world. But ladies and gentlemen, from me and Dobby, that's it for your Solos World Championship. I'll be back tomorrow. Unfortunately, this is Dobby's last cast. It's been a pleasure to be here with all of you, and we will see you guys next time.